Alright, we are back on to Dance and Fire, Volume 3. Chapter 3 by Wagan Jarth. Mother Pascos discovered in the sordid hole that was her tavern and emerged a moment later with a scrap of paper with Leo Joris's familiar scrawl. Decimus Scotti held it up before a patch of sunlight that had found its way through the massive boughs of the tree city and read it. Scotty, so you made it to Felonesti, Valenwood. Congratulations. I am sure you had quite an adventure getting here. Unfortunately, I'm not here anymore, as you probably guessed. There's a town downriver called Athi I'm at. Get a boat and join me. It's ideal. I hope you brought a lot of contracts, because these people need a lot of building done. They were close to the war, you see, but not so close they don't have any money left to pay. Haha. Meet me down here as soon as you can. Juris. So Scotty pondered. Juris had left Felonesti and gone to some place called Athi. Given his poor penmanship and ghastly spelling, it could equally be Athi, Affy, or O3, M3, Urta, or Krakamaka. The sensible thing to do, Scotty knew, was to call this adventure over and try to find some way to get back home to the Imperial City. He was no mercenary devoted to a life of thrills. He was, or at least had been, a senior clerk at a successful private building commission. Over the last few weeks, he had been robbed by the Cathy-Rot, taken on a death march through the jungle by a gang of giggling Bosmeri, half-starved to death, drugged with fermented pig's milk, nearly slain by some kind of giant tick, and attacked by archers. He was filthy, exhausted, and had, he counted, 10 gold pieces to his name. Now the man whose proposal brought him to the depths of misery was not even here. It was both judicious and seemingly to abandon the enterprise entirely, and yet a small but distinct voice in his head told him, "You have been chosen. You have no other choice but to see this through." Scotty turned to the stout old woman, Mother Pascot, who had been watching him curiously. "I was wondering if you knew of a village that was on the edge of the recent conflict with elsewhere. It's called something like Athi?" "You must mean Athe," she grinned. "My middle lad, Vigilil, he manages a dairy down there. Beautiful country right on the river." "Is that where your friend went?" "Yes," said Scotty. "Do you know the fastest way to get there?" After a short conversation, an even shorter ride to Felonesti's routes by way of the platforms and a jog to the riverbank, Scotty was negotiating transport with a huge, fair-haired Bosmer with a face like a pickled carp. He called himself Captain Balfix, but even Scotty with a sheltered life could recognize him for what he was, a retired pirate for hire, a smuggler for certain, and probably much worse. His ship, which had clearly been stolen in the distant past, was a bent old Imperial sloop. 50 golden will be in Athens in 2 days' time, boomed Captain Balfix expansively. "I have 10, no, sorry, 9 gold pieces," replied Scotty, and feeling the need for explanation added. "I had 10, but I gave one to the platform ferryman to get me down here." "Mine is just as fine," said the captain agreeably. "Truth be told, I was going to Athens whether you paid me or not. Make yourselves comfortable on the boat. We'll be leaving in just a few minutes." Decimus Scotty boarded the vessel, which sat low in the water on the river, stacked high with crates and sacks that spilled out of the hold and galleon onto the deck. Each was marked with stamps advertising the most innocuous substances: copper scraps, lard, ink, high rock meal, marked for cattle, tar, fish jelly. Scotty's imagination reeled, picturing what sorts of illicit imports were truly abroad. It took more than those few minutes for Captain Balfix to haul in the rest of his cargo, but in an hour, the anchor was up and they were sailing downriver towards Athe. The green-gray water barely rippled, only touched by the fingers of the breeze. Lush plant life crowded the banks, obscuring from sight all the animals that sang and roared at one another. Lulled by the serene surroundings, Scotty drifted to sleep. At night, he awoke, gratefully accepted some clean clothes and food from Captain Balfix. "Why are you going to Athe, if I may ask?" queried the Bosmer. "I'm meeting a former colleague there. He asked me to come down from the Imperial City, where I worked, for the Atreus Building Commission to negotiate some contracts." The guy took another bite of the dried sausages that they were sharing for dinner. "We were going to try to repair and refurbish whatever bridges, roads, and other structures that got damaged in the recent war with the Khajiit. It's been a hard 2 years," the captain nodded his head. "But I suppose good for me and the likes of you and your friend. Trade routes cut off. Now they think there's going to be a war with Somerset Isles. You heard that?" Scotty shook his head. "I've done my share of smuggling skooma down the coast, even helping some revolutionary types escape the Maine's wrath. But now the wars have made me a legitimate trader, businessman. The first casualty to war is always the corrupted." Scotty said he was sorry to hear that, and they lapsed into silence, watching the stars and moons reflect on the still water. The next day, Scotty woke to find the captain wrapped up in a sail, torpid from alcohol, singing in a low, slurred voice. When he saw Scotty rise, he offered his flagon of Jaga. Learned my lesson during revelry at Western Cross. The captain laughed and then burst into tears. I don't want to be illegitimate. Other pirates I used to know are still raping and stealing and smuggling and selling nice folk like you into slavery. I swear to you, I've never thought the first time I ran a real ship of legal goods that my life would turn out like this. Oh, I know, I could go back to it, but Bondar knows not after all I've seen. I'm a ruined man. Scotty helped the weeping mare out of the sail, murmuring words of reassurance. Then he added, forgive me for changing the subject, but where are we? Oh, moaned the captain miserably. We made good time. Athay's right around the bend in the river. Then it looks like Athay's on fire, said Scotty, pointing. A great plume of smoke, black as pitch, was rising above the trees. As they drifted around the bend, they next saw the flames, and then the blackened skeletal remains of the village. Dying, blazing villagers leapt from rocks into the river. A cacophony of wailing met their ears, and they could see, roaming along the edges of town, the figures of Kashidi soldiers bearing torches. Bondar, bless me, slurred the captain. The war's back on. Oh no, whimpered Scotty. The sloop drifted with the current toward the opposite shore, away from the fiery town. Scotty turned his attention there, and the sanctuary offered. Just a peaceful arbor away from the horror. There was a shudder of leaves in two of the trees, and a dozen lithe Khajiit dropped to the ground armed with bows. They see us, says Scotty, and they've got bows. Well, of course they have bows, snarled Captain Balfix. We Bosmer may have invented the bloody things, but we didn't think to keep them secret, you bloody bureaucrat. Now they're setting their arrows on fire. Yes, they do that sometimes. Captain, they're shooting at us. They're shooting at us with flaming arrows. So they are, the captain agreed. The aim here is to avoid being hit. But hit they were, and very shortly thereafter. Even worse, the second volley of arrows hit the supply of pitch, which ignited in a tremendous blue haze. Scotty grabbed Captain Balfix, and they leapt overboard just before the ship and all its cargo disintegrated. The shock of the cold water brought the Bosmer into temporary sobriety. Called to Scotty, who was already swimming as fast as he could toward the bend. Master Demicus, where do you think you're swimming to? Back to Falanesti, cried Scotty. It'll take you days, and by the time you get there, everyone will know about the attack on Athay. They'll never let anyone they don't know in. Closest village downriver is Grenos. Maybe they'll give us shelter. Scotty swam back to the captain, and side by side they began paddling in the middle of the river, past the burning residuum of the village. He thanked Mara that he had to learn to swim. Many a Cyril did not, as largely landlocked as the Imperial province was. Had he been raised in Mericorop or Artemon, he might have been doomed, but the Imperial city itself was encircled by water. Every lad and lass there knew how to cross without a boat, even those who grew up to be clerks and not adventurers. Captain Balfix's sobriety faded as he grew used to the water's temperature. Even in wintertide, the Silo River was fairly temperate, and after a fashion, even comfortable. Bosmer's strokes were uneven, and he'd stray closer to Scotty and then further away, pushing ahead and then falling behind. Scotty looked to the shore. It was right. The flames had caught the trees like tinder. Behind them was an inferno with which they were barely keeping pace. To the shore on the left, all looked fair until he saw a tremble in the water reeds, and then what caused it. Pride of largest cats he had ever seen. They were auburn-haired, green-eyed beasts with jaws and teeth to match as wild as nightmares, and they were watching the two swimmers and keeping pace. Captain Balfix, can't go to either that shore or the other one, or we'll be parboiled or eaten, Scotty whispered. Try to even your kicking and your strokes. Breathe like you normally would. If you're feeling tired, tell me and we'll float on our backs for a while. Anyone who has had the experience of giving rational advice to a drunkard would not understand the hopelessness. Scotty kept pace with the captain, slowing himself, quickening, drifting left and right, while the Bosmer moaned old ditties from his pirate days. When he wasn't watching his companion, he watched the cats on the shore. After a stretch, he turned to his right. Another village had caught fire. Undoubtedly, it was Grenos. Scotty stared at the blazing fury, awed by the sight of the destruction, and did not hear the captain had ceased to sing. When he turned back, Captain Balfix was gone. Scotty dove into the murky depths of the river over and over again. There was nothing to be done. When he surfaced after his final search, he saw the giant cats had moved on, perhaps assuming that he too had drowned. He continued his lonely swim downriver. A tributary, he noted, had formed a final barrier, keeping the flames from spreading further, but there was no more towns. After several hours, he had gone to ponder the wisdom of going ashore. Which shore was the question? He was spared the decision. Ahead of him was a rocky island with a bonfire. He did not know if he were intruding on a party of Bosmer or Khajiit, only that he could swim no more. With straining, aching muscles, he pulled himself onto the rocks. They were Bosmer refugees, he gathered, even before they told him. Roasting over the fire was the remains of one of the giant cats that had been stalking him through the jungle on the opposite shore. Sencha tiger, said one of the young warriors ravenously. It's no animal. It's as smart as any Cathay Rot, or Omiz, or any other bleeding Khajiit. Pity this one drowned. I would have gladly killed it. You'll like the meat, though, sweet from all the sugar these asses eat. Scotty did not know if he was capable of eating a creature as intelligent as a man or a mer, but he surprised himself, as he had done several times over the last days. It was rich, succulent, and sweet, like sugared pork, but no seasonings had been added. He surveyed the crowd as he ate. A sad lot, some still weeping for lost family members. They were the survivors of both the villages of Granos and Athe, and war was on every person's lips. Why the Khajiit attacked again? Why specifically directed at Scotty? As a Cyrodiil, why was the Emperor not enforcing peace in his provinces? As to meet another Cyrodiil, he said to a Bosmer maiden, who he understood to be from Athe. His name was Leodes Juris. I don't suppose you know what might have happened to him. I don't know your friend, but there were many Cyrodiils in Athe when the fire came, said the girl. Some of them, I think, left quickly. They're going to Vindisi, inland, in the jungle. I'm going there tomorrow, so are many of us. If you wish, you may come as well. Demikith Scotty nodded solemnly. He made himself as comfortable as he could in the stony ground of the river island, and somehow, after much effort, he fell asleep. But he did not sleep well. On to book 4. "18 Bosmeri and 1 Cyrodiil, former senior clerk for an imperial building commission, trudged through the river westward from the Xylo River to the ancient village of Vindisi. For Demikith Scotty, the jungle was hostile, unfamiliar ground. The enormous vermiculated trees filled the bright morning with darkness and resembled nothing so much as grasping claws, bent on impeding their progress. Even the fronds of the low points quivered with the malevolent energy. What was worse, he was not alone in his anxiety. His fellow travelers, the natives who had survived the Khajiit attack on the villages of Granos and Athe, wore faces of undisguised fear. There was something sentient in the jungle, and not merely the mad but benevolent indigenous spirits. In his peripheral vision, Scotty could see the shadows of the Khajiit following the refugees, leaping from tree to tree. When he turned to face them, the lithe forms vanished into the gloom as if they had never been there. But he knew he had seen them, and Bosmeri saw them too, and quickened their pace. After 18 hours, been raw by insects, scratched by 1,000 thorns, they emerged into a valley clearing. It was night, but a row of blazing torches greeted them, illuminating the leather-wrought tents and jumbled stones of the hamlet Vindisi. At the end of the valley, the torches marked a sacred site. A gnarled bower of trees pressed closer together to form a temple. Wordlessly, Bosmeri walked the torch arcade toward the trees. Scotty followed them. When they reached the solid mass of living wood with only one gaping portal, Scotty could see a dim blue light glowing within. A low, sonorous moan from 100 voices echoed within. The Bosmeri maiden he had been following held out her hand, stopping him. "You do not understand, but no outsider, not even a friend, may enter," she said. "This is a holy place." Scotty nodded and watched the refugees march into the temple, heads bowed. Their voices joined with the ones within. When the last wood elf had gone inside, Scotty turned his attention back to the village. There must be food to be had somewhere. A tendril of smoke and a faint whiff of roasting venison brought the torchlight. Beyond the torchlight led him. There were 5 Cyrodiils, 2 Bretons and a Nord. The group gathered around a campfire of glowing white stones, pulling steaming strips of meat from the cadaver of a great stag. At Scotty's approach, they rose up, all but the Nord, who was distracted by his hunk of animal flesh. "Good evening. Sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if I might have a little something to eat. I'm afraid I'm rather hungry after walking all day with some refugees from Granos and Athe." They bade him to sit down and eat and introduce themselves. "So the war's back on, it seems," said Scotty amiably. "Best thing for these effete do-nothings," replied the Nord in between bites. "Never seen such a lazy culture. Now they've got the Khajiit striking them on land and the High Elves at sea. If there's any province that deserves a little distress, it's the damnable Valenwood." "I don't see how they're so offensive to you," laughed one of the Bretons. "They're congenital thieves, even worse than the Khajiit, because they are so blessed meek in their aggression." The Nord spat out a gob of fat which sizzled on the hot stones in the fire. "They spread their forests into territory that doesn't belong to them, slowly infiltrating their neighbors, and they're puzzled when elsewhere shoves back at them. They're all villains of the worst order." "What are you doing here?" asked Scotty. "I'm a diplomat from the court of Gehenna," muttered the Nord, returning to his food. "And about you? What are you doing here?" asked one of the Cyrodiils. "I work for Lord Atreus' building commission in the Imperial City," said Scotty. "One of my former colleagues suggested that I come down to Valenwood. He said the war was over and I could contract a great deal of business for my firm, rebuilding what was lost. One disaster after another, and I've lost all my money. I'm in the middle of a rekindling of a war, and I cannot find my former colleague." A former colleague murmured another of the Cyrodiils who had introduced himself as Regulus. He wasn't by chance named Leodius Juris, was he? You know him. He lured me down to Valenwood in nearly the exact same circumstances, smiled Regulus. I worked for your employer's competitor, Lord Vonnock's men, where Leodius Juris also formerly worked. He wrote to me asking that I represent an Imperial Building Commission in contracts and post-war construction. I'd just been released from my employment, and I thought that if I brought some new business, I could have my job back. Juris and I met in Athens, and he said he was going to arrange a very lucrative meeting with the Sylvanar. Scotty was stunned. Where is he now? I'm no theologian, so I couldn't say. Regulus shrugged. He's dead. When the Khajiit attacked Arthay, they began by torching the harbor where Juris was riding his boat. Or I should say, my boat, since it was purchased with the gold I brought. By the time we were even aware of what was happening enough to flee, everything by the water was ash. The Khajiit may be animals, but they know how to arrange an attack. I think they followed us through the jungle to Vindisi, said Scotty nervously. There was definitely a group of something jumping along the treetops. Probably one of the monkey folk, snorted the Nord. Nothing to be concerned about. When we first came to Vindisi and the Bosmeri all entered that tree, they were furious, whispering something about unleashing an ancient terror on their enemies. The Wren shivered, remembering. They've been there ever since. For over a day and a half now, if you want something to be afraid of, that's the direction to look at. The other Breton, who was a representative of the Daggerfall Mages Guild, was staring off into the darkness while his fellow provincial spoke. Maybe, but there's something in the jungle too, right to the edge of the village looking in. More refugees, maybe? Asked Scotty, trying to keep the alarm out of his voice. Unless they're traveling through the trees now, whispered the wizard. One of the Cyrodiils grabbed a long tarp of wet leather and pulled it across the fire, instantly extinguishing it without so much as a sizzle. Now Scotty could see the intruders, the elliptical yellow eyes and long, cruel blades catching the torchlight. He froze with fear, praying that he too was not so visible to them. Felt something bump against his back and gasped. Regulus's voice hissed from up above. Be quiet for Mars' sake and climb up here. Scotty grabbed hold of a knotted double vine and hung down from a tall tree at the edge of the dead campfire. Kimberl up it as quickly as he could, holding his breath at last. Any grunt of exertion to escape him. At the top of the vine, high above the village, with an abandoned nest from some great bird in a trident-shaped branch. As soon as Scotty had pulled himself into the soft, fragrant straw, Regulus pulled up the vine. No one else was there, and when Scotty looked down, he could see no one below. No one, that is, except the Khajiit, slowly moving to the glow of the temple tree. Thank you, whispered Scotty, deeply touched that a competitor had helped him. He turned away from the village and saw that the tree's upper branches brushed against the mossy rocks walls that surround the valley below. How are you at climbing? You're mad, said Regulus under his breath. We should stay here until they leave. If they burn Vindisi like they did Athey and Grenos, we'll be dead sure as we were on the ground. Scotty began the slow, careful climb up the tree, testing each branch. Can you see what they're doing? I can't really tell. Regulus stared down into the gloom. They're at the front of the temple. I think they also have, it looks like long ropes, trailing off behind them, off into the pass. Scotty crawled onto the strongest branch that pointed toward the west, rocky face of the cliff. It was not a far jump at all. So close, in fact, that he could smell the moisture and feel the coolness of the stone. But it was a jump nonetheless, and in his history as a clerk, he had never before leapt from a tree 100 feet off the ground to a sheer rock. Pictured in his mind's eye the shadow that had pursued him through the jungle from the heights above. How their legs coiled to spring, how their arms snapped forward in an elegant fluid motion to grasp. He leapt. His hands grappled for rock, but long, thick cords of moss were more accessible. He held hard, but when he tried to plant his feet forward, they slipped up skyward. For a few seconds, he found himself upside down before he managed to pull himself into a more conventional position. There was a narrow outcropping jutting off of the cliff where he could stand and finally exhale. Regulus. 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 Scotty did not dare to call out. In a minute, there was a shaking of branches and Lord Vonnock's man emerged. First his satchel, then his head, then the rest of him. Scotty started to whisper something, but Regulus shook his head violently and pointed downward. One of the Khajiit was at the base of the tree, peering at the remains of the campfire. Regulus awkwardly tried to balance himself on the branch, but as strong as it was exceedingly difficult with only one free hand. Scotty cupped his palms and then pointed at the satchel. It seemed to pain Regulus to let out of his grasp, but he relented and tossed it to Scotty. There was a small, almost invisible hole in the bag, and when Scotty caught it, a single gold coin dropped out, ringing as it bounced down against the rock while on the descent. A high, soft sound that seemed like the loudest alarm Scotty had ever heard. Then many things happened very quickly. The cafe rod at the base of the tree looked up and gave a loud wail. The other Khajiit fell out in chorus as the cat below crouched down and then sprung up into the lower branches. Regulus saw it below him, climbing up with impossible dexterity, and panicked. Even before he jumped, Scotty could tell that he was going to fall. With a cry, Regulus the clerk plunged to the ground, breaking his neck on impact. A flash of white fire erupted from every crevice of the temple, and the moan of the Bosmerary prayer changed into something terrible and otherworldly. The climbing cafe rat stopped and stared. "A Kiergo," it was gasped. "The Wild Hunt!" It was as if a crack in reality had opened wide. A flood of horrific beasts, tentacled toads, insects of armor and spine, gelatinous serpents, vaporous beings with the face of gods, all poured forth from the great hollow tree, blind with fury. They tore the Khajiit in front of the temple to pieces. All the other cats fled for the jungle, but as they did so, they began pulling on the ropes as they carried. In a few seconds' time, the entire village of Vindisi was boiling with the lunatic apparitions of the Wild Hunt. Over the babbling, barking, howling horde, Scotty heard the Cyrodiils in hiding cry out as they were devoured. Nor too was found and eaten in both Bretons. The wizard had turned himself invisible, but the swarm did not rely on their sight. The tree the Cathay Rot was in began to sway, and rock from the impossible violence beneath it. Scotty looked at the Khajiit's fear-struck eyes, held out on one of the cords of moss. The cat's face showed its pitiful gratitude as it leapt for the vine. It didn't have time to entirely replace that expression when Scotty pulled back the cord and it watched it fall. The hunt consumed it to bone before it struck the ground. Scotty's own jump up to the next outcropping rock was immeasurably more successful. From there, he pulled himself to the top of the cliff, was able to look down into the chaos that had been the village of Vindisi. The hunt's mass had grown and began to spill out through the pass out of the valley, pursuing the fleeing Khajiit. It was then that the madness truly began. In the moon's light from Scotty's vantage, he could see where the Khajiit had attached their ropes. The thunderous boom and avalanche of boulders poured over the pass. When the dust cleared, he saw that the valley had been sealed. The Wild Hunt had nowhere to turn but on itself. Scotty turned his head, unable to bear to look at the cannibalistic orgy. The night jungle stood before him, a web of wood. He slung Regulus' satchel over his shoulder and entered. Book 5. So, Forest will eat love. Straight ahead, stupid cow. Voice boomed out so suddenly that Decimus Scotty jumped. He stared off into the dim jungle glade from which only he heard animal and insect calls and the low whistling of wind moments before. It was a queer, oddly accented voice of indiscriminate gender. Tremendous in its modulations, but unmistakably human, or at very least elven. An isolated Bosmer, perhaps, with a poor grasp of the Cyrodiilic language. After countless hours of plodding through the dense knot of Valenwood jungle, any voice of slight familiarity sounded wonderful. "Hello," he cried. "Beetles on any names? Certainly yesterday, yes," the voice called back. "Who, what, and when, and mice? I'm afraid I don't understand," replied Scotty, turning toward the bramble tree, thick as a wagon, where the voice had issued. "But you needn't be afraid of me. My name is Decimus Scotty. I'm a Cyrodiil from the Imperial City. I came here to help rebuild Valenwood after the war, you see, and now I'm rather lost." "Gemstones and grilled slaves, the war," moaned the voice and broke down into sobs. "You know about the war? I wasn't sure. I wasn't even sure how far away from the border I am now," Scotty began slowly, walking toward the tree. He dropped Regulus' satchel to the ground and held onto his empty hands. "I'm unarmed. I only want to know the way to the closest town. I'm trying to meet my friend, Elias Juris, and Sylvanar." "Sylvanar!" the voice laughed. It laughed even louder as Scotty circled the tree. "Worms and wine, worms and wine. Sylvanar sings for worms and wine. There's nothing to be found anywhere around the tree. I don't see you. Why are you hiding?" In frustration born of hunger and exhaustion, he struck the tree trunk. A sudden shiver of gold and red erupted from a hollow nook above, and Scotty was surrounded by 6 winged creatures, scarcely more than a few inches long. Bright crimson eyes were set on either side of the tunnel-like protuberances. The animals always opened mouths. They were legless, and their thin, rapidly beating aureate wings seemed poorly constructed to transport their fat, swollen bodies. And yet, they darted through the air like sparks from a fire. Whirling about the poor clerk, they began chattering about what he now understood to be perfect nonsense. "Wines and worms, how far from the border am I? Academic garnishments and alas, Elias Juris. Hello? I'm afraid I'm unarmed. Smoke and flames in the closest town is dear Oblivion." Swollen on bad meat and indigo nimbus, but you needn't be afraid of me. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding? Before I begin to love me, Lady Zalika. Furious with the mimics, Scotty swung his arms, driving them up into the treetops. He stomped back to the clearing and opened up the satchel again, as he had done some hours before. There was still, unsurprisingly... nothing useful in the bag, and nothing to eat in any corner or pocket. A goodly amount of gold, he smiled grimly, as he had done before, at the idea of being financially solvent in the jungle. A stack of neat blank contracts from Lord Vonnick's building commission, some thin cord, and an oiled leather cloak for bad weather. At least, Scotty considered, he had not suffered rain. A rolling moan of thunder reminded Scotty of what he suspected for some weeks now. He was cursed. Within an hour's time, he was wearing the cloak and clawing his way through mud. The trees, which had earlier allowed no sunlight in, provided no shelter against the pounding storm and wind. The only sounds that pierced the pelting of the rain were the mocking calls of the flying creatures. Flying just above, babbling their nonsense. Scotty bellowed at them through some rocks, but they seemed enamored of his company. While he was reaching to grab a promising-looking stone to hurl at the tormentors, Scotty felt something shift beneath his feet. Wet but solid ground suddenly liquefied and became a rolling tide, rushing him forward. Light as a leaf, he flew head over feet overhead till the mud flow dropped and he continued forward, plunging down into a river 25 feet below. The storm passed quite as instantly as it had arrived. The sun melted the dark clouds and warmed Scotty as he swam for the shore. There, another sign of the Khajiit incursion into Valenwood greeted him. A small fishing village had stood there once, so recently extinct that it smoldered like a still warm corpse. Dirt cairns that had once housed fish, but the smell of them had been ravaged. Their bounty turned to ash. Rafts and skiffs lay broken, scuttled, half submerged. All the villagers were no more, either dead or refugees far away, or so he presumed. Something banged against the wall of one of the ruins. Scotty ran to investigate. My name is Demicus Scotty, sang the first winged beast. I'm a Cyrodiil from the Imperial City. Came here to help rebuild Valenwood after the war, you see, and now I'm rather lost. I swelled immaculate, Ape Neck, agreed one of its companions. I don't see you. Why are you hiding? As they fell into chattering, Scotty began to search the rest of the village. Surely the cats had left something behind, a scrap of dried meat, a morsel of fish, sausage, anything. They had been immaculate in their complete annihilation. There was nothing to eat anywhere. Scotty did find one item of possible use under the tumbled remains of a stone hut, a bow and 2 arrows made of bone. The string had been lost, likely burned away in the heat of the fire, but he pulled the cord from Ruglius's satchel and restrung it. Creatures flew over and hovered nearby as he worked. The covenant of the sacred Leodes Juris. You know about the war. Worms and wine circumscribe a golden host, Ape Neck. The moment the cord was taut, Scotty knocked an arrow and swung around, pulling the string tight against his chest. The winged beast, having had experience with archers before, shot off in all directions in a blur. They needn't have bothered. Scotty's first arrow dove into the ground 3 feet in front of him. He swore and retrieved it. The mimics, having likewise had experience with 4 archers before, turned out once to hover nearby and mocking Scotty. On a second shot, Scotty did much better, in purely technical terms. He remembered how the archers of Valinesti looked when he pulled himself out from under the horror vertic, and they were all taking aim at him. His extended left hand, and right elbow in symmetrical line, drawing the bow so his hand touched his jawline, and he couldn't see the creatures in his sight like the arrow was a finger he was pointing with. Bullet missed target by only 2 feet, but it continued on its trajectory, snapping when it struck a rock wall. Scotty walked to the river's edge. He only had 1 arrow left, and perhaps he considered it was most practical to find a slow-moving fish and fire it on that. If he missed, at least there was less of a chance of breaking the shaft. He could always retrieve it from the water. Rather torpid, whiskered fish rolled by, and he took aim at it. My name is Decimance Scotty, one of the creatures howled, frightening the fish away. Stupid and a stupid cow. Will you dance a dance in fire? Scotty turned and aimed the arrow as he'd done before. This time, however, he remembered to plant his feet as the archers had done, several inches apart, knee straight, left leg slightly forward to meet the angle on his right shoulder. He released the last arrow. The arrow also proved a serviceable prong for roasting the creature against the smoking hot stones of one of the ruins. The other companions had disappeared instantly after the beast was slain. Scotty was able to dine in peace. The meat proved to be delicious, if scarcely more than a first course. He was picking the last of it from the bones when a boat sailed into view from around the bend of the river. At the helm were Bosmer sailors. Scanning right out into the bank and waved his hands. They averted their eyes and continued past. "You bloody callous bastards!" Scotty howled. "Knaves, hooligans, ape-necked scoundrels!" A grey-whiskered form came out from a hatch, and Scotty immediately recognized him as Griff Malin, the poet translator he had met in the caravan from Cyrodiil. Peered Scotty's direction, and his eyes lit up with delight. "Decimus Scotty, precisely the man I hope to see. I want to get your thoughts on a rather puzzling passage in the Noriad play bar. Begins, I went weeping into the world, searching for wonders. Perhaps you're familiar with it." "I'd like nothing better than to discuss the Noriad play bar with you, Griff," Scotty called back. "So let me come aboard, though, first." Overjoyed at being on a ship bound for any port at all, Scotty was true to his word. For over an hour, as the boat rolled down the river, past the blackened remnants of Bosmeri villages, he asked no questions and spoke nothing of his life for the past weeks. He merely listened to Malin's theories of Marathic Aldemari esoterica. The translator was undemanding of his guest's scholarship, accepting nods and shrugs as civilized conversation. He even produced some wine and fish jelly, which he shared with Scotty absent-mindedly as he expounded on his various theses. Finally, while Malin was searching for a reference to some minor point in his notes, Scotty asked, "Rather off subject, but I was wondering where we're bound." "The very heart of the province, Thelvanar," Malin said, not looking up from the passage he was reading. "Somewhat bothersome, actually, as I wanted to go to Woodhearth first to talk to a Bosmer there who claims to have an original copy of Girith Yalmilhide, if you can believe it. But for the time being, that has to wait. Somerset Isle has surrounded the city and is in the process of starving the citizenry until they surrender. It's a tiresome prospect, since the Bosmeri are happy to eat one another, so there's a risk that at the end, only one fat wood elf will remain to wave the flag." "That is vexing," agreed Scotty, sympathetically. "To the east, the Gajiti are burning everything, and to the west, the High Elves are waging war. I don't suppose the borders to the north are clear?" "Or even worse," replied Malin, finger on the page, still distracted. "The Cyrodiils and Redguards still want Bosmer refugees streaming into the provinces. It only stands to reason. Imagine how much more criminally inclined they'd be now that they're homeless and hungry." "So," murmured Scotty, feeling a shiver, "we're trapped in Valenwood." "Not at all. I need to leave fairly shortly myself, as my publisher has set a very definite deadline for my new book of translations. From what I understand, one merely petitions to the Sylvanar for a special border protection, and one can cross into Cyrodiil with impunity." Petition the Sylvanar or petition at Sylvanar? Petition the Sylvanar at Sylvanar. It's not a nomenclature that is typical of this place, the sort of thing that makes my job as translator that much more challenging. Sylvanar, rather they're the closest the Bosmeri have to a great leader. The essential thing to remember about the Sylvanar, Malin smiled, finding the passage he was looking for. "Here! A fortnight inexplicable, the world burns into a dance." There's that metaphor again. What were you saying about the Sylvanar?" asked Scotty. "The essential thing to remember?" "I don't remember what I was saying," replied Malin, turning back to his oration. In a week's time, the little boat bumped along the shallow, calmer waters of the foaming current the Xylo had become, and Decimus Scotty first saw the city of Sylvanar. If Celestia was a tree, then Sylvanar was a flower. Magnificent pile of faded shades of green, red, blue, and white, shining with crystal and residue. Malin had mentioned offhand, when not otherwise explaining Aldemari prosody, that Sylvanar had once been a blossoming glade in the forest, but owing to some spell or natural cause, the tree's sap began flowing with translucent liqueur. The process of the sap flowing and hardening over the colorful trees had formed the web of the city. Malin's description was intriguing, but it hardly prepared him for the city's beauty. "What is the finest, most luxurious tavern here?" Scotty asked one of the Bosmer boatmen. "Berthala Hall," Malin answered, "but why don't you stay with me? I'm visiting an acquaintance of mine. A scholar I think you'll find fascinating. His hovel isn't much, but he has the most extraordinary ideas about the principles of a Marathic Aldemari tribe in the Sarmathi. Under any other circumstances, I would happily accept," said Scotty graciously. "But after weeks of sleeping on the ground or on a raft, and eating whatever I could scrounge, I feel the need for some indulgent creature comforts. And then after a day or two, I'll petition the Sylvanar for safe passage to Cyrodiil." The men bade each other goodbye. Griff Malin gave him the address of his publisher in the Imperial City, which Scott accepted and quickly forgot. The clerk wandered the streets of Sylvanar, crossing bridges of amber, admiring the petrified forest architecture. In front of a particularly estimable palace of silvery, reflective crystal, he found Berthala Hall. He took the finest room and ordered a gluttonous meal of the finest quality. At a nearby table, he saw two very fat fellows, a man and a Bosmer, remarking how much finer the food was there than at the Sylvanar's place. They began to discuss the war and some issues of finances and rebuilding provincial bridges. The man noticed Scotty looking at them, and his eyes flashed recognition. "Scotty, is that you?" "Oh. Kennereth, where have you been? I had to make all the contracts here on my own." And the sound of his voice, Scotty recognized him. Fat man of Leodis Juris, vastly engorged. On to book 6. Miss Scotty sat down, listening to Leodis Juris. The clerk could hardly believe how fat his former colleague at Lord Atreus' building commission has become. The piquant aroma of roasted meat dish before Scotty melted away. All the other sounds and textures of Berthala Hall vanished all around him, as if nothing else existed but the vast form of Juris. Scotty did not consider himself an emotional man, but he felt a tide flow over him at the sight and sound of the man whose badly written letters had been the guideposts that carried him from the Imperial City back in early Frostfall. "Where have you been?" Juris demanded again. "Told you to meet me in Falinesti weeks ago." "I was there weeks ago," Scotty stammered, too surprised to be indignant. "I about to meet you in Athe, so I went there, but the Khajiit had burned it in the ground. Somehow I found my way with the refugees in another village, and someone there told me that you had been killed." "You believe that right away?" Juris sneered. "Phil seemed very well informed about you. He was a clerk from Lord Vonnick's building commission named Reglius, and he said that you had also suggested that he come down to Valenwood to profit on the war." "Oh yes," said Juris after thinking a moment. "I recall the name now. Well, it's good for business to have 2 representatives from the Imperial Building Commission here. We just need all to coordinate our bids, and all should be well." "Reglius is dead," said Scotty, "but I have his contracts from Lord Vonnick's commission." "Even better," guessed Juris, impressed. "I never knew you were such a ruthless competitor." Back him, Scotty. "Yes, this could certainly improve our position with the Sylvanar. Have I introduced you to Bast here?" Scotty had only been dimly aware of the Bosmer's presence at the table with Juris, which was surprising given that the Mer's girth nearly equaled his dining companion. Clerk nodded to Bast coldly, still numb and confused. It had not left his mind that only any hour earlier Scotty had intended to petition the Sylvanar for safe passage through the border back to Cyrodiil. Thought of doing business with Juris, after all, of profiting from Valenwood War with Elsewhere, and now the second one with the Somerset Isle, seemed like something happening to another person. "Your colleague and I were talking about the Sylvanar," said Bast, putting down the leg of mutton he had been gnawing on. "Don't suppose you've heard about his nature?" "A little, but nothing very specific. I got the impression that he's very important and very peculiar." "He's the representative of the people, legally, physically, and emotionally," explained Juris, a little annoyed at his new partner's lack of common knowledge. "When they're healthy, so is he. When they're mostly female, so is he. When they cry for food or trade, or an absence of foreign interference, he feels it too, and makes laws accordingly. In a way, he's a despot, but he's the people's despot." "That sounds," said Scotty, searching for the appropriate word, "like bunk." "Perhaps it is," shrugged Bast, "but he has many rights as the voices of the people, including the granting of foreign building and trade contracts. It's not important whether you believe us. Just think of the Sylvanar as being like one of your mad emperors, like Pelagius. The problem facing us now is that since Valenwood is being attacked on all sides, the Sylvanar's aspect is now one of distrust and fear of foreigners. The one hope of his people, and thus of the Sylvanar himself, is that the Emperor will intervene and stop the war." "Will he?" asked Scotty. "You know as well as we do that the Emperor has not been himself lately." Juris helped himself to Reglius' satchel and pulled out the blank contracts. "He knows what he'll choose to do or not. That reality is not our concern, but these blessings from the late good Sir Reglius makes our job much simpler." They discussed how they would represent themselves to the Sylvanar into the evening. Scotty ate continuously, but not nearly so much as Juris and Bast. When the sun had begun to rise in the hills, its light reddening through the crystal walls of the tavern, Juris and Bast left their rooms at the palace, granted to them diplomatically in lieu of an actual immediate audience with the Sylvanar. Scotty went to his room. He thought about staying up a little longer to ruminate over Juris' plans and see what might be the flaw in them. But upon touching the cool, soft bed, he immediately fell asleep. The next afternoon, Scotty awoke, feeling himself again, in other words, timid. For several weeks now, he had been a creature bent on mere survival. He had been driven to exhaustion, attacked by several jungle beasts, starved, nearly drowned, and forced into discussions of ancient Eldameri poetical works. Discussion he had with Juris and Bast about how to dupe the Sylvanar into signing their contract seemed perfectly reasonable then. Scotty dressed himself in his old battered clothes and went downstairs in search of food and a peaceful place to think. "You're up," cried Bass, upon seeing him. "We should go to the palace now." "Now?" whined Scotty. "Look at me, I need new clothes. This isn't the way one should dress to pay a call on a prostitute, let alone the voice of the people of Ellenwood. I haven't even bathed." "You must cease from this moment forward being a clerk and become a student of mercantile trade," said Leonidas Juris grandly, taking Scotty by the arm and leading him into the sunlit boulevard outside. "First rule is to recognize what you represent to the prospective client, and what angle best suits you. You cannot dazzle him with opulent fashion and professional bearing, my dear boy, and it would be fatal if you attempted to. Trust me on this. Several others besides Bast and I are guests at the palace. They have made the error of appearing too eager, too formal, too ready for business. They will never be granted audience with the Sylvanar, but we have remained aloof ever since our initial rejection. I dallied about the court, spread my knowledge of life in the Imperial City, had my ears pierced, attended promenades, eaten and drunk of all that was given to me. I dare say I've put on a pound or two. The message we've sent is clear. It is in his, not our, best interest to meet." "Our plan worked," added Bass. "When I told his minister that our Imperial representative had arrived, that we were at last willing to meet with the Sylvanar this morning, we were told to bring you there straight away." "Aren't we late then?" asked Scotty. "Very," laughed Juris. "But then again, part of the angle we're representing, benevolent disinterest. Remember not to confuse Sylvanar with conventional nobility. His is the mind of the common people. When you grasp that, you'll understand how to manipulate him." Juris spent the last several minutes of the walkthrough study expounding on his theories about what Valenwood needed, how much, and at what price. They were staggering figures, far more construction, far higher cost than anything Scotty had been used to dealing with. He listened carefully. All around them, the city of Sylvanar revealed itself, glass and flower, roaring winds and beautiful inertia. When they reached the palace of the Sylvanar, Scotty stopped, stunned. Juris looked at him for a moment and then laughed. "It's quite bizarre, isn't it?" That it was. A frozen scarlet burst of twisted, uneven spires as if a rival sun rising. Blossom the size of a village, where courtiers and servants resembled nothing so much as insects walked about it, sucking its ichor. Entering up over a bent petal-like bridge, the three walked through the palace of unbalanced walls, where the partitions bent close together and touched. There was a shaded hall or a small chamber. Where they warped away from one another, there was a courtyard. There were no doors anywhere, not any way to get to the Sylvanar, but by crossing through the entire spiral of the palace. Through meetings and bedrooms and dining halls, past dignitaries, consorts, musicians, and many guards. "It's an interesting place," said Basseth, "but not very much privacy. Of course, that suits the Sylvanar well." When they reached the inner corridors, 2 hours after they first entered the palace, guards brandishing blades and bows stopped them. "We have an audience with the Sylvanar," said Curious patiently. "This is the Lord Decimus Scotty of the Imperial Representative." One of the guards disappeared down the winding corridor and returned moments later with a tall, proud Bosmer clad in a loose robe of patchwork leather. He was the Minister of Trade. "The Sylvanar wishes to speak with Lord Decimus Scotty alone." It was not the place to argue or show fear, so Scotty stepped forward, not even looking toward Juris and Bast. He was certain they were showing their masks of benevolent indifference. Following the minister into the audience chamber, Scotty recited himself all the facts and figures Juris had presented to him. He willed himself to remember the angle, the image he must project. The audience chamber of the Sylvanar was an enormous dome that was where the walls bent from bowl-shaped at the base inward to almost meet at the top. A thin ray of sunlight streamed through the fissure hundreds of feet above and directly upon the Sylvanar. Where was I? Who stood upon a puff of shimmering gray powder. For all the wonder of the city and the palace, the Sylvanar himself looked perfectly ordinary. An average, blandly handsome, slightly tired-looking extraordinary wood elf of the type one might see in any capital in the Empire. It's only when he stepped from the dais that Scotty noticed an eccentricity in his appearance. It was very short. "I had to speak with you alone," said the Sylvanar in a voice common and unrefined. "May I see your papers?" Scotty handed in the blank contracts from Lord Vonek's building commission. Silvernar studied them, running his finger over the embossed seal of the Emperor before handing them back. He suddenly seemed shy, looking to the floor. There are many charlatans at my cart who wish to benefit from the wars. Thought you and your colleagues were among them, but those contracts are genuine. Yes, they are, said Scotty calmly. Silvernar's conventional aspect made it easy for Scotty to speak, with no formal greetings, no deference, exactly as Juris had instructed. It seems most sensible to be straight away talking about the roads which need to be rebuilt, and then the harbors that the Altmeri had destroyed, and then I can give you my estimates on the cost of resupplying and renovating the trade routes. Why hasn't the Emperor seen fit to send a representative when the war with Elsewhere began 2 years ago? Asked Silvernar glumly. Scotty thought a moment before replying of all the common bossmeri he had met in Valenwood, the greedy, frightened mercenaries who had escorted him from the border, the hard-drinking revelers and expert pest-exterminating archers in Western Cross of Felinesti, nosy old mother Pascot and Havel Slump, Captain Balfix, the poor, sadly reformed pirate, the terrified but hopeful refugees of Athene Granos, mad, murderous, self-devouring wild hunt of Vindisi, the silent, dour boatman hired by Grelf Malon, the degenerate, grasping Bast. If one creature represented their total disposition, and that of many more throughout the province, what could be his personality? Scotty was a clerk by occupation and nature, instinctively comfortable cataloging and filing, making things fit in the system. If the soul of Valenwood were to be filed, where would it be put? The answer came upon him almost before he posed himself the question. Denial. Afraid that question doesn't interest me, said Scotty. I can only get back to the business at hand. All afternoon, Scotty and the Silvernar discussed the pressing needs of Valenwood. Every contract was filled and signed. So much was required and there were so many costs associated that the addendums and codicils had to be scribbled into the margins of the papers, and those had to be re-signed. Scotty maintained his benevolent indifference, but he found that dealings with the Silvernar was not quite the same as dealing with a simple sullen child. The voice of the people knew certain practical everyday things very well. The yields of fish, the benefits of trade, the condition of every township enforced in his province. We'll have a banquet tomorrow night to celebrate this commission, said Silvernar at last. Best make it tonight, replied Scotty. We should leave for Cyrodiil with the contracts tomorrow, so I'll need safe passage to the border. Best not waste any more time. Agreed, said the Silvernar and called for his Minister of Trade to put his seal on the contracts and arrange for the feast. Scotty left the chamber and was greeted by Bast and Juris. Their faces showed the strain of maintaining the illusion of unconcern for too many hours. As soon as they were out of sight of the guards, they begged Scotty to tell them all. When he showed them the contract, Bast began weeping with delight. Anything about the Silvernar that surprised you? Asked Juris. I hadn't expected him to be half my height. Was he? Juris looked mildly surprised. Must have shrunk since I tried to have an alliance with him earlier. Maybe there's something to all that nonsense about him being affected by the plight of his people. And then, on to the final chapter, Chapter 7. Theme, Silvernar, Valenwood. 13th of Sun's Dusk, 3rd Era Year, 397. Banquet at the Palace of the Silvernar was well attended by every jealous bureaucrat and trader who had attempted to contract the rebuilding of Valenwood. They looked on deck and missed Scotty. Leodes, Juris, and Bast with undisguised hatred. It made Scotty feel very uncomfortable, but Juris delighted in it. As servants brought in platter after platter of roasted meats, Juris poured himself a cup of jaga and toasted to the clerk. I confess it now, said Juris. I had grave doubts about inviting you to join me on this adventure. All the other clerks and agents of building commissions I contracted were more outwardly aggressive, but none of them made it through, let alone to the audience chamber of the Silvernar, let alone brokered the deals of their own like you did. Come, have a cup of jaga with me. No, thank you, said Scotty. I had too much of that drug in Felinesti and nearly got sucked dry by a giant tick because of it. I'll find something else to drink. Scotty wandered about the hall until he saw some diplomats drinking mugs of a steaming brown liquid poured from a large silver urn. He asked them if it was tea. Tea made from leaves, scoffed the first diplomat. Not in Valenwood. This is rot meth. Scotty poured himself a mug and took a tentative sip. It was gamey, bitter, and sugared, and very salty. At first, it seemed very disagreeable to his palate, but a moment later he found that he had drained the mug and was pouring another. His body tingled. All the sounds in the chamber seemed oddly disjointed, but not frighteningly so. So you're the fellow who got the Silvernar to sign all those contracts, said the second diplomat. I must have required some deep negotiation. Not at all. Not at all. Just a basic understand of mercantile trading, grinned Scotty, pouring himself a third mug of rot meth. The Sylvanar was very eager to involve the Imperial State with the affairs of Valenwood. I was very eager to take a percentage of the commission. With all that blessed eagerness, it was merely a matter of putting Quill to contract. Bless you. You have been in the employ of His Imperial Majesty very long, said the first diplomat. It's a bite, or rather, a bit more complicated than that in the Imperial City. Between you and me, I don't really have a job. I used to work for Lord Atreus in his building commission, but I got sacked. And then the contracts are from Lord Vonek and his building commission, until I got him from this fellow Regulus, who was a competitor, but still a very fine fellow, until he was made dead by those Khajiit. Scotty drained his fifth mug. When I go back to the Imperial City, then the real negotiations can begin. Bless you. I can go to my old employer and to Lord Vonek and say, look, here which of you want these commissions? They'll fall over each other to take them from me. It will be bidding war for my percentage, the likes of which no one nowhere has ever seen. So you're not a representative of His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, asked the first diplomat. Didn't you hear what I said? You stupid? Scotty felt a surge of rage, which quickly subsided. Chuckled and poured himself a seventh mug. Building commissions are privately owned, but they're still representatives of the Emperor. So I'm a representative of the Emperor, or I will be. When I get these contracts in, it's very complicated. I don't understand why you're not following me, bless you. It's all like the poet said, a dance in fire, if you follow the illusion that is to say, illusion. Your colleague, are they representatives of the Emperor? Asked the second diplomat. Scotty burst into laughter, shaking his head. The diplomats bade him their respects and went to talk to the minister. Scotty stumbled out of the palace and reeled through the strange organic avenues and boulevards of the city. It took him several hours to find his way to Perthala Hall in his room. Once there, he slept very nearly on his bed. The next morning, he woke to Juris and Bast in his room, shaking him. He felt half asleep and unable to open his eyes fully, but otherwise fine. Conversation with the diplomats floated in his mind in a haze like an obscure childhood memory. What in Mara's name is rot meth? He asked quickly. Rancid, strongly fermented meat juices with lots of spices to kill the poison, smiled Bast. Bast, I should have warned you to stay with the Jaga. Must understand that the meat mandate by now, laughed Juris. These Vosmeria would rather eat each other than touch the fruit of the vine or the field. What did I say to those diplomats? Cried Scotty, panicking. Nothing bad, apparently, said Juris, pulling out some papers. Your escorts are downstairs to bring you to the Imperial Province. Here are your papers of safe passage. Sylvanar seems very impatient about business proceeding forward rapidly. He promises to send you some sort of rare treasure when the contracts are fulfilled. See, he's already giving me something. Juris showed off his new bejeweled earring, a beautiful, large, faceted ruby. Basoth showed him a similar one. The two fat fellows left the room so Scotty could dress and pack. The whole regiment of the Sylvanar's guards was on the street in front of the tavern. They surrounded a carriage crested with the official arms of Valenwood. Still dazed, Scotty climbed in and the captain of the guard gave the signal. They began a quick gallop. Scotty shook himself and then peered behind. Basoth and Juris were waving him goodbye. Wait, Scotty cried, aren't you coming back to the Imperial Province too? The Sylvanar asked that we stay behind as Imperial representatives, yelled Leodes Juris, in case there's a need for more contracts and negotiations. He appointed us Andre some sort of special honor for foreigners at court. Don't worry, lots of banquets to attend. You can handle the negotiations with Vonek and Atreus yourself, and we'll keep things settled here. Juris continued to yell advice about business, but his voice became indistinct with the distance. Soon it disappeared altogether as the convoy rounded the streets of Sylvanar. The jungle loomed suddenly in there, and then they were in it. Scotty had only gone through it by foot or along the rivers by slow-moving boats. Now it flashed all around him in profusions of greens. The horses seemed even faster moving through underbrush than on the smooth paths of the city. None of the weird sounds or dank smells of the jungle penetrated the escort. It felt to Scotty as if he were watching a play about the jungle with a background of a quick-moving scrim, which offered only the merest suggestion of the place. So it went for 2 weeks. There were lots of food and water in the carriage with the clerk, so he merely ate and slept at the caravan as the caravan pressed endlessly on. From time to time, he had to hear the sound of blades clashing. When he looked around, whatever had attacked the caravan had long since been left behind. At last, they reached the border, where an imperial garrison was stationed. Scotty presented the soldiers who met the carriage with the papers. They asked him a barrage of questions that he answered monosyllabically. I don't like how that's a weird word to me. Okay. And then left him pass. It took several more days to arrive at the gates of the Imperial City. The horses that had flown so fast through the jungles now slowed down in the unfamiliar territory of the wooden Colovian estates. By contrast, the cries of the province's birds and the smells of its province's plant life brought Decumus Scotty alive. It was as if he had been dreaming all the past months. At the gate of the city, Scotty's carriage door was open for him and he stepped out on uncertain legs. Before he had a moment to say anything to the escort, they had vanished, galloping back south through the forest. First thing he did now that he was home, to go to the closest tavern and have tea and fruit and bread. If he ever ate meat again, he told himself, that would suit him very nicely. If he never ate meat again. Negotiations with Lord Atreus and Lord Vanek proceeded immediately after. It was most agreeable. Both commissions recognized how lucrative the rebuilding of the Valenwood would be for their agency. Lord Vanek claimed, quite justifiably, that as the contracts had been written on forms notarized by his commission, he had the legal right to them. Lord Atreus claimed that Decumus Scotty was his agent and representative, that he had never been released from employment. The Emperor was called to arbitrate, but he claimed to be unavailable. His advisors, the Imperial Battle Mage Jaeger Tharn, had disappeared long ago and could not be called on for his wisdom of impartial mediation. Scotty lived very comfortably off the bribes from Lord Atreus and Lord Vanek. Every week, a letter would arrive from Juris Arbasov asking about the status of negotiations. Gradually, these letters ceased coming, and more urgent ones came from the Minister of Trade and the Sylvanar himself. The War of the Blue Divide with Somerset Isle ended with the Ultimaria winning several new coastal islands from the Wood Elves. The war with elsewhere continued, ravaging the eastern borders of Valenwood. Still, Vanek and Atreus fought over who would help. One fine morning in the early spring of the year Third Era, year 398, a courier arrived at Decumus Scotty's door. Lord Vanek has won the Valenwood Commission and requests that you and the contracts come to his hall at your earliest convenience. Has Lord Atreus decided not to challenge further? Asked Scotty. He's been unable to, having died very suddenly. Just now, from a terribly unfortunate accident, said the courier. Scotty had wondered how long it would be before the Dark Brotherhood was brought in for final negotiations. As he walked toward Lord Vanek's building commission, a long, severe piece of architecture, but a minor and respectable plaza. I just dropped my water bottle. He wondered if he had played the game, as he ought to have. Could Vanek so rapacious as to offer him a lower percentage of the commission now that his chief competitor was dead? Thankfully, he discovered, Lord Vanek had already decided to pay Scotty what he had proposed during the heat of the winter negotiations. His advisors had explained to him that other lesser building commissions might come forward unless the matter were handled quickly and fairly. Glad we have all the legal issues done with, said Lord Vanek fondly. Now we can get to business of helping the poor Bosmeri and collecting the profits. It's a pity you weren't our representative for all the troubles with Bender Mock and the Renesian business, but there will be plenty more wars, I'm sure of that. Scotty and Lord Vanek sent word to the Sylvanar that at last they were prepared to honor the contracts. A few weeks later, they held a banquet in honor of the profitable enterprise. Decumus Scotty was the darling of the Imperial City, and no expense was spared to make it an unforgettable evening. Scotty met the nobles and wealthy merchants who would be benefiting from his business dealings. An exotic, almost somehow faintly familiar smell arose in the ballroom. He tracked it to its source, a thick roasted slab of meat, so long and thick it covered several platters. The Cyrodiilic revelers were eating it ravenously, unable to find the words to express their delight at its taste and texture. It's like nothing I've ever had before. It's like pig-fed venison. You see the marbling of fat and meat? It's a masterpiece. Scotty went to take a slice, but then he saw something embedded deep in the dried and rendered roast. He nearly collided with his new employer, Lord Vanek, as he stumbled back. Where did this come from? Scotty stammered. From our client, the Sylvanar, beamed his lordship. It's some kind of local delicacy they called unthrapa. Scotty vomited and didn't stop for some time. Cast a rather temporary pall at the evening, but when Decumus Scotty was carried off to his manor, the guests continued to dine. The unthrapa was the delight of all. Even more so when Lord Vanek himself took a slice and found the first of 2 rubies buried within. How very clever of the Bosmeri to invent such a dish. The Cyrodiils agreed. Womp, womp, womp. Alright. With that, I will be right back. I need to grab more water. I didn't unmute, so I'm back. We are now going on to the Argonian account. Book 1, this is a continuation from A Dance in Fire. At least of Scotty, but this one is going to take us through Argonia or Black Marsh, depending on where. On a minor but respectful plaza in the Imperial City sat, or perhaps lounge, Lord Vanek's building commission. It was an unimaginative, austere building, not noticed so much for its aesthetic or architectural design, as for its prodigious length. Many critics wondered why such an ornamented extended direction held such fascination for Lord Vroneth, they kept it to themselves. 398th year, the Third Era, Decimus Scotti was a senior clerk at the Commission. It had been a few months since the shy middle-aged man had brought Lord Vroneth the most lucrative of all contracts, granting the Commission the exclusive right to rebuild the roads of Valenwood, which had been destroyed in the 5-Year War. For this, he had become the darling of the managers and clerks, spending his days recounting his adventures, more or less faithfully, although he did omit the ending of the tale, since many of them had partaken in the celebratory Minthrapa roast provided by the Silentry. Informing one's listeners they have gorged on human flesh improves very few tales of any good taste. Scotti was neither particularly ambitious nor hard-working, but he did not mind that Lord Vonic had not given him anything to actually do. Whenever the squat little gnomish man would happen upon Decimus Scotti in the Valfstas, Lord Vonic would always say, "You're a credit to the Commission. Keep up the good work." In the beginning, Scotti had worried that he was supposed to be doing something, but as the months went on, he merely replied, "Thank you, I will." There was, on the other hand, the future to consider. He was not a young man, and though he was receiving a respectable salary for someone not doing actual work, Scotti considered that soon he might have to retire and not get paid for not doing work. It would be nice, he decided, if Lord Vonic, out of gratitude for the millions of gold the Valenwood contract was generating, might deign to make Scotti a partner, or at least give him a small percentage on the bounty. Decimus Scotti was no good at asking for things like that, which was one of the reasons why, previous to his signal successes in Valenwood as a senior clerk for Lord Atreus, he was a lousy agent. He had just made up his mind to say something to Lord Vonic when his lordship unexpectedly pushed things along. "You're a credit to the Commission," though waddling little thing said, and then paused. "Do you have a moment free on your schedule?" Scotti nodded eagerly and followed his lordship to his hideously decorated and very enviable hectare of office space. "Zenithar blesses us for your presence at the Commission," the little fellow squeaked grandly. "Do not know whether you know this, but we were having a bad time before you came along. We had impressive projects for certain, but they were not successful. In Blackmarsh, for example, for years we've been trying to improve the roads, other routes of travel for commerce. Put my best man, Flessus Tijo on it, but every year, despite staggering investments of time and money, the trade along those routes only gets slower and slower. Now we have your very clean, very profitable Valenwood contract to boost the Commission's profits. I think it's time you were rewarded." Scotti grinned a grin of great modesty and subtle avarice. "I want you to take over the Blackmarsh account for Flessus Tijo." Scotti shook as if awakening from a pleasant dream to hideous reality. "My lord, I couldn't." "Nonsense," chirped Lord Vodic. "Don't worry about Tijo. He'll be happy to retire on the money I gave him, particularly as soul-wrenchingly difficult as this Blackmarsh business has been. Just be sure of a challenge, my dear Decimus." Scotti couldn't utter a sound, though his mouth feebly formed the word "no" as Lord Vonic brought out the box of documentation on Blackmarsh. "You're a fast reader," Lord Vonic guessed. "You can read it all en route." "En route to Blackmarsh, of course," the tiny fellow giggled. "You're a funny chap. Where else would you go to learn about the work that's being done and how to improve it?" The next morning, the second documentation hardly touched, Decimus Scotti began the journey southeast to Blackmarsh. Lord Vonic had hired an able-bodied guard, or rather taciturn red guard named Malik, to protect his best agent. They rode south along the Nibbin, and then southeast along the Silverfish, continuing on into the wilds of Cyrodiil, where the river tributaries had no names and the very vegetation seemed to come from another world than the nice civilized gardens of the northern imperial province. Scotty's horse was tied to Malik's, so the clerk was able to read. It made it difficult to pay attention to the path they were taking, but Scotty knew he needed at least a cursory familiarity with the Commission's business dealings in Blackmarsh. It was a huge box of paperwork going back 40 years when the Commission had first been given several million gold by a wealthy trader, Lord Zellicles Pinos Revena, to improve the condition of the road from Gideon to Cyrodiil. At that time, it took 3 weeks, a preposterously long time, for the ricin root he was importing to arrive, half rotten, in the imperial province. Pinos Revena was long dead, but many other investors over the decades, including Pelagius IV, himself had hired the Commission to build roads, drain swamps, construct bridges, devise anti-smuggling systems, hire mercenaries, and in short, do everything that the greatest empire in history knew would work to aid trade with Blackmarsh. According to the latest figures, the result of this was that it took 2.5 months of goods, now thoroughly rotten, to arrive. Oh! From 3 weeks to 10. Love it. Scotty found that when he looked up after concentrating on what he was reading, landscape had always changed. Always dramatically, always for the worse. "This is Blackwood, sir," said Malik to Scotty's unspoken question. It was dark and woodsy, so Decimus Scotty thought that a very appropriate name. The question he longed to ask, which in due course he did ask, was, "What's that terrible smell?" "Slow point, sir," Malik replied as they turned the next bend, where the umbrageous tunnel of tangled tree and vine openings opened to a clearing. There squatted a cluster of formal buildings in the dreary imperial design favored by Lord Vonek's commission and every emperor since Tiber, together with a stench so eye-blindingly, stomach-wrenchingly awful that Scotty wondered suddenly if it were deadly poisonous. The swarms of blood-colored, sand-grain-sized insects obscuring the air did not improve the view. Those butterflies? Scotty and Malik batted at the buzzing clouds as they rode their horses towards the largest of the buildings, which on approach revealed itself to be perched at the edge of a thick black river. From its size and serious aspect, Scotty guessed it would be the census and excise office for the wide white bridge that stretched across the burbling dark water to the reeds on the other side. It was a very nice, brightly sturdy-looking bridge built, Scotty knew, by his commission. A poxy, irritable official opened the door quickly on Scotty's first knock. Come in quickly, don't let the flesh flies in." "Flesh flies?" Decimus Scotty trembled. "You mean they eat human flesh?" "If you're fool enough to stand around and let them," the soldier said, rolling his eyes. He had half an ear. And Scotty, looking around at the other soldiers in the fort, noted that they were all well chewed. One of them had no nose at all to speak of. "Now, what's your business?" Scotty told them and added that if they stood outside the fortress instead of inside, they might catch more smugglers. "You better be more concerned with getting across that bridge," the soldier sneered. "Tide's coming up, and if you don't get a move on, you won't get to Blackmarsh for 4 days. That was absurd. A bridge swamped by a rising tide on a river? Only the look in the soldier's eyes told Scotty he wasn't joking. Upon stepping out of the port, he saw that the horses, evidently tired of being tortured by the flesh flies, ripped free of the restraints and were bounding off into the woods. The oily water of the river was already lapping on the planks, oozing between the crevices. Scotty reflected that perhaps he was more than willing to endure a wait of 4 days before going to Blackmarsh, but Malik was already running across. Scotty followed him, wheezing. He was not in excellent shape and never had been. The box of commission materials was heavy, halfway across. Paused to catch his breath and then discovered he could not move. His feet were stuck. The black mud that ran through the river was a thick, gluey paste, and having washed over the planks Scotty was on, it held his feet fast. Panic seized him. Scotty looked up from his trap and saw Malik leaping from plank to plank ahead of him, closing fast on the reeds to the other side. "Help!" Scotty cried. "I'm stuck!" Malik did not even turn around, but kept jumping. "I know, sir. You need to lose weight." Damn. Decimus Scotty knew he was a few pounds over, and he meant to start eating less and exercising more, but embarking on a diet hardly seemed to promise timely aid in his current predicament. No doubt a nerd would have helped him just then. However, on reflection, Scotty realized that the Redguard intended that he drop the box of documents, for Malik was no longer carrying any of the essential supplies he had with him previously. With a sigh, Scotty threw the box of commission notes into the glop, felt the plank under him rise 1/4 of an inch, just enough to free him from the mud's clutches. With an agility born of extreme fear, Scotty began leaping after Malik, dropping onto every third plank and springing up before the river gripped him. In 46 leaps, Decimus Scotty crashed through the reeds onto the solid ground behind Malik and found himself in Blackmarsh. He could hear behind him a slurping sound as the bridge and his container of important and official records of commission affairs was consumed by the rising flood of dark filth, never to be seen again. On to Chapter 2, Book 2. Decimus Scotty emerged from the dirt and reeds, exhausted from running, his face and arms sheathed in red flesh flies. Looking back towards Cyrodiil, he saw the bridge disappear beneath the thick black river, and he knew he was not getting back until the tide went down in a few days. Time. The river also held its adhesive depths his files on the Blackmarsh account. He would have to rely on his memory for his contacts in Gideon. Malik was purposefully striding through the reeds ahead, filling ineffectually at the flesh flies. Scotty hurried after him. "We're lucky, sir," said the Red Guard, which struck Scotty as an extraordinarily odd thing to say, until his eyes followed where the man's finger was pointing. "The caravan is here." 21 rusted, mud-spattered wagons with rotting wood and wobbly wheels sat half-sunken in the soft earth ahead. A crowd of Argonians, gray-scaled and gray-eyed, the sort of sullen manual laborers that were common in Cyrodiil, pulled out one of the wagons, which had been detached from the others. As Scotty and Malek came closer, they saw it was filled with a cargo of black berries so decayed that they had become hardly recognizable, more a festering jelly than a wagon load of fruit. Yes, they were going to the city of Gideon, and yes, they said, Gideon could get a ride with them after they were finished unloading the shipment of lump berries. "How long ago were they picked?" Scotty asked, looking at the wagon's rotten produce. "The harvest wasn't last seed, of course," said the Argonian, who seemed to be in charge of the wagon. It was now sundusk, so they had been en route from the field for a little over 2 months. Clearly, Scotty thought, there were problems with transportation, but fixing that, after all, was what he was doing here as a representative of Lord Vonnick's building commission. It took close to an hour for the berries rotting even more in the sun for the wagon to be pushed to the side, and the wagons in front of it and behind it to be attached to one another, and one of the 8 horses from the front of the caravan to be brought around to the now independent wagon. The laborers moved with dispirited lethargy, and Scotty took the opportunity to inspect the rest of the caravan and talk to his fellow travelers. 4 of the wagons had benches in them, fit for uncomfortable riders. All the rest were filled with grain, meat, and vegetation in various stages of corruption. The travelers consisted of 6 Argonian laborers, 3 Imperial merchants so bug-bitten that their skin looked as scaly as the Argonians themselves, and 3 cloaked fellows who were evidently Dunmer, judging by the red eyes that gleamed in the shadows under their hoods. All were transporting their goods along the Imperial Commerce Road. "This is a road?" Scotty exclaimed, looking at the endless field of reeds that reached up to his chin or higher. "It's solid ground of a sort." One of the hooded Dunmer shrugged. "The horses eat some of the reed, and sometimes we set fire to it, but it just grows right back up." Finally, the wagon master signaled that the caravan was ready to go. Scotty took a seat in the 3rd wagon with the other Imperials. He looked around, but Malek was not on board. "Here to get you to Black Marsh and take you back out," said the Red Guard, who had plumped down on a rock in the sea of reeds and was munching on a hairy carrot. "I'll be here when you get back." Scotty frowned, not only because Malek had dropped the deferential title Sir while addressing him. Now he truly knew no one in Black Marsh, but the caravan slowly grinded and bumped forward, so there was no time to argue. A noxious wind blew across the Commerce Road, casting patterns in the endless and featureless expanse of reeds. In the distance, there seemed to be mountains, but they constantly shifted, and Scotty realized there were banks of mist and fog. Shadows flitted across the landscape, and when Scotty looked up, he saw that they were being cast by giant birds with long, saw-like beaks, nearly the size of the rest of their bodies. Hackwings, Caro, Gemellus, and Imperial on Scotty's left. "Might have been young, but looked old and beaten," muttered. "Like everything in this damn old place, they'll eat you if you don't keep moving. Beggars pounce down and give you a nasty chop, and then they fly off and come back when you're mostly dead from blood loss." Scotty shivered. He'd hoped they'd be in Gideon before nightfall. Then it occurred to him that the sun was on the wrong side of the caravan. "Excuse me, sir," Scotty called to the wagon master. "I thought you said we were going to Gideon." The wagon master nodded. "Why are we going north then, when we should be going south?" There was no reply but a sigh. Scotty confirmed with his fellow travelers that they too were going to Gideon. None of them seemed very concerned about the circuitous route to getting there. Seats were hard on his middle-aged back and buttocks, but the bumping rhythm of the caravan and the hypnotic waving reeds gradually had an effect on him, and Scotty drifted off to sleep. He woke in the dark some hours later, not sure where he was. The caravan was no longer moving, and he was on the floor, under the bench, next to some small boxes. There were voices speaking a hissing, clicking a language Scotty didn't understand. He peeked out between someone's legs to see what was happening. The moons barely pierced the thick mist surrounding the caravan. Scotty did not have the best angle to see who was talking. For a moment, it looked like the gray wagon master was talking to himself, but the darkness had movement and moisture, in fact, glistening scales. It was hard to tell how many of these things there were, but they were big, black, and the more Scotty looked at them, the more details he could see. When one particular detail emerged, huge mouths filled with dripping needle-like fangs, Scotty slipped back under the bench. Their black little eyes had not fallen on him yet. The legs in front of Scotty moved and then began to thrash as their owner was grabbed and pulled out of the wagon. Scotty crouched back further, getting behind the little boxes. He didn't know much about concealment, but he had some experience with shields. He knew that having anything in between you and bad things was always good. A few seconds later, the legs disappeared from sight. There was a horrible scream, and then a second and a third. Different timbres, different accents, but the same inarticulate message. Terror and pain, horrible pain. Scotty remembered a long-forgotten prayer to the god Stendar and whispered to himself. Then there was silence. Ghastly silence that lasted only a few minutes, but which seemed like years, hours, years. And then the carriage started rolling forward again. Scotty cautiously crawled out from under the carriage. Cairo Gemulus gave him a bemused grin. There you are, he said. I thought the Nagas took you. Nagas? Nasty characters, Grandma said, frowning. Puff adders with legs and arms, 7 feet tall. Ain't when they're mad. Come from the inner swamp and they don't like it here much, so they're particularly peevish. You're the kind of posh imperial they're looking for. Scotty had never in his life thought of himself as posh. His mud and flesh-fly bespeckled clothing seemed eminently middle class at best to him. What they want me for? To rob, of course, the Imperial smiled, and to kill. You didn't notice what happened to the others? The Imperial frowned, as if struck by a thought. You didn't sample from those boxes down below, did you? Like the sugar, do you? Gods no, Scotty grimaced. The Imperial nodded, relieved. You just seem a little slow. First time into Black March, I gather. Oh, I know, hissed Piss. Scotty was just about to ask Gemulus what the vulgar term meant when the rain began. It was an inferno of foul-smelling yellow-brown rain that washed over the caravan, accompanied by the growl of thunder in the distance. Gemulus worked to pull the roof over the wagon, glaring at Scotty until he helped with the laborious process. He shuddered not only from the cold damp, but from the contemplation of the disgusting precipitation pouring down on the already nasty produce in the uncovered wagon. We'll be dry soon enough, Gemulus smiled, pointing out in the fog. Scotty had never been to Gideon, but he knew what to expect. A large settlement, more or less laid out like an imperial city, with more or less imperial-style architecture and all the imperial comforts and traditions, more or less. Jumble of huts half sunk in mud was decidedly less. Where are we? Asked Scotty, bewildered. Hixanog, replied Gemulus, pronouncing the queer name with confidence. You were right. We were going north when we should have been going south. What? Alright. Book 3. Agnes Scotty was supposed to be in Gideon, a thoroughly imperialized city in the southern Black Marsh, arranging business dealings to improve commerce in the province on behalf of Lord Vonnick's building commission and its clients. Instead, he was in a half-submerged, rotten little village called Hexenog, where he knew no one, except for a drug smuggler named Cairo Gemulus. Gemulus was not at all perturbed that the merchant caravan had gone north instead of south. He even let Scotty share his bucket of trode, tiny little crunchy fish he had brought from the villagers. Scotty would have preferred them cooked, or at any rate, dead, but Gemulus blithely explained that dead, cooked trode are deadly poison. 1 second. Okay. If I were where I was supposed to be, Scotty pouted, pulling at one of the wriggling little creatures in his mouth. I could be having a roast and some cheese and a glass of wine. I saw moon sugar in the north and bite in the south, he shrugged. You'll have to be more flexible, my friend. My only business is in Gideon, Scotty frowned. Well, you have a couple choices, replied the smuggler. You could just stay here. Most villages in Argonia don't stay put for very long. There's a good chance Hixanog will drift right down to the gates of Gideon. Might take a month or two, probably the easiest way. That'd put me far behind schedule. Next option, you could join up with the caravan again. They might be going in the right direction this time, and they might not get stuck in the mud, and they might not be all murdered by Naga highwaymen. Not tempting, frowned Scotty. Any other ideas? Ride the routes, the Underground Express. Gemulus grinned. Follow me. Scotty followed Gemulus out of the village and into a copse of trees shrouded by veils of wispy moss. The smuggler kept his eye on the ground, poking up the viscous mud intermittently. Finally, he found a spot which triggered a mass of big oily bubbles to rise to the surface. Perfect, he said. Now, the important thing is not to panic. The express will take you due south. That's the wintertide migration. And you'll know you're near Gideon when you see a lot of red clay. Just don't panic, and when you see a mass of bubbles, that's a breathing hole you can use to get out. Scotty looked at Gemulus blankly. The man was talking perfect gibberish. What? Gemulus took Scotty by the shoulder and positioned him on top of the mass of bubbles. You stand right here. Scotty sank quickly in the mud, staring at the smuggler, horror struck. And remember, to wait till you see the red clay, and then the next time you see bubbles, push up. The more Scotty wriggled free, the faster he sunk. The mud enveloped Scotty to his neck, and he continued staring, unable to articulate anything but a noise like oog. Don't panic at the idea you're being digested. You'll live in a rootworm's belly for months. Scotty took one last panic gasp of air and closed his eyes before he disappeared into the mud. The clerk felt a warmth he hadn't expected all around him. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was entirely surrounded by a translucent goo and was traveling rapidly forward, southward, gliding through the mud as if it were air, skipping along an intricate network of roots. Scotty felt confusion and euphoria in equal measures, madly rushing forward through an alien environment of darkness, spinning around and over the thick, fibrous tentacles of the trees. It was as if he were high in the sky at midnight, not deep beneath the swamp in the Underground Express. Looking up slightly at the massive root structure above, Scotty saw something wriggle past. An 8-foot-long, armless, legless, colorless, boneless, eyeless, nearly shapeless creature riding the roots. Something dark was inside of it, and as he came closer, Scotty could see it was an Argonian man. He waved in the disgusting creature the Argonian was in, flattened slightly, and rushed onward. Gemulus's words began to appear in Scotty's mind at the sight. The wintertide migration, air hole, you're being digested. These were the phrases that danced around as if trying to find some place to live in a brain, which was highly resistant to them coming in. There was no other way to look at the situation. Scotty had gone from eating a living fish to being eaten alive as a way of transport. He was in one of those worms. Scotty had made an executive decision to faint. He woke in stages, having a beautiful dream of being held in a woman's warm embrace. Smiling and opening his eyes, reality of where he was rushed over him. The creature was still rushing madly, blindly forward, gliding over roots, but it took no longer like a flight through the night sky. Now it was the sky at sunrise in pinks and reds. Scotty remembered Gimulus telling him to look for red clay, and he would be near Gideon. Next thing he had to find was bubbles. There were no bubbles anywhere. Though the inside of the worm was still warm and comfortable, Scotty felt the weight of the earth all around him. Just don't panic, Gimulus said. But it was one thing to hear that advice and quite another to take it. He began to squirm, and the creature began to move faster at the increased pressure from within. Suddenly, Scotty saw ahead of him, a slim spire of bubbles rising up through the mud from some underground stream. Straight up, though the roots to the surface above him. The moment the root went through it, Scotty pushed with all of his might upward, bursting through the creature's thin skin. The bubbles pushed Scotty up quickly, and before he could blink, he was popping out of the red, slushy mud. Two gray Argonians were standing under a tree nearby, holding a net. They looked in Scotty's direction with polite curiosity. In their net, Scotty noticed, were several squirming, furry, rat-like creatures. While he addressed them, another fell out of the tree. Though Scotty had not been educated in this practice, he recognized fishing when he saw it. "Excuse me, lad," Scotty said jovially. "I was wondering if you'd point me in the direction of Gideon." The Argonians introduced themselves as drawing flame into furl of fresh leaves, and looked at one another, puzzling over the question. "Who do you seek?" asked Furl of Fresh Leaves. "I believe his name is..." Scotty, trying to remember the contents of his long-gone file of Black Marsh contacts in Gideon. "Archane Rightfoot Rock?" Drawing Flame nodded. "For 5 gold, show you way. Just east is Plantation, east of Gideon." "Very nice." Scotty thought that the best business he had heard of in 2 days and hand Drawing Flames to 5 septims. The Guardians led Scotty onto a muddy ribbon of road that passed through the Eredes, and soon revealed the bright blue expanse of Topol Bay far to the west. Scotty looked around at the magnificent walled estates where the bright crimson blossoms sprang forth from the very dirt of the walls, and surprised himself by thinking this is very pretty. The road ran parallel to a fast-moving stream running eastward from Topol Bay. It was called the Oncobra River, he was told. It ran deep into Black Marsh to the very dark heart of the province. Peeking past the gates of the plantations east of Gideon, Scotty saw that few of the fields were tended, mostly had rotten crops from harvest past, still clinging to wilted vines. Orchards of desolate, leafless trees. The Argonian serfs who worked the fields were thin, weak, near death, more like haunting spirits than creatures with life and reason. 2 hours later, as the three continued their trudge east, the estates were still impressive, at least from a distance. Dirt was still solid if weedy, but Scotty was irritated, horrified by the field workers in the agricultural state, and no longer charitable towards the area. How much further? Furl of Fresh Leaves and Drawing Flame looked at one another as if the question was something that hadn't occurred to them. Archane is east? Furl of Fresh Leaves pondered. Near or far? Drawing Flame shrugged noncommittally, and said to Scotty, For 5 gold, I'll show you way. Just ceased. His plantation. Very nice. You don't have any idea, do you? Scotty cried. Why would you tell me that in the first place when I might have asked someone else? Around the bend up ahead, there was the sound of hoofbeats, a horse coming closer. Scotty began to walk towards the sound to hail the rider and didn't see Drawing Flame's talented claws flash out and cast a spell at him. He felt it, though. A kiss of ice along his spine, the muscles along his arms and legs suddenly immobilized if wrapped in rigid steel. He was paralyzed. The great curse of paralysis, as the reader may be unfortunate enough to know, is that you continue to see and think even though your body does not respond. The thought that went through Scotty's mind was, damn. For Drawing Flame and Furl of Fresh Leaves were, of course, like most simple laborers in Blackmarsh, accomplished illusionists and no friend of the Imperial. The Argonians shoved Decimus Scotty to the side of the road just as the horse and rider came around the corner. He was an impressive figure, a nobleman in a flashing dark green cloak, the exact same color as the scaled skin, and a frilled hood that was part of his flesh, and sat upon his head like a horned crown. Greetings, brothers, the rider said to the two. Greetings, Archie and Right Foot Rock, they responded, and then Furl of Fresh Leaves added, what is my lord's business on this fine day? No rest, the Archie sighed regally. One of my she-workers gave birth to twins. Twins! Fortunately, there's a good trader in town for those. And she didn't put up too much of a fuss. And then there's a fool of an Imperial from Lord Vonnick's building commission I was supposed to meet with in Gideon. Sure he'll want the grand tour before he opens up the treasury for me. Such a lot of fuss. Drawing Flame and Furl of Fresh Leaves sympathized, and then as Archie and Right Foot Rock drove off, they went looking for their hostage. Fortunately from them, gravity being the same in Blackmarsh as elsewhere in Tamriel, their hostage, Decimus Scotty, had continued to roll down from where he left, and he was, at that moment, in the Okobra River, drowning. Oh no. Damn. Decimus Scotty was drowning, and he didn't think much of it. Couldn't move his arms or legs to swim because of the paralysis spell the Argonian peasant had lobbed at him, but he wasn't quite sinking. The Okobra River was a crashing force of white water and currents that could carry along large rocks with ease, so Scotty tumbled head over heels, spinning, bumping, bouncing along. He figured that soon enough he would be dead, and that would be better than being in Blackmarsh. He wasn't too panicked about it when he felt his lungs fill with water, and cold blackness fell upon him. For a while, for the first time in some time, Decimus Scotty felt peace. Blessed darkness, and then pain came to him, and he felt himself coughing, spewing water up from his belly and lungs. A voice. Oh bother, he's alive, ain't he now? Scotty wasn't quite sure if that were true. When he opened his eyes and looked at the faces above him, it was an Argonian, but unlike any he had seen anywhere. The face was thin and long like a thick lance. The scales were ruby red, brilliant in the sunlight. It blinked at him, its eyelids opening and closing in vertical slits. I don't suppose we should eat you, should we now? The creature smiled, and Scotty could tell from its teeth that it was no idle suggestion. Thank you, said Scotty weakly. He craned his head slightly to find out who the we were, and discovered he was on the muddy bank of the still, sludgy river, surrounded by a group of Argonians with similarly needle-like faces and a whole rainbow of scales. Bright greens and gem-like purples, blues, and oranges. Can you tell me yet? Am I near, well, anywhere? The ruby-colored Argonian laughed. No, you're in the middle of everywhere and near nowhere. Oh, said Scotty, who grasped the idea that space did not mean much in Blackmarsh. And what are you? We're Agasefs, the ruby-colored Argonian replied. My name is Nomu. Scotty introduced himself. I'm a senior clerk in Lord Vonnick's building commission in the Imperial City. Job was come here to try to fix the problems with the commerce, but I've lost my agenda. Haven't met with any of my contacts. The Archie and the Gideon. Pompous, assimilated slaver kleptocrats, a small lemon-colored Agasef murmured with some feeling. And now I just want to go home. Namu smiled, his long mouth arching up like a host happy to see an unwanted guest leave a party. Shess will guide you. Shess, it seemed, was the bitter little yellow creature who was not at all pleased at the assignment. With surprising strength, he hoisted Scotty up, and for a moment, the clerk was reminded of Gamulus dropping him into the bubbling muck that led to the Underground Express. Instead, Jess shoved Scotty toward a tiny little raft, razor thin, that bobbed on the surface of the water. This is how you travel? We don't have the broken wagons and dying horses of our brothers on the outside, Shez replied, rolling his tiny eyes. We don't know better. The Argonian sat at the back of the craft and used his whip-like tail to propel and navigate the craft. They traveled quickly around swirling pools of slime that stink of centuries of putrefaction, past pinnacled mountains that seemed sturdy but suddenly fell apart at the slightest ripple in the still water. Under bridges that might have once been metal but were now purely rust. Everything in Tamriel flows down to Blackmarsh, Shez said. As I slid through the water, Shez explained to Scotty that the Agasefs were one of the many Argonian tribes that lived in the interior of the province, near the Hist, finding little in the outside world worth seeing. He was fortunate to have been found by them. Nagas, the toad-like Patru, and the winged Sarpa would have killed him on the spot. There are other creatures to be avoided. Though there were few natural predators in the inner Blackmarsh, the scavengers that rooted in the garbage seldom shied away from a living meal. Crackwings circled overhead, like the one Scotty had seen in the west. Shez fell silent and stopped the raft completely, waiting for something. Scotty looked in the direction Shez was watching and saw nothing unusual in the filthy water. Then he realized that the pool of green slime in front of them was actually moving, and fairly quickly, from one bank to the other. It deposited small bones behind it as it oozed up in the reeds and disappeared. Boroplasm, Shez explained, moving the boat forward again. Big word. It'll strip you to the bone by the second syllable. Scotty, desirous to distract himself from the sights and smells that surrounded him, thought it a good time to compliment his pilot on his excellent vocabulary. It was particularly impressive given how far from civilization they were. The Argonians in the east did, in fact, speak so well. They tried to erect a Temple Mara near here in Unfolo 20 years ago, Shez explained, and Scotty nodded, remembering reading about it in the files before they were lost. They all perished quite dreadfully of swamp rot in the first month, but they left behind some excellent books. Scotty was going to inquire further when he saw something so huge, so horrifying, it made him stop, frozen. Half submerged in the water ahead was a mountain of spines, laying on 9-foot-long white claws. Swamp Leviathan? I don't know if I'm familiar with that. Wise stared blindingly forward, and then suddenly the whole creature's spasm lurched. The jaw of its mouth jutting out, exposing tusks clotted with gore. Swamp Leviathan, Shez whistled. Very impressive, very dangerous. Scotty gasped, wondering why the Agasef were so calm and more, why he was continuing to steer the raft toward the beast. Of all the creatures in the world, the rats are sometimes the worst, said Shez. Scotty noticed that the huge creature was only a husk. Its movement was from the hundreds of rats that burrowed into it, rapidly eating their way from the inside out, bursting from the skin in spots. They are indeed, Scotty said, and his mind went to the Blackmarsh flies, buried deep in the mud, and 4 decades of Imperial work in Blackmarsh. The two continued westward through the heart of Blackmarsh. Shez showed Scotty that vast, complicated ruins of the Kothringi capitals, fields of ferns and flowered grasses, quiet streams under canopies of blue moss, and the most astonishing sight of Scotty's life, the huge forest of full-grown trees. They never saw a living soul until they arrived at the edge of the Imperial Commerce Road, just east of Slow Point, where Malik, Scotty's Redguard guide, was waiting patiently. I was going to give you 2 more minutes, the Redguard scowled, dropping the last of his food onto the pilot's feet. No more, sir. The sun was shining bright when Decimus Scotty rode into the capital city, and as it caught the morning dew, it lent a glisten to every building as if he had been newly polished for his arrival. It astonished him how clean the city was and how few beggars there were. The protracted edifice of Lord Vonnick's building commission was the same as it had always been, but still the very sight of it seemed exotic and strange. It was not covered in mud. The people within actually generally worked. Lord Vonnick himself, though singularly squat and squinty, seemed immaculate. Not only relatively clean of dirt and scabs, but also relatively uncorrupt. Scotty couldn't help but stare at him when he first caught sight of his boss. Vonnick stared right back. "You're a sight," the little fellow frowned. "Did your horse drag you to Blackmarsh and back? I would say go home and fix yourself. There are a dozen people here to see you. Hope you have solutions for them." It was no exaggeration. Nearly 20 of Cyrodiil's most powerful and wealthiest people were waiting for him. Scotty was given an office even larger than Vonnick's, and he met with each. First among the commission's clients were 5 independent traders, blustering and loaded with gold, demanding to know what Scotty intended to do about improving the trade routes. Scotty summarized for them the conditions of the main roads, the state of the merchants' caravans, the sunken bridges, and all the other impediments between the frontier and the marketplace. They told him to have everything replaced and repaired, and gave him the gold necessary to do it. Within 3 months, the bridge at Slow Point had disappeared into the muck, and the great caravan had collapsed into decrepitude, and the main road from Gideon had been utterly swallowed up by the swamp water. The Argonians began, once again, to use the old ways, their personal rafts and sometimes the Underground Express to transport the grain in small quantities. It took a third of the time, 2 weeks, to arrive in Cyrodiil, none of it rotten. The Archbishop of Mara was the next client Scotty met with. A kind-hearted man, horrified by the tales of Argonian mothers selling the children into slavery. He pointedly asked Scotty if it were true. Sadly, yes, Scotty replied, and the Archbishop showered him with septums, telling the clerk that food must be brought to the province to ease their suffering. The schools must be improved so that they could learn to help themselves. Within 5 months, the last book had been stolen from the deserted Maran monastery, Numfolo. As the Archeans went bankrupt, their slaves returned to their parents' tiny farms. The backwater Argonians found that they could grow enough food to feed their families provided they had enough hard workers in their enclave, and the buyer's market for slaves sharply declined. Ambassador Theexith, concerned about the rising crime in northern Blackmarsh, brought with him the contributions of many other expatriate Argonians like himself. They wanted more Imperial guards on the border at Slow Point, more magically lit lanterns posted along the main roads at regular intervals, more patrol stations, more schools bought to allow young Argonians to better themselves and not turn to crime. Within 6 months, there were no more Nagas roaming the roads, as there were no merchants traveling them to rob. The thugs returned to the fetid inner swamp, where they felt much happier, their constitutions enriched by the rot and pestilence they loved. Sleeks and his constituency were so pleased by the crime rate dropping, they brought even more gold to Decimus Scotti, telling him to keep up the good work. Blackmarsh simply is, and always shall be, unable to sustain a large-scale cash crop plantation economy. The Argonians and anyone else, the whole of Tamriel, could live in Blackmarsh on subsistence farming, just raising what they needed. That was not sad, Scotty thought. That was hopeful. Scotty's solution to each of their dilemmas had been the same. 10% of the gold they gave him went to Lord Vonnick's building commission. The rest Scotty kept for himself and did exactly nothing about the requests. Within a year, Scotty had embezzled enough to trade very comfortably, and Blackmarsh was better off than it had been in 40 years. Damn. Okay, I actually forgot to pull this up. I need to pull up my book list. Alright. The Armorer's Challenge is next. The Armorer's Challenge by Mimophonist. 300 years ago, when Kataraya became Empress, the first and only Dunmer to rule all of Tamriel, she faced opposition from the Imperial Council. Even after she convinced them that she would be the best regent to rule the Empire, while her husband Pelagius sought treatment for his madness, there was still conflict, in particular from the Duke of Bungetto, Thane Minglumire, who took particular delight in exposing all the Empress's lack of practical knowledge. In this particular instance, Kataraya and the Council were discussing the unrest in Blackmarsh and the massacre of Imperial troops outside the village of Armanius. The sodden swampland and the sweltering climate, particularly in summertide, would endanger the troops if they wore their usual armor. I know a very clever armorer, said Kataraya. His name is Hazadir, an Argonian who knows the environments our army will be facing. We knew him in Vivek, where he was a slave to the master armorer there, before he moved to Imperial City as a freed man. We should have him design armor and weaponry for the campaign. Minglumire gave a short, barking laugh. She wants a slave to design the armor and weaponry for our troops. Cyrillus Asakis is the finest armorer in the Imperial City. Everyone knows that. After much debate, it was finally decided to have both armorers contend for the commission. The council also elected 2 champions of equal power and prowess, Nandor Baried and Raphaelis Yule, to battle using the arms and armaments of the real competitors in the struggle. Whichever champion won, the armorer who supplied him would earn the Imperial Commission. It was decided that Baried would be outfitted by Hazadir and Yule by Sakis. The fight was scheduled to commence in 7 days. Cyrillus and Sakis began work immediately. He would have preferred more time, but he recognized the nature of the test. The situation in Armanius was urgent. The Empire would have to select their armor quickly, and once selected, the preferred armor had to act swiftly and produce the finest armor and weaponry for the Imperial Army in Blackmarsh. It wasn't just the best armor they were looking for, it was the most efficient. Sakis had only begun steaming the half-inch strips of black virgin oak to bend into bands for the flanges of the armor joints when there was a knock at his door. His assistant Fandius ushered in the visitor. It was a tall reptilian of common markings, a dull green-fringed hood, bright black eyes, and dull brown cloak. It was Hazadir, Kataraya's preferred armorer. I wanted to wish you the best of luck on the... Is that ebony? It was indeed. Sagas had bought the finest quality ebony weave available in the Imperial City as soon as he heard of the competition, and begun the process of smelting it. Normally, it was a 6-month process for refining the ore, but he hoped that a massive convection oven stoked by white flames, born of magicka, would turn the operation to 3 days. Sagas proudly pointed out the other advancements in his armory, the acidic lime pools to sharpen the blade of the daikatana to an unimaginable degree of sharpness, that could be reforged, and the tongs he would use to fold the ebony back and forth upon itself. Hazadir laughed. Have you been to my armory? It's 2 tiny smoke-filled rooms. The front is a shop, the back is filled with broken armor, some hammers, and a forge. That's it. That's your competition for the millions of gold pieces in Imperial Commission. I'm sure the Empress had some reason to trust you to outfit her troops, said Cyrillus Sakis kindly. He had, after all, seen the shop and knew that what Hazadir said was true. It was a pathetic shop in the slums, but only for the lowliest of adventurers to get their iron daggers and cuirasses repaired. Sagas had decided to make the best quality regardless of the inferiority of his rival. It was his way and how he became the best armorer in the Imperial City. Out of kindness and more than a bit of pride, Sagas showed Hazadir how, by contrast, things should be done in a real professional armory. The Argonian acted as an apprentice to Sagas, helping him refine the ebony ore and to pound it and fold it when it cooled. Over the next several days, they worked together to create a beautiful daikatana with an edge honed sharp enough to trim a mosquito's eyebrows, enchanted with flames along its length, by one of the Imperial Battle Mages, as well as a suit of armor of bound wood, leather, silver, and ebony to resist the winds of Oblivion. On the day of the battle, Sagas, Hazadir, and Fandius finished polishing the armor and brought it to Raphael Eel for the fitting. Hazadir left only then, realizing that Nandor Buried would be at his shop shortly to be outfitted. 2 warriors met before the Empress and Imperial Council in the arena, which had been flooded slightly to simulate the swampy conditions of Black Marsh. From the moment Sakius saw Yule in his suit of heavy ebony and blazing daikatana and buried in his collection of dusty rusted lizard scales and spear from Hazadir's shop, he knew who would win, and he was right. First blow from the daikatana lodged in Buried's soft shield, as there was no metal trim to deflect it. Before Yule could pull his sword back, Buried let go of the now flaming shield, still stuck on the sword, and poked at the joints of Yule's ebony armor with a spear. Yule finally retrieved his sword from the ruined shield, slashed at Buried, but his light armor was scaled and angled, and the attacks rolled off into the water, extinguishing the daikatana's flames. When Buried struck at Yule's feet, he fell into the churned mud and was unable to move. The Empress, out of mercy, called a victor. Hazadir received the commission, and thanks to his knowledge of Argonian battle tactics and weaponry, and how best to combat them, he designed implements of war that brought down the insurrection in Armanius. Kataraya won the respect of council, and even grudgingly that of Thane Minglemire. Cyrillus Sakis went to Morrowind to learn what Hazadir learned there, and was never heard from again. Yeah, he pretty much learned... I think this is where we start this fun game. But I think this is not... The Ancient Tales of the Dwemer is the series we're looking for. And it is made up of a lot of books. So, the first book, The Ransom of Zarek. So this is a series of books. It's incomplete. And we're just going to kind of read it. Just, yeah. What is that letter? Is that a J? Jalamil stood in her garden and read the letter her servant had brought to her. The bouquet of just roses in her hand fell to the ground. For a moment it was as if all birds had ceased to sing and a cloud had passed over the sky. Her carefully cultivated and structured haven seemed to flood over with darkness. We have thy son, it read. We will be in touch with thee shortly with our ransom demands. Zarek had never made it as far as Akon, after all. One of the brigands on the road, orcs probably, or Chris Dunmer, must have seen his well-appointed carriage, taking him hostage. Jalamin clutched at a post for support, wondering if her boy had been hurt. He was but a student, not the sort to fight against well-armed men, but had they beaten him, it was more than a mother's heart could bear to imagine. Don't tell me they sent the ransom note so quickly, called a family voice. and a familiar face appeared through the hedge. It was Zarek. Uh, Jelliman hurried to embrace her boy, tears running down her face. What happened? She cried. I thought thou had been kidnapped. I was, said Zarek. 3 huge soaring Nords attacked by carriage on the Vimvorn Pass. Brothers, as I learned, named Matthias, Olin, and Korg. Thou should have seen these men, mother. Each of them would have had trouble fitting through the front door, I can tell thee. What happened? Jelliman repeated. Were thou rescued? I thought about waiting for that, but I knew that they'd send off a ransom note, and I know how thou dost worry. So remembered what my mentor at Alcrim always said about remaining calm, observing thy surroundings, and looking for thy opponent's weakness, Zarek grinned. It took a while, though, because these fellows were truly monsters. And then, when I listened to them bragging to one another, I realized that vanity was their weakness. What did thou do? They had me chained at their camp in the woods not far from Kale on a high knoll overlooking a wide river. I heard one of them, Korg, telling the others that it would take the better part of an hour to swim across the river and back. They were nodding in agreement when I spoke up. I could swim that river and back in 30 minutes, I said. Impossible, said Korg. I can swim faster than a little whelp like thee. So it was agreed that we would dive off the cliff, swim to the center of the island, and return. As we went to our respective rocks, Korg took it upon himself to lecture me about all of the fine points of swimming, the importance of synchronized movements of the arms and legs for maximum speed, how essential it was to breathe only after 3rd or 4th stroke, not too often to slow thyself down, not too often to lose one's air. I nodded and agreed to all his fine points. Then we dove off the cliffs. I made it to the island and back in a little over an hour, but Korg never returned. He had dashed his brains at the rocks at the base of the cliff. I had noticed the telltale undulations of underwater rocks and had taken the diving rock on the right. But thou returned, asked Jelliman. Sounded. Was that not when thou escaped? It was too risky to escape then, said Zarek. They could have easily caught me again, and I wasn't keen to be blamed for Korg's disappearance. I said I did not know what happened to him, and after some searching, they decided he had forgotten about the race and had swum ashore to hunt for food. They could not see how I could have had anything to do with his disappearance. As fully visible as I was throughout my swim, the 2 brothers began making camp along the rocky cliff edge, picking an ideal location so that I would not be able to escape. One of the brothers, Matthias, began commenting on the quality of the soil and the gradual incline of the rock that circled around the bay below. Ideal, he said, for a foot race. I expressed my ignorance of the sport. He was keen to give me details of the proper technique for running a race. He made absurd faces showing how one must breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth, how to bend one's knees to the proper angle on the rise, the importance of sure foot placement. What's important, he explained, was that the runner keep an aggressive but not too strenuous pace if one intends to win. It is fine to run in second place through the race, he said, provided one has the willpower and strength to pull out in the end. I was an enthusiastic student, and Matthias decided that we ought to run a quick race around the edge of the bay before night fell. Nolan told us to bring back some firewood when we came back. We began at once down the path, skirting the cliff below. Followed his advice about breath, gait, and foot placement, but I ran with all my power right from the start. Despite his much longer legs, I was a few paces ahead as we wound the first corner. With his eyes on my back, Matthias did not see the gape in the rock that I jumped over. He plummeted over the cliff before he had a chance to cry out. I spent a few minutes gathering some twigs before I returned to Olin at camp. Now that we're just showing off, frowned Jelliman. Surely that would have been a good time to escape. Thou might think so, but thou had seen the topography. A few large trees and then nothing but shrubs. No one would have noticed my absence and caught up to me in no time, and I would have had a hard time explaining Matthias' absence. However, the brief forage around the area allowed me to observe some of the trees close up, and I could formulate my final plan. When I got back to the camp with a few twigs, I told Olin that Matthias was slow coming along, dragging a large dead tree behind him. Olin scoffed at his brother's strength, saying it would take him time to pull up a live tree by the roots and drop it on the bonfire. I expressed reasonable doubt. I'll show thee, he said, ripping up a 10-foot tall specimen effortlessly. That's scarcely a sapling, I objected. I thought thou could rip up a tree. His eyes followed mine to a magnificent, heavy-looking one at the edge of the clearing. Olin grabbed it and began to shake it with tremendous force to loosen its roots from the dirt. With that, he loosened the hive from the uppermost branches, dropping it down on its head. That was when I made my escape, mother, said Zarek, in conclusion showing a little schoolboy pride, while Matthias and Korg were at the base of the cliff and Olin was flailing about, engulfed by a swarm. Jelliman embraced her son again. Dang. was reluctant to publish the works of Marobar Soul when the University of Gwillem Press asked me to edit this edition. Decided to use this as an opportunity to set the record straight once and for all. Scholars do not agree on the exact date of Marobar Soul's work, but it's generally agreed that they were written by the playwright Gore Phelim, famous for popular comedies and romances during the interregnum between the fall of the First Heroic Empire and the rise of Tiber Septim. The current theory holds that Phelim heard a few genuine drummer tales and adapted them to stage in order to make money, along with the rewritten versions of many of his own plays. Gore Phelim created the persona of Marobar Soul, who could translate the Dwemer language in order to add some sort of validity to the work, make it even more valuable to the gullible. Note that while Marobar Soul and his works became the subject of heated controversy, there are no reliable records of anyone actually meaning Marobar Soul, nor was there anyone of that name employed by the Mages Guild, the School of Julianos, or any other intellectual institution. In any case, Dwemer and most of the tales of Marobar Soul bear little resemblance to the fearsome, unfathomable race that frightened even the Dunmer, Nords, and Redguards into submission, and built ruins that even now have yet to be understood. Alright, next up is the Seed. The hamlet village of Lorik was a quiet, peaceful Dwemer community nestled in the monochrome gray and tan dunes and boulders of the Dija site. No vegetation of any kind grew in Lorik, though there were blackened vestiges of long-dead trees scattered throughout the town. Camdida, arriving by caravan, looking at her new home with despair. She was used to the forest land of the north, where her father's family had hailed. Here there was no shade, little water, and a great open sky. It looked like a dead land. Her mother's family took Camdida and her younger brother, Nevith, and was very kind to the orphans, but she felt lonely in the alien village. It was not until she met an old Argonian woman who worked at the water factory that Camdida found a friend. Her name was Sigareth, and she said that her family had lived in Lorik centuries before the Dwemer arrived, when it was a great and beauteous forest. Why did the trees die? Asked Kamida. When there were Argonians only in this land, we never cut down trees, for we had no need for fuel or wooden structures, such as you used. When the Dwemer came, we allowed them to use the plants as they needed them, provided they never touched the Hist, and are savior to us into the land. For many years, we lived peacefully. No one wanted for anything. Well, what happened? Some of your scientists discovered that distilling a certain tree sap, molding it, and drying it, they could create a resilient kind of armor called resin, said Seagirth. Most of the trees that grew here had a very thin ichor in their branches, but not the Hist. Many of them fairly glistened with sap, which made the Dwemer merchants greedy. They hired a woodsman named Junin to start clearing the sacred arbors for profit. The old Argonian woman looked to the dusty ground inside. Of course, we Argonians cried out against it. It was her home, and the Hist, once gone, would never return. Merchants reconsidered, but Junin took it on his own to break our spirit. He proved one terrible, bloody day that his prodigious skill with the axe could be used against people as well as trees. Any Argonian who stood in his way was hewn asunder, children as well. Dwemer people of Lorik closed their doors and their ears to the cries of murder. Horrible, gasped Camdida. Is it difficult to explain, said Seagirth, but the deaths of our living ones was not nearly as horrible to us as the death of our trees. You must understand that to my people, this are where we come from and where we are going. Destroy our body is nothing. To destroy our trees is to annihilate us utterly. When Junin then turned his axe on the Hist, he killed the land. The water disappeared, the animals died, and all the other life that the trees nourished crumbled and dried to dust. But you are still here, asked Kamida. Why didn't you leave? For us, we are trapped. I am one of the last of a dying people. Few of us are strong enough to live away from our ancestral groves, and sometimes, even now, there's a perfume in the air of Lorik that gives us life. It will not be long until we are all gone. Camdida felt tears welling up in her eyes. Then I will be alone in this horrible place with no trees and no friends. We Argonians have an expression, said Sigareth with a sad smile, taking Camdida's hand, that the best soil for a seed is found in your heart. Camdida looked into the palm of her hand and saw that Seagirth had given her a small black pellet. It was a seed. It looks dead. It only grow in one place in all Lorik, said the Argonian, outside an old cottage in the hills outside town. I cannot go there, for the owner would kill me on sight, and like all of my people, I'm too frail to defend myself now. But you can go there and plant the seed. What will happen? Asked Kamada. Will the Hiss return? No, but some of their power will. That night, Kamada stole from her house and into the hills. She knew the cottage Seagrass had spoken of. Her aunt and uncle had told her never to go there. As she approached it, the door opened and an old but powerfully built man appeared, mighty axe slung over his shoulder. What are you doing here, child? He demanded. In the dark, I almost took you to be a lizard man. I've lost my way in the dark, she said quickly. I'm trying to get back to my home in Lorik. Be on your way, then. Do you have a candle I might have? She asked, piteously. I've been walking in circles. I'm afraid I'll want to return back here without any light. The man grumbled and walked into his house. Quickly, Kamada dug a hole in the dry dirt, buried the seed as simply as she could. He returned with the lit candle. See to it you don't come back here, he growled, or I'll chop you in half. He returned to his house on fire. Next morning, when he awoke and opened the door, he found that its cottage was entirely sealed within an enormous tree. He picked up his axe and delivered a blow after blow to the wood, but he could never break through. He tried side chops, but the wood healed itself. He tried an upper chop followed by an under chop to form a wedge, but the wood steeled. Much time went by before someone discovered old Germ's emaciated body lying in front of his open door, still holding his blunted, broken axe. It was a mystery to all what he had been chopping with it, but the legend began circulating through Lorik that his sap was found on the blade. Shortly thereafter, small desert flowers began pushing through the dry dirt in the town. Trees and plants newly stoned began to live tolerably well, if not luxuriantly. This did not return, but Kamada and the people of Lorik noticed that at a certain time around twilight, long white shadows of great bygone trees would fill the streets and hills. Publisher's note. The seed is one of Marrobar Soul's tales whose origins are well known. This tale originated from the Argonian slaves of southern Morrowind. Marrobar Souls merely replaced the Dunmer with Dwemer, claimed he found it in a Dwemer ruin. Furthermore, he later claimed that the Argonian version of the tale was merely a retelling of his original. Lorik, while clearly not a Dunmer name, simply does not exist. In fact, Lorik was a name commonly used incorrectly for Dunmer men in Gorfelm's plays. The Argonian versions of the tale usually take place on Vardenfell, usually in the Telvanni city of Sadrith Mora. Of course, the so-called scholars of Temple Zero will probably claim that the story has something to do with the Lorkhan, simply because the town starts with the letter L. Don't call us out like that. Dang. Alright, next up is the importance of where. Part 3. The chieftain of Othrabar gathered his wise men together and said, Every morning a tenfold of my flock are found butchered. What is the cause? Fangbith, the war leader, said, A monster may be coming down from the mountain and devouring your flock. Boric, the healer, said, A strange new disease perhaps is to blame. Baron, the priest, said, We must sacrifice to the goddess for her to save us. The wise men made sacrifices, and while they waited for their answers from the goddess, Fangbith went to mentor Joltereg and said, You taught me well how to forge the cudgel of Zolia, and how to wield it in combat, but I must know now when it is wise to use my skill. Do I wait for the goddess to reply, or the medicine to work, or do I hunt the monster which I know is in the mountain? One is not important, said Joltereg. Where is all that is important? So Fangbith took his Zolik cudgel in hand and walked so far through the dark forest until he came to the base of the great mountain. There he met two monsters. One bloodied with the flesh of the chieftain of Othrabor's flock found him, while its mate fled. Fangbith remembered what his master had taught him. The where was all that was important. He struck the monster on each of its 5 vital points. Head, groin, throat, back, and chest. 5 blows to the 5 points and the monster was slain. It was too heavy to carry with him, but still triumphant, Fangbith returned to Othrabor. I say I've slain the monster that ate your flock, he cried. What proof have you that you have slain any monster? Asked the chieftain. I say I've saved the flock with my medicine, said Goric the healer. I say the goddess has saved the flock by my sacrifices, said Baron the priest. 2 mornings went by and the flock were safe, but one morning on the 3rd day, another tenfold of the chieftain's flock was found butchered. Goric the healer went to his study to find a new medicine. Baron the priest prepared more sacrifices. Fangbith took his Zolik cudgel in hand again and walked far through the dark forest until he came to the base of the great mountain. There he met the other monster, bloody with the flesh of the chieftain of Orthovar's flock. They did battle, and again, Fangbeth remembered what his master had taught him. The where was all that was important. He struck the monster 5 times on the head, and it fled. Chasing it along the mountain, he struck it 5 times in the groin, and it fled. Running through the forest, Fangbeth overtook the monster and struck it 5 times in the throat, and it fled. Entering into the fields of Ulthrabar, Fangbeth overtook the monster and struck it 5 times in the back, and it fled. At the foot of the stronghold, the chieftain and his wise men emerged to the sound of the monster wailing. There they beheld the monster that had slain the chieftain's flock. Fangbeth struck the monster 5 times in the chest, and it was slain. A great feast was held in Fangbeth's honor, and the flock of Othrabar was never again slain. Joltereg embraced the student and said, "You have at least learned the importance of where you strike your blows." Publisher's note. This tale is another which has an obvious origin among the Ashlander tribes of Vardenfell and is in one of their oldest tales. Marbar Soul merely changed the names of the characters to sound more dwarven and retold it as part of his collection. Grey Mountain is the tale, and the tale is clearly Red Mountain, despite its description of being forested. The Starfall and later eruptions destroyed the vegetation on Red Mountain, giving it the washed appearance it has today. This tale does have some scholarly interest, as it suggests a primitive Ashlander culture, but it talks of living in strongholds, much like the ruined strongholds on Vardenfell today. There are even references to a stronghold of Ulthrabar, somewhere between Vardenfell and Skyrim, but few strongholds outside of sparsely settled Vardenfell have survived to the present. Scholars do not agree on who built these strongholds or when, but I believe it is clear from the story and other evidence that the Ashlander tribes used these strongholds in the ancient past instead of making camps of wickwheat huts as they do today. The play on words that forms the lesson of the fable, that it is important to know where the monster should be slain at the stronghold, as it is to know where the monster must be struck on its body to be slain, is typical of many Ashlander tales. Riddles, even ones as simple as this one, are loved by both the Ashlanders and the vanished Dwemer, though the Dwemer are usually portrayed as presenting the riddles rather than being the ones who solve it as in Ashlander tales. Alright, next up, Song of the Alchemist, which I think we do have. There are a couple that I might see. Yep. Yeah, so we went from 3 to 5. 4 does not exist. There are all but 2 exist in Oblivion. I think 2 only exist in ESO, so. The Song of the Alchemist, Ancient Dwemer. Yep. When King Maranian's alchemist had to leave his station after a laboratory experiment that yielded detonation, the word went out that the king did want a new savant. He mixed his potions and brews, but he declared he would only choose a fellow who knew the tricks and the tools. The king refused to hire on more fools. After much deliberations and discussions and debates, the king picked 2 well-learned candidates, Anthippus Minthurk and Umphatic Fair, an ambitious pair, vied to prove which one was the best. Said the king, "There will be a test." They went to a large chamber with herbs, gems, tomes, pots, measuring cups, all under high crystalline domes. "Make me a tonic that will make me invisible," laughed the king in a tone some would call risible. So Emphatic Fair and Anthippus Minthurk began to work, mincing herbs, mashed metal, refining strange oils, cautiously setting their cauldrons burbling boils. Each on his own, setting mixing bowls mixing, sometimes speaking to see what the other was fixing. After they had worked for nearly 3/4 an hour, both Anthippus Minthurk and Emphatic Fair winked at the other, certain he won. Said King Morion, "Now you must taste the potions you've wrought. Take a spoon and sample it right from your pot." Mithnurk vanished as the slip such as brew, but Fair tasted his and remained apparent in view. "You think you mix silver, blue diamonds, and yellow grass?" The king laughed. "Look up, Fair, up to the ceiling glass. Light falling makes the ingredients you choose quite different hues." "What do you get?" asked the floating voice, bold, "of a potion of red diamonds, bluegrass, and gold." "By Dwemer God," said Fair, his face in a wince, "I made a potion to fortify my own intelligence." Publisher's note. This poetry is so clearly in the style of Gorfellum that it really does not need any commentary. Notice the simple rhyming scheme of AABBCC, the sing-song but purposefully clumsy meter, and the recurring jokes at the obviously absurd names. Emphatic fair and Enthithipus Minthurk. Final joke that the stupid alchemist invents a potion to make himself smarter by pure accident would have appealed to the anti-intellectualism of audiences at the interregnum period, but would certainly be rejected by the Dwemer. Note that even Marabar's soul refuses to name any Dwemer gods. The Dwemer religion, if it can even be called that, is one of the most complex and difficult puzzles of their culture. For the millennia, the song became a popular tavern song in High Rock before eventually disappearing from everything but scholarly books, much like the Dwemer themselves. Oh. Alright, next is the Kimarvarmidium. Here it is. Yeah, we got a lot of these to read, so it's going to be a long time going. Taking drinks real quick. After many battles, it was clear who would win the war. The Chimer had great skills in magic and bladery, but against the armored battalions of the Dwemer, clad in the finest shielding wrought by Janago, there was little hope of their ever winning. In the interest of keeping some measure of peace in the land, Stovin the warlord agreed to a truce with Caranithil Barith, the beast. In exchange for the disputed lands, Stovin gave Barith a mighty golem, which would protect the Chimer's territory from the excursions of the northern barbarians. Barith was delighted with his gift and brought it back to his camp, where all his warriors gasped in awe at it. Sparkling golden hue, it resembled a Dwemer cavalier with a proud aspect. To test its strength, they placed the golem in the center of an arena and flung magical bolts of lightning at it. Its agility was such that few of the bolts struck it. It had the wherewithal to pivot on its hips to avoid the brunt of the attacks without losing its balance, feet firmly planted on the ground. A vault of fireballs followed, which the golem ably dodged, bending its knees and its legs to spin around the blasts. A few times it was struck and made certain to be hit in the chest and waist, the strongest parts of its body. The troops cheered at the sight of such an agile and powerful creation. With it leading the defense, the barbarians of Skyrim would never again successfully raid their villages. They named it Chimarvarmidium, the Hope of the Chimer. Barith had the golem brought to his chambers with all his house things. There they tested Chimarvarmidium further to test its strength, its speed, its resiliency. They could find no flaw with its design. Imagine when the naked barbarians first meet this one on their raid, slapped one of the house thanes. It is only unfortunate that it resembles a Dwemer instead of one of our own, mused Caranithil Barith. It is revolting to think that they will have a greater respect for our other enemies than us. I think we should never accept the peace terms that we did, said another, one of the most aggressive of the House Saints. It is too late to surprise the warlord Stovin with an attack. It is never too late to attack, said Barith. But what of his great armored warriors? I understand, said Barith's spymaster, that its soldiers are always awake at dawn. If we strike an hour before, we can catch them defenseless, before they've had a chance to bathe, let alone don their armor. Capture their armor Janago, then we too could know the secrets of blacksmithery, said Barith. Let it be done. We attack tomorrow, an hour before dawn. So it was settled. The Chimer army marched at night and swarmed into the Dwemer camp. They were relying on Chimarvarmidium to lead the first wave, but a malfunction began attacking the Chimer's own troops. Added to that, the Dwemer were fully armored, well-rested, and eager for battle. The surprise was turned, and most of the high-ranking Chimer, including Caranithil Barith the Beast, were captured. Though they were too proud to ask, Stovin explained to them that he had been warned of their attack by a calling by one of his men. One man of yours is in our camp, sneered Barith. Chimarvarmidium, standing erect by the side of the captured, removed its head. Within its metal body was Janago, the armorer. A Dwemer child of 8 can create a golem, he explained, but only a true great warrior in armor can pretend to be one. Publisher's note. This is one of the few tales in this collection which can actually be traced to the Dwemer. The wording of the story is quite different from older versions of Aldemarius, but the essence is the same. Chimar Vodimidium, maybe the Dwemer, Nickmarthurnimdams. This word occurs several times in plans of Dwemer armor and homunculi, but its meaning is not known. It's almost certainly not Hope the Chimer, however. The Dwemer were probably the first to use heavy armors. It is important to note how a man dressed in armor can fool many of the Chimer in the story. Also note how the Chimer warriors react. When the story was first told, armor that covered the whole body must have still been uncommon and new, whereas even then, Dwemer creations like golems and centurions were well known. In a rare scholarly moment, Marlbar's soul leaves a few pieces of the original story intact, such as parts of the original line in Aldmeris. A Dwemer of 8 can create a golem, but an 8 of Dwemer can become 1. Another aspect of this legend that scholars like myself find interesting is the mention of the calling. In this legend and in others, there's a suggestion that the Dwemer race as a whole had some sort of silent and magical communication. There are records of the Sigic Order which suggest they too share the secret. Whatever the case, there are no document spells of calling. The Cyrodiil historian Borgosilos Melier first proposed that a solution to the disappearance of the Dwemer. He theorized that in the First Era, year 668, the Dwemer enclaves were called together by one of their powerful philosopher sorcerers, Kagernak, in some documents, to embark on a great journey, one of such sublime profundity that they abandoned all their cities and lands to join the quest to foreign climes as an entire culture. Alright, next up is More Than Mortal. I think this goes by a different name. Oh no, it's right here. Perfect. Yeah, as you can see, we jumped from 6 to 10. I think 7 or 8 is one that's actually in Oblivion, or in ESO. Dowry. Ancient Tales of the Dwemer. Yaneli was the wealthiest landowner in Gunal, and he had over the years saved a tremendous dowry from the man who would marry his daughter, Yennefer. When she reached the age of consent, he locked the gold away for safekeeping and announced his intention to have her marry. She was a comely lass, a scholar, a great athlete, but dour and brooding in aspect. This personality defect did not bother her potential suitors any more than her positive traits impressed them. Every man knew the tremendous wealth that would be his as the husband of Yennefer and son-in-law of Ineli. That alone was enough for hundreds to come to Gunal to pay court. The man who will marry my daughter, said Ineli to the assembled, must not be doing so purely out of avarice. He must demonstrate his own wealth to my satisfaction. This simple pronouncement removed a vast majority of the suitors who knew they could not impress the landowner with their meager fortunes. A few dozen did come forward within a few days, clad in fine Kellark cloth of spun silver, accompanied by exotic servants, traveling in magnificent carriages. Of all who met with Yeneli's approval, none arrived in a more resplendent fashion than Waylon Neralik. The young man, who none had ever heard of, arrived in a shining ebon coach, drawn by a team of dragons, his clothing of rarest manufacture and accompanied by an army of the most fantastical servants of any Gundel had ever seen. Valets with eyes on all sides of their heads, maidservants that seemed cast in gemstones, but such was not enough with Yeneli. The man who marries my daughter must prove himself an intelligent fellow, for I would have no ignoramus as a son-in-law and business partner, he declared. This eliminated a large part of the wealthy suitors who, through their lives of luxury, had never needed to think very much, if at all. Some came forward over the next few days, demonstrating their wit and learning, quoting the great sages of the past and offering their philosophies of metaphysics and alchemy. Waylon Neralik, too, came and asked Yeneli to dine at the villa he had rented outside of Gunal. There the landowners saw scores of scribes working on translations of Aldmeri tracts, and enjoyed the young man's somewhat irreverent but intriguing intelligence. Nevertheless, though, he was much impressed with Waylon Nerlik. Yeneli had another challenge. I love my daughter very much, said Yeneli, and I hope the man who marries her will make her happy as well. Did any of you make her smile, she and the great dowry are yours. The suitors lined up for days, singing her songs, proclaiming their devotion, describing her beauty in the most poetic of terms. Genefra merely glared at all with hatred and melancholia. Ignalia, who stood by her side, began to despair at last. His daughter's suitors were failing to a man at this task. Finally, Welland Neerlich came to the chamber. "I'll make your daughter smile," he said. "I dare say I'll make her laugh, but only after you've agreed to marry us. If she is not delighted within 1 hour of engagement, the wedding can be called off." Inali turned to his daughter. She was not smiling, but her eyes had sparked with some morbid curiosity in this young man. As no other suitor had even registered that for her, he agreed. "Dowry is naturally not to be paid till after you've wed," said Inali. "Being engaged is not enough." "Might I see the dowry still?" asked Welland. Knowing how fabled the treasure was, and understanding that this would likely be the closest the young man would come to possessing it, Inali agreed. He had grown quite fond of Welland. On his orders, Welland, Inali, Glum Genefra, and the Castellan delved deep into the stronghold of Gunal. The first vault had to be opened by touching a series of runic symbols. Should one of the marks be mispressed, a volley of poisoned arrows could have struck the thief. Inali was particularly proud of the next level's security. A lock composed of blades with 18 tumblers required 3 keys to be turned simultaneously to allow entry. The blades were designed to eviscerate any who merely picked one of the locks. Finally, they reached the storeroom. It was entirely empty. "By Lorcan, we've been burgled!" cried Inali. "But how? Who could have done this?" "A humble, but if I may say, rather talented burglar," said Welland. "Man who has loved your daughter from afar for many years, but did not possess the glamour of the learning to impress. That is, until the gold from her dowry afforded me the opportunity." "You?" bellowed Inali, scarcely able to believe it. Then something even more unbelievable happened. Yennefer began to laugh. She had never even dreamed of meeting anyone like this thief. She threw herself into his arms before her father's outraged eyes. After a moment, Inali too began to laugh. Yennefer and Welland were married in a month's time. Though he was in fact quite poor and had a little scholarship, Inali was amazed how much his wealth increased when such a son-in-law and business partner. He only made certain never to ask from whence came the excess gold. Tale of a man trying to win the hand of a maiden whose father, usually a wealthy man or king, tests each suitor is quite common. See, for instance, the more recent 4 Suitors of Benetha by Joel Yulevis. Behavior of the characteristics is quite out of character for the Dwemer. No one today knows their marriage customs, or even if they had marriage at all. One rather odd theory of the disappearance of the dwarves came from this and a few other tales of Marlbar Soul. It was proposed that the Dwemer never, in fact, left. They did not depart Nirn, much less the continent of Tamriel, and they are still among us. These scholars use the story of Azura in the Box to suggest that the Dwemer feared Azura, a being they could neither understand or control, and they adopted the dress and manner of the Chimer and Altmer in order to hide from Azura's gaze. Is that the next one? Yeah, that is the next one, Azura in the Box. So now we get to the one we were supposed to be reading. And it is actually the last. I love it how the first one in our list is actually the last one that we can come across. Alright, Azura in the Box. Nickelbar had enjoyed an adventurous youth, but had grown to be very wise, very old Dwemer who spent his life searching for the truth and dispelling superstitions. He invented much and created many theorems and logic structures that bore his name. But much of the world still puzzled him, and nothing was a greater enigma to him but the nature of the Aedra and Daedra. Over the course of his research, he came to the conclusion that many of the gods were entirely fabricated by man and Myr. Nothing, however, was a greater question to Nickelbar than the limits of divine power. Were the greater beings the masters of the entire world, or did the humbler creatures have the strength to forge their own destinies? As Nickelbar found himself nearing the end of his life, he felt he must understand this last basic truth. Among the sage's acquaintances was a holy Chimer priest named Athenic. When the priest was visiting Bethalag Zithurums, Nickelbar told him that he intended to do what he intended to do to find the nature of divine power. Athenic was terrified and pleaded with his friend not to break this great mystery, but Nickelbar was resolute. Finally, the priest agreed to assist out of love for his friend, though he feared the results of this blasphemy. Athenic summoned Azura. After the usual rituals by which the priest declared his faith in her powers and Azura agreed to do no harm to him, Nickelbar and a dozen of his students entered the summoning chamber carrying with them a large box. As we see you in our land, Azura, we are You are the goddess of the dusk and dawn and all the mysteries therein, said Nickelbar, trying to appear as kindly and obsequious as he could. It says that your knowledge is absolute. So it is, smiled the Daedra. You would know, for example, that what is in this wooden box, said Nickelbar. Dread turned at Ethunic, and her brow furrowed. The priest was quick to explain. Goddess, this Dwemer is a very wise and respected man, believe me. Please, the intention is not to mock your greatness, but to demonstrate it to the scientist, to the rest of his skeptical race. I have tried to explain your power to him, but his philosophy is such that he must see it demonstrated. If I'm to demonstrate my might in a way to bring the Dwemer race to my understanding, it might have been more impressive feat you would have me do, growled Azura. Turned her look to Nickelbar in the eyes. There's a red-petaled flower in the box. Nickelbar did not smile or frown. Simply opened the box and revealed to all that it was empty. When the students turned to look at Azura, she was gone. Only Athenic had seen the goddess's expression before she vanished. He could not speak, he was trembling so. A curse had fallen, he knew that truly, but even crueler was the knowledge of divine power that had been demonstrated. Nickelbar also looked pale, uncertain of his feat, but his face shone with no fear, but bliss, the smile of a Dwemer finding evidence for a truth only suspected. Two of his students supported him, and two more supported the priest as they left the chamber. I have studied very much over the years, performed countless experiments, taught myself 1,000 languages, and the skill that has taught me the finally truth is one that I learned when I was but a poor young man, trying only to have enough gold to eat, whispered the sage. As he was escorted up the stairs to his bed, a red flower petal fell from the sleeve of his voluminous robe. Nickelbar died that night, a portrait of peace that comes from the contented knowledge. Publisher's note. This is another tale whose origin is unmistakably Dwemer. Again, the words of Aldemari's translations are quite different, but the essence of the story is the same. The Dunmer have a similar tale about Nickelbar, but the Dunmer version, Azura recognizes the trick and refuses to answer the question. She slays the Dwemer present for their skepticism and curses the Dunmer for blasphemy. In the Aldemari's versions, Azura is tricked not by an empty box, but by a box containing a sphere, which somehow becomes a flat square. Of course, the Aldemari's versions, being a few steps closer to the original Dwemer, much more difficult to understand. Perhaps the stage magic explanation was added by Gore Phelim because of Phelim's own experience with such tricks in his plays when a mage was not available. Marobar's soul left even the character of Nickelbar alone and represents many Dwemer virtues. His skepticism, not nearly as absolute as in the Aldemari's version, is celebrated even though it brings a curse upon the Dwemer in the unnamed house of the poor priest. Whatever the true nature of the gods and how right or wrong the Dwemer were about them, this tale might explain why the Dwemer vanished from the face of Tamriel. The Nickelbar and his kind may have intended to mock the Daedra and Daedra, their skepticism certainly offended the divine orders. And that is the Books of the Ancient Dwemer. Alright, next up, Beggar Prince. We look down upon the beggars of the Empire. These lost souls are the poor and wretched of the land. Every city has its beggars. Most are so poor they only have the clothes on their backs. Eat the scraps the rest of us throw out. We toss them a coin so we don't have to think too long about their plight. Imagine my surprise when I hear the tale of the Beggar Prince. I cannot imagine what a prince of beggars would be. Here's the tale I heard. It takes place in the First Age, when gods walked like men and Daedra stalked in the wilderness with impunity. It is a time before they were all confined to oblivion. There once was a man named Weedle, or maybe it was a woman. The story goes to the great lengths to avoid declaring Weedle's gender. Weedle was the 13th child of a king in Valen Wood. As such, Weedle was in no position to take the throne or even inherit much property or wealth. Weedle had left the palace to find independent fortune and glory. After many days of endless forest roads and tiny villages, Weedle came upon 3 men surrounding a beggar. The beggar was swaddled in rags from head to toe. No portion of the vagabond's body was visible. The men were intent on slaying the beggar. With a cry of rage and indignation, Weedle charged the men with the sword. Being simple townsfolk, armed only with pitchforks and scythes, they immediately fled from the armored figure with the shining sword. Many thanks for saving me, wheezed the beggar from beneath the heap of foul rags. Weedle could barely stand the stench. What is your name, wretch? Weedle asked. I am Namira. Unlike the townsfolk, Weedle was well learned. That name meant nothing to them, but to Weedle it was an opportunity. You are a Daedric lord, Weedle exclaimed. Why did you allow these men to harass you? You could have slain them all with a whisper. I am pleased you recognized me, Namira rasped. I am frequently reviled by townsfolk. It pleases me to be recognized for my attribute, if not for my name. People knew that Namira was the Daedric lord of all things gross and repulsive. Diseases such as leprosy and gangrene were her domain. Where others might have seen danger, Weedle saw opportunity. Oh great, Namira, let me apprentice myself to you. I ask that you only grant me powers to make my fortune and forge a name for myself that will live through the ages. Nay, I make my way alone in the world. I have no need for an apprentice. Namira shambled off down the road. Weedle would not be put off. With a bound, Weedle was at Namira's heel, pressing the case for an apprenticeship. For 33 days and nights, Weedle kept up the debate. Namira said nothing, but Weedle's voice was ceaseless. Finally, on the 33rd day, Weedle was too hoarse to talk. Namira looked back on the suddenly silent figure. Weedle knelt in the mud at her feet, open hands raised in supplication. It would seem you have completed your apprenticeship to me after all, Namira declared. I shall grant your request. Weedle was overjoyed. I grant you the power of disease. You may choose to be afflicted with any disease you choose, changing them at will so long as it has visible symptoms. However, you must always bear at least one. I grant you the power of pity. You may evoke pity in anyone that sees you. Finally, I grant you the power of disregard. You may cause others to disregard your presence. Weedle was aghast. These were not boons for which a fortune could be made. They were curses, each awful in its own right, but together they were unthinkable. How am I to make my fortune and forge a name for myself with these terrible gifts? As you begged at my feet for 33 days and 33 nights, so shall you now beg for your fortune in the cities of men. Name will become legendary among the beggars of Tamriel. The story of Weedle, the prince of beggars, shall be handed down throughout the generations. It was as Namira predicted. Weedle was an irresistible beggar. None could see the wretch without desperately wanting to toss a coin at the huddled form. However, Weedle also discovered that the power of disregard gave great access to the secrets of the realms. People unknowingly said important things where Weedle could hear them. Weedle grew to know the comings and goings of every citizen in the city. To this day, it is said that if you really want to know something, go ask the beggars. They have eyes and ears throughout the cities. They know all the little secrets of the daily lives of its citizens. True. Alright. Next up is The Black Arrow. There are 2 books. I don't think they're necessarily that long. Sorry. Alright. Black Arrow, Part 1, by Gorgic Gwyn. I was young when the Duchess of Woda hired me as an assistant footman at her summer palace. My experience with the ways of the titled aristocracy was very limited before that day. There were wealthy merchants, traders, diplomats, and officials who had large operations in Eldenroot and ostentatious palaces for entertaining, but my relatives were all far from those social circles. There was no family business for me to enter when I reached adulthood, but my cousin heard that an estate far from the city required servants. It was so remotely located that there were unlikely to be many applicants for the positions. I walked for 5 days into the jungles of Valenwood before I met a group of riders going in my direction. There were 3 Bosmer men, 1 Bosmer woman, 2 Breton women, and a Dunmer man. Adventurers from the look of them. Are you going to Moliva? Asked Prolissa, one of the Breton women, after we had made our introductions. I don't know where that is. I'm seeking a domestic position with the Duchess of Woda. We'll take you to her gate, said the Dunmer. Mr. Nekin, pulling me up to his horse. But you'd be wise not to tell her grace that the students from Moliva escorted you, not unless you don't really want the position in her service. Ekin explained himself as we rode on. Moliva was the closest village to the Duchess's estate, where a great and renowned archer had retired after a long life of military service. His name was Hugh Masty, and though he was retired, he had begun to accept students who wished to learn the art of bow. In time, when word spread of the great teacher, more and more students arrived to learn from the master. The Breton woman had come all the way from the western reach of High Rock. Akin himself had journeyed across the continent from his home near the great volcano in Morrowind. He showed me the ebony arrows he had brought back from his homeland. I had never seen anything so black. From what we've heard, said Kopal, one of the Bosmer men, the Duchess is an Imperial whose family has been here even before the Empire was formed, so you might think that she was accustomed to the common people of Valenwood. Nothing could be further from the truth. She despises the village and the school most of all. Suppose she wants to control all the traffic in her jungle, laughed Prolissa. I accepted the information with gratitude and found myself dreading more and more my first meeting with the intolerant Duchess. My first sight of the palace through the trees did nothing to assuage my fears. It was nothing like any building I had ever seen in Valenwood. A vast edifice of stone and iron, with a jagged row of battlements like the jaws of a great beast. Most of the trees near the palace had been hewn away long ago. I could only imagine the scandal that must have caused, and what fear the Bosmer peasants must have had of the Duchy of Woda to have allowed it. In their stead was a wide gray-green moat circling in a ring around the palace, so it seemed to be on a perfect, if artificial, island. I had seen such sights in tapestries from High Rock in the Imperial Province, but never in my homeland. There'll be a guard at the gate, so we'll leave you here, said Akin, stopping his horse in the road. It'd be best for you if you weren't damned by association with us. I thanked my companions and wished them good luck with their schooling. They rode on and I followed on foot. In a few minutes' time, I was at the front gate, which I noticed was linked to tall and ornate railings to keep the compound secure. When the gatekeeper understood that I was there to inquire about a domestic position, he allowed me to pass, signaled to another guard across the open lawn to extend the drawbridge and allow me to cross the moat. There was one last security measure, the front door. An iron monstrosity with the Woda coat of arms across the top, reinforced by more strips of iron, and a single golden keyhole. The man standing guard unlocked the door and gave me passage into the huge, gloomy gray stone palace. Her grace greeted me in her drawing room. She was thin and wrinkled like a reptile, cloaked in a simple red gown. It was obviously that she never smiled. Our interview consisted of a single question. Do you know anything about being a junior footman in the employment of an imperial noblewoman? Her voice was like ancient leather. No, your grace. Good. No servant ever understands what needs to be done, and I particularly dislike those who think they do. You're engaged. Life at the palace was joyless, but the position of junior footman was very undemanding. I had nothing to do on most days except to stay out of the Duchess's sight. At such times, I was usually walked 2 miles down the road to Molova in some ways. There was nothing special or unusual about the village. There are thousands of identical places in Valenwood, but on the hillside nearby was Master Heomast's Archery Academy, and I would often take my luncheon and watch the practice. Roliston and Akin would sometimes meet me afterwards. With Akin, the subjects of converse very seldom strayed far from archery. Though I was very fond of him, I found Price a more enchanting companion, not only because she was pretty for a Breton, but also because she seemed to have interests outside of the realm of marksmanship. There's a circus in High Rock I saw when I was a little girl called the Quill Circus, she said, during one of our walks through the woods. They've been around for as long as anyone can remember. I have to see them if you have to see them if you ever can. They have plays and sideshows and the most amazing acrobats and archers you've ever seen. That's my dream, to join them someday when I'm good enough. How do you know when you're a good enough archer? I asked. She didn't answer, and when I turned, I realized that she had disappeared. I looked around, bewildered, until I heard laughter from the tree above me. She was perched on a branch, grinning. I may not join as an archer. Maybe I'll join as an acrobat, she said. Or maybe it's both. I figured that Valenwood would be the place to go to see what I could learn. I've got all those great teachers to imitate in the trees here, those 8 men. She coiled up, bracing her left leg before springing forward on her right. In a second, she leapt across to a neighboring branch. I found it difficult to keep talking to her. The Igma, you mean? I stammered. Aren't you nervous up at that height? The cliche, I know, she said, jumping to an even higher branch. But the secret is not to ever look down. Would you mind coming down? I probably should anyhow, she said. She's a good 30 feet up now, balancing herself, arms outstretched on a very narrow branch. She gestured towards the gate just barely visible on the other side of the road. This tree is actually as close as I want to get to your Duchess's palace. I held back a gasp as she dove off the branch, somersaulting until she landed on the ground, knees slightly bent. That was the trick, she explained, anticipating the blow before it happened. I expressed to her my confidence that she would be a great attraction at the Quill Circus. Of course, I now know that never was to be. On that day, as I recall, I had to return early. It was one of the rare occasions when I had work of a sort to do. However, the Duchess had guests, I was to be at the palace. That is not to say that I had any particular duties, except to be seen standing at attention in the dining room. The stewards and maids worked hard to bring in the food and clear the place afterwards, but the footmen were purely decorative, a formality. But at least I was an audience for the drama to come. Bum-bum-bum. Part dinner. Or part 2. On the last dinner in my employ at the palace, Duchess, quite surprisingly, invited the mayor of Moliva, Master Heomasti, himself among her other guests. Servants' gossip was manic. Mary had been there before, albeit very irregularly, but Hiomas's presence was unthinkable. Could she mean by such a conciliatory gesture? The dinner itself progressed along with perfect if slightly cool civility among all parties. Hiamasti and the Duchess were both very quiet. The mayor tried to engage the group in a discussion of the Emperor Pelagius IV's new son and heir Uriel, but it failed to spark much interest. Lady Vilea, elderly but much more vivacious than her sister, the Duchess, led most of the talk about crime and scandal in Eldenroot. I've been encouraging her to move out to the country, away from all that unpleasantness, for years now, the Duchess said, meeting the eyes of the mayor. We've been discussing more recently the possibility of her building a palace on Moliva Hill. There's so little space there, as you know. Fortunately, we've come to a discovery. There's a wide field just a few days west, on the edge of the river, ideally suited. It sounds perfect, the mayor smiled, turned to Lady Vilea. When will your ladyship begin building? The very day you move your village to the site, replied the Duchess of Woda. Mayor turned to her to see if she was joking. She obviously was not. Think of how much more commerce you could bring to your village if you were close to the river, said Lady Vilea jovially. Master Hiomas' students could have easier access to his fine school. Everyone would benefit. I know it would put my sister's heart to ease if there was less trespassing and poaching on her lands. There is no poaching or trespassing on your lands now, Grace, frowned Hiomas. You do not own the jungle, nor will you. The villagers may be persuaded to leave, that I don't know, but my school will stay where it is. The dinner party never really recovered happily. Hiomas and the mayor excused themselves, and my services, such as they were not needed in the drawing room where the group went to have their drinks. There was no laughter to be heard through the walls that evening. The next day, even though there was a dinner planned in the evening, I left on my usual walk from Moliva. Before I even reached the drawbridge, a guard held me back. Where are you going, Gorshik? Not at the village, are you? Why not? Pointed to the plume of smoke in the distance. Fire broke out very early this morning, and it's still going. Apparently, it started at Master Hiamasi's school. Looks like the work of some traveling brigands. Blessed Stender, I cried. Are the students alive? No one knows, but it'd be a miracle if any survived. It was late and most everyone was sleeping. I know they've already found the master's body, or what was left of it, and they also found that girl, your friend, Prolissa. Spent the day in a state of shock. It seemed inconceivable what my instinct told me, that the two noble old ladies, Lady Vilea and the Duchess of Woda, had arranged for a village and school that irritated them to be reduced to ashes. At dinner, they mentioned the fire in Moliva only very briefly, as there were not news at all, but I did see the Duchess smile for the first time ever. It was a smile I will never forget until the day I die. The next morning, I had resolved to go to the village and see if I could be of any assistance to the survivors. I was passing through the servants' hall to the grand foyer when I heard the sound of a group of people ahead. The guards and most of the servants were there, pointing at the portrait of the Duchess that hung in the center of the hall. There was a single black bolt of ebony piercing the painting, right at the Duchess's heart. I recognized it at once. It was of Missun Akin's arrows I had seen in this quiver. For, she said, in the bowels of Dagothr itself. My first reaction was relief. The Dunmer who had been kind enough to give me a ride to the palace had survived the fire. My second reaction was echoed by all present in the hall. How had the vandal gotten past the guards, the gate, the moat, and the massive iron door? Duchess arrived shortly after I was clearly furious, though she was too well bred to show it by raising her web-thin eyebrows. She wasted no time in assigning all her servants to new duties to keep the palace grounds guarded at all times. We were given regular shifts and precise narrow patrols. Next morning, despite all precautions, there was another black arrow piercing the Duchess's portrait. So it continued for a week's time. The Duchess saw to it that at least one other person was always present in the foyer, but somehow the arrow always found its way to her painting whenever the guard's eye were momentarily averted. Complex series of signals were devised, so each patrol could report back any sounds or disturbances they encountered during their vigil. At first, the Duchess arranged them so her Castellan received record of any disturbances during the day and the chief of the guard during the night. When she found she could not sleep, she made certain that the information came to her directly. The atmosphere in the palace had shifted from gloomy to nightmarish. Snake would slither across the moat, and suddenly her grace would be tearing through the east wing to investigate. A strong gust of wind ruffling the leaves on the few trees in the lawn had a similar emergency. An unfortunate lone traveler on the road in front of the palace, a completely innocent man as it turned out, brought such a violent reaction that he must have thought he had stumbled on a war. In a way, he had. Every morning, there was a new arrow in the front hall mocking her. I was given the terrible assignment of guarding the portrait for a few hours in the early morning. Not wanting to be the one to discover the arrow, seated myself in a chair opposite, never letting my eyes move away for even a second. I don't know if you've had the experience of watching one object relentlessly, but it has a strange effect. All other senses vanish. That was why I was particularly startled when the Duchess rushed into the room, blurring the gulf from me between the portrait and herself. "There's something moving behind the tree across the road from the gate," she roared, pushing me aside and fumbling with her keys in the gold lock. She was shaking with madness and excitement, and the key did not seem to want to go in. I tried to help her, but the Duchess was already kneeling, her eye in the keyhole to be certain the key went through. It was precisely in that second that the arrow arrived, but this one never made it as far as the portrait. I actually met Miss Akin years later while I was in Marwyn to entertain some nobles. He was impressed that I had risen from being a humble domestic servant to being a bard of some renown. He himself had returned to the Ashlands, and, like his old master Himaste, was retired in the simple life of teaching and hunting. I told him that I had heard that Lady Vilea had decided not to leave the city, that the village of Modiva had been rebuilt. He was happy to hear that, but I could not find a way to ask him what I really wanted to know. I felt like a fool just wondering if what I thought was true, that he had been behind Perlissa's tree He had been behind Perlissa's tree across the road from the gate every morning that summer, bringing an arrow through the gate, across the lawn, across the moat, through a keyhole, and into the portrait of Duchess Wanda until he struck the Duchess herself. It's clearly an impossibility. I chose not to ask. As we left one another that day, he was waving goodbye. He said, "I am pleased to see you doing so well, my friend. I'm happy you moved that chair." Let's go. Alright, next up is the Exodus. Oh! Oh, is this... Oh, this is not part of that, but it's by... Oh! Okay. It's by the same guy that, quote-unquote same guy, that wrote the Argonian account and A Dance in Fire. Alright, the Exodus. Varla was a little girl, beautiful and sweet-natured, beautiful and smart, beautiful and energetic, everything that her parents had dreamed she would be. Fervid as she was, they could not help but have dreams for her. Her father, a bit of a social climber named Munthen, thought she would marry well, perhaps become a princess of the Empire. Her mother, an insecure woman named Sinetta, thought she would reach greatness on her own as a knight or a sorceress. As much as they wanted the very best of their daughter, they argued about what her fate would be, but both were wrong. Instead of growing up, she grew very ill. The temples told them to give up hope, and the Mages Guild told them that what afflicted Varla was so rare, so deadly, that there was no cure. She was doomed to die, and soon. When the great institutions of the Empire failed them, Munthen and Sinetta sought out the witches, the sorcerer hermits, and the others hidden secret powers that lurk in the shadows of civilization. "I can think of only one place you can go," said an old herbalist that they found in the most remote peaks of the Rothgarian Mountains. "The Mages Guild in Olenveld." We have already been to the Mages Guild," protested Munthen. "They couldn't help us." "Go to Olenveld," the herbalist insisted, "and tell no one that you're going there." It's not easy to find Olenveld, as it did not appear on any modern map. In the booksellers in Skyrim, however, they found it in a historic book of cartography from the Second Era. In the yellowed pages, there was an Olenveld, a city on an island in the northern coast. They sail in summertide from Winterhold. Holding their pale daughter against the chill of the ocean wind, the couple set sail using the old map as their only guide. For nearly 2 days they were at sea, circling the same position, wondering if they were the victim of a cruel trick, and then they saw it. In the midst of crashing waves were twin crumbled statues framing the harbor. Long-forgotten gods or heroes. The ship within were half sunk, rotten shells along the docks. Munthen brought his ship in, and the three walked into the deserted island city. Sorry about that. Taverns with broken windows, a plaza with a dried-up well, shattered palaces, and fire-blackened tenements, barren shops and abandoned stables, all desolate, all still. But for the high, keening ocean wind that whistled through the empty places and gravestones, every road and alley was lined and crossed again with memorials to the dead. Munthen and Sinetta looked at one another. The chill they felt had little to do with the wind. They looked at Varla and continued on to their goal, the Mages Guild of Olenveld. Candlelight glistened through the windows of the great dark building, but it brought them little relief to know that someone was alive in the island of death. They knocked on the door and sealed themselves against whatever horror they might face within. The door was opened by a rather plump, middle-aged Nord woman with frizzy blonde hair. Standing behind her, a meek-looking bald Nord about her age, a shy teenage Breton couple, still very pimply and awkward, and very old apple-cheeked Breton man who grinned with delight at the visitors. "Oh my goodness," said the Nord woman, all afluster. "Thought my ears must be fooling me when I heard that door knocking. Come in, it's so cold." Three were ushered in the door, and they were relieved to find that the guild did not look abandoned in the least. It was well swept, well lit, and cheerfully decorated. The group fell into introductions. The inhabitants of the guild house in Olenveld were two families, the Nords Hjalmar and Net, and the Bretons Linwell, Rosalind, and Old Winster. They were friendly, accommodating, immediately bringing some mulled wine and bread while Munthin and Sonata explained to them what they were doing there, and what the healers and herbalists had said about Vrala. "So you see," said Sonata tearfully, "we didn't think we'd find the Mages Guild in Olenveld, but now that we have, please, you're our last hope." Five strangers also had tears in their eyes. Netta wept particularly noisily. "Oh, you've been through too much," the Nord woman bawled. "Of course we'll help. Your little girl will be right as rain." "It's fair to tell you," said Hjalmar more stoically, who clearly was also touched by their tale. "This is a guild house, but we are not mages. We took this building because it was abandoned and it serves our purpose since the Exodus. We are necromancers." "Necromancers?" Sonata quivered. "How could this nice people be anything so horrible?" "Yes, dear," Ned smiled, patting his hand. "I know, we have a bad reputation, I'm afraid. Never was very good, and now that well-meaning but foolish Archmagister Hannibal Traven..." "May the Word King eat his soul," cried the old man quite suddenly and very viciously. Now, Winster," said the teenage girl Rosalind, blushing and smiling at Sonata apologetically. "I'm sorry about him. He's usually very sweet-natured." "Well, of course, he's right. Manomarka will have the last say in the matter," Hjalmar said. "Right now it's all very, well, awkward. When Traven officially banned the art, we had to go into hiding. The only other option was to abandon it altogether. That's just foolish. Though there are many who have done that. Not many people know about Olenveld anymore since Cybersephion used it as his own personal graveyard," said Lywell. "Took us a week to find it again, but it's perfect for us. Lots of dead bodies, you know." "Lywell," Rosalind admonished him, "you're going to scare them." "Sorry," Lywell grinned sheepishly. "I don't care what you do here," said Munthin sternly. "I just want to know what you can do for my daughter." "Well," said Hjalmar with a shrug, "I guess we can make it so she doesn't die and is never sick again." Cinema gasped. "Please, we'll give you everything we have." "Nonsense," said Net, picking up Vrala in her big beefy arms. "Oh, what a beautiful girl. Would you like to feel better, little sweetheart?" Vrala nodded, wearily. "You stay here," Hjalmar said. "Rosalind, I'm sure we have something better than bread to offer these nice folks." Net started to carry Vrala away, but Sonata ran after her. "Wait, I'm coming too." "Oh, I'm sure you would, but it'd ruin the spell, dear," Net said. "Don't worry about a thing. We've done this dozens of times." Munthin pulled his arms around his wife, and she relented. Rosalind hurried off to the kitchen and brought some roasted fowl and more mulled wine for them. They sat in silence and ate. Winster shuddered suddenly. "The little girl has died." "Oh," Sonata gasped. "What in Oblivion do you mean?" Mumpel cried. "Winster, was that really necessary?" Low scowled at the old man before turning to Munthin and Sonata. "She had to die. Necromancy is not about curing a disease, it's about resurrection. Total regeneration, transforming the whole body. Not just the parts that aren't working now." Mumpel stood up angrily. "If those maniacs killed her, they didn't," Rosalind snapped, her shy eyes now showing fire. "Daughter was on her last breath when she came in here. Anyone could see that. You know this is horrible even, but I won't have you call all that sweet couple who are only trying to help you maniacs." Sonata burst into tears, "But she's going to live now, isn't she?" "Oh yes," Lil said, smiling broadly. "Oh, thank you. Sonata burst into tears. "I don't know what we would have done." "I know how you feel," said Rosalind, patting Winster's hand fondly. "I thought we were going to lose him. I was willing to do anything, just like you." Sonata smiled. "How old is your father?" "My son," Rosalind corrected her. "He's 6. From the other room came the sound of tiny footsteps. "Vrala, go give your parents a big hug," said Hjalmar. Munthin and Sonata turned, and the screaming began. I'm assuming vampires. Alright. Fey Falcon. I am not familiar with Fey Falcon. I don't remember ever reading it. Oh god, it's more by Wogan. Wogan Jarth. He has a lot. Okay. Falcon, Book 1. Great Sage was a tall, untidy man, bearded but not bald. His library resembled him. All the books had been moved over the years to the bottom shelves where they were gathered in dusty conglomerations. He used several of the books in his current lecture, explaining to his students Taxim and Vongeldock how the Mages Guild had first been founded by Vanus Galarian. They had many questions about Galarian's beginnings in the Psijic Order, and how the study of magic there differed from the Mages Guild. It was and is a very structured way of life, explained the Great Sage. Quite elitist, actually. That was the aspect of it Galarian most objected to. He wanted the study of magic to be free. Well, not free exactly, but at least available to all who could afford it. In doing that, he changed the course of life in Tamriel. He codified the praxes and rituals used by all modern potion makers, item makers, and spell makers. Didn't he, Great Sage? Asked Vogeldrock. He was only part of it. Magic as we know it today comes from Vanus Galarian. He restructured the schools to be understandable by the masses. He invented the tools of alchemy and enchanting so everyone can concoct whatever they wanted, whatever their skills and purse would allow them to without fears of magic backfire. Well, eventually he created that. What do you mean, Great Sage? Asked Taxim. First tools were more automated than the ones we have today. Any layman could use them without the least understanding of enchantment and alchemy. On the Isle of Artaeum, the students had to learn those skills laboriously and over many years, but Galarian decided that was another example of the Psijic's elitism. Tools he invented were like robotic master enchanters and alchemists, capable of creating anything the customer required, provided he could pay. So someone could, for example, create a sword that would cleave the world in twain, asked Vongeldock. I suppose in theory, but it would probably take all the gold in the world, chuckled the Great Sage. No, I can't say we were ever in very great danger, but that isn't to say that there weren't a few unfortunate incidents where a unschooled yokel invented something beyond his ken. Eventually, of course, Galarian tore apart his old tools and created what we use today. A little elitist, requiring that people know what they're doing before they do it, but remarkably practical. What did people invent? Asked Taxism. Are there any stories? You're trying to distract me so I don't test you, said the Great Sage, but I suppose I can tell you one story just to illustrate a point. This particular tale takes place in the city of Alinor on the west coast of Somerset Isle. It concerns a scribe named Tharbad. This was in the Second Era, not long after Vanus had founded the Mages Guild in chapter houses that sprung up all over Somerset, though not yet spread to the mainland of Tamriel. For 5 years, the scribe Tharbad had conducted all his correspondence to the outside world by way of his messenger boy, Gorgos. For the first year of his adoption of the hermit life, his few remaining friends and family, Prince's family of his dead wife, truth be told, had tried visiting, but even the most indefatigable kin gives up eventually when there's no encouragement. No one had a good reason to keep in touch with Thorsbad Holzik, and in time very few even tried. His sister-in-law sent him the occasional letter with news of people he could barely remember, but even communication was rare. Most of the messages to and from his house dealt with his business, reading the weekly proclamation from the Temple of Auriel. There were bulletins nailed on the temple door, community news, sermons, that sort of thing. The first message Gorgos brought him that day was from his healer, reminding him of his appointment on Turdos. Thorbad took a while to write his response, glum and affirmative. He had the Crimson Plague, which he was being treated for at considerable expense. You have to remember, these were the days before the school restoration became quite so specialized. It was a dreadful disease and had taken away his voice box. That was why he only communicated by script. Next message was from Alfiers, the secretary at the church, as current noxious as ever. Tharbird attached his Sundas' sermon, next week's events calendar, and the obituaries. Try to liven them up a little. I wasn't happy with your last attempt. Thorbad had taken the job of putting together the bulletin before Alfiers joined the temple, so his only mental image of her was purely theoretical and had evolved over time. First he thought of Alfiers as an ugly fat Slotus covered with warts. More recently she had mutated into a rail-thin spinster Orcus. There we go. Of course it was possible his clairvoyance was accurate and she had just lost weight. Whatever Alfiers looked like, her attitude towards Thorbad was clear, unwavering disdain. She hated his sense of humor, always found the most minor of misspellings, and considered his structure and calligraphy the worst kind of amateur work. Luckily, working for a temple was the next most secure job to working for the good king of Alinor. It didn't bring in very much money, but his expenses were minimal. The truth was, he didn't need to do it anymore. He had quite a fortune stashed away, but he didn't have anything else to occupy his days. And the truth was further than having little else to occupy his time and thoughts, the bulletin was very important to him. Gorgos, having delivered all the messages, began to clean, and as he did so, he told Tharbad all the news in town. The boy always did so, and Tharbad seldom paid him any attention. This time he had an interesting report. The Mages Guild has come to Alinor. As Tharbad listened intently, Gorgos told him all about the guild, their remarkable archmagister, and the incredible tools of alchemy and enchanting. Finally, when the lad finished, Tharbad scribbled a quick note and handed it in a quill to Gorgos that read, "Have them enchant this quill." "It will be expensive," said Gorgos. Tharbad gave Gorgos a sizable chunk of the thousands of gold pieces he had saved over the years and sent him out the door. Now, Tharbad decided he would finally have the ability to impress Elfirs and bring glory to the Temple of Auriel. The way I've heard the story, Gorgos had thought about taking the gold and leaving Alinor, but he had come to care for poor old Tharbad. Even more, he hated Elfirs who he had to see every day to get his messages for his master. It wasn't perhaps for the best motivations, but Gorgos decided to go to the guild and get the quill enchanted. Mages Guild was not then, especially not then, an elitist institution, as I have said. When the messenger boy came in and asked to use the item maker, he was greeted with some suspicion. When he showed the bag of gold, the attitude melted and he was ushered in the room. Now, I haven't seen one of the enchanting tools of old, so you must use your imagination. There was a large prism for the item to be bound with magicka, assuredly, and an assortment of soul gems and globes for trapped energies. Other than that, I cannot be certain how it looked or how it worked. Because all of the gold he gave to the guild, Gorgos could infuse the quill with the highest price soul available, which was something Daedric called Feyfolken. The initiate at the guild, being ignorant as most guild masters were at the time, did not know very much about the spirit except that it was filled with energy. When Gorgos left the room, the quill had been enchanted to its very limit, and then some. It was ritually quivering with power. Of course, when Tharbad used it, that's when it became clear how over his head he was. "And now," said the great sage, "it's time for your test. But what happened? What are the quill's powers?" cried Taxim. "You can't stop there," objected Vogeldock. "We will continue the tale after your conjuration test, provided you both perform exceptionally well," said the great sage. "Ah, yes. Get them interested so that way they actually care to do what they need to do." Ugh. Sorry. After the test had been given, and Vogeldock and Taxim had demonstrated their knowledge of the elementary conjuration, the great sage told them that they were free to enjoy the day. The two lads, who most afternoons fidgeted through their lessons, refused to leave their seats. Attila said after the test you'd tell us more of your tale about the scribe and his enchanted quill, said Taxim. Before he told us about the scribe, how he lived alone in his battles with the temple's secretary over the bulletin he scripted for posing, how he suffered from Crimson Plague and he couldn't speak. When he left office, the messenger boy had just had the master's quill enchanted with the spirit of a Daedric named Feyfolken. Added Vogeldock to add the great sage's memory. "As it happens," said the great sage, "I was thinking about an app. However, the story does touch on some issues of the natures of spirits, and thus is related to conjuration, so I'll continue." Tharbad began using the quill to write the temple bulletin, and there was something about the slightly lopsided, almost three-dimensional qualities of the letters that Tharbad liked a lot. End of the night, Tharbad put together the Temple of Auriel's bulletin. From the moment he washed over the page with the Feyfolken quill, it became a work of art, an illuminated manuscript crafted of gold with good, simple, and strong vernacular. The sermon excerpts read like poetry, despite being based on the archpriest's workmanlike exhortation of the most banal the Elysian doctrines. The obituaries of the two temple's chief benefactors were stark and powerful. Pitifully mundane deaths transitioned into world-class tragedies. Tharbad worked with the magical palette until he nearly fainted from exhaustion. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a day before the deadline, he handed the bulletin to Goros for him to carry to Alfirs, the temple secretary. As expected, Alfirs never wrote back to compliment him or even comment on how early he had sent the bulletin. Didn't matter. Tharbad knew it was the best bulletin the temple had ever posted. At 1 o'clock on Sundas, Gorgos brought him many messages. The bulletin today was so beautiful. When I read it, in the vestibule. I was ashamed to tell you I wept copiously, wrote the archpriest. I don't think I've seen anything that captures Oriel's glory so beautifully before. The cathedrals of first hold pale in comparison, my friend. I prostrate myself before the great artist since Galileo. The archpriest was, like most men of the cloth, given to hyperbole. Still, Thorabad was happy for the compliment. More messages followed. All of the temple elders and 33 of the parishioners, young and old, had all taken the time to find out who wrote the bulletin and how to get a message to congratulate him. There's only one person they could go through for that information. Alfiers. Imagining the Dragon Lady besieged by his admirers filled Thorabad with positive glee. He was still in a good mood the next day when he took the ferry to his appointment with his healer, Telemichael. I don't know. The herbalist was new, a pretty red-guard woman who tried to talk to him even after he gave her the note reading, "My name is Thorabad Polzik, and I have an appointment with Telemichael for 11 o'clock. Please forgive me for not talking, but I have no voice box anymore." "Has it started raining yet?" she asked cheerfully. The diviner said it might. Thorabad frowned and shook his head angrily. Why was it that everyone thought the mute people liked to be talked to? Soldiers who lost their arms liked to be thrown balls. It was undoubtedly not a purposefully cruel behavior, but Thorabad still suspected that people just liked to prove that they weren't crippled too. The examination itself was routine horror. Telemichael performed the regular invasive torture, all while chatting and chatting and chatting. You ought to try talking once in a while. That's the only way to see if you're getting better. If you don't feel comfortable doing it in public, you can try practicing it by yourself, said Telemichael, knowing his patient would ignore his advice. Try singing in the bath. You'll probably find you don't sound as bad as you think. Thorabad left the examination with the promise of test results in a couple of weeks. On the ferry ride back home, Thorabad began thinking of next week's temple bulletin. What about a double border around the last Sunday's offering plate announcement? Putting the sermon in 2 columns instead of 1 might have interesting effects. It's almost unbearable to think that he couldn't get started on it until Alfea sent him the information. When she did, it was with the note, "Last bulletin a little better. Next time, don't use the word fortuitous in place of fortunate. The words are not, if you look them up, synonymous." In response, Thorabad almost followed Telemichael's advice by screaming obscenities at Goros. Instead, he drank a bottle of cheap wine, composed, and sent a suitable reply and fell asleep on the floor. Next morning, after a long bath, Thorabad began working on the bulletin. His idea for putting a light shading effect on the special announcement section had an amazing textural effect. Alfiers always hated the extra decorations he added to the borders, but using the Fey Falcon quill, they looked strangely powerful and majestic. Gross came to him with a message from Alfiers at that very moment. As in response to the thought Thorabad opened up, it simply said, "I'm sorry." Thorabad kept working. Alfiers' note he put from his mind, sure that she would soon follow it up with some complete message. "I'm sorry that no one ever taught you to keep right hand and left hand margins the same length." Or, "I'm sorry we can't get someone other than a weird old man as scribe of our bulletin." It didn't matter that she was sorry about that. The columns from the sermon notes rose like massive pillars of roses, crowned with unashamedly ornate headers. The obituaries and birth announcements were framed together with a spherical border as a heartbreaking declaration of the circle of life. The bulletin was simultaneously both warm and avant-garde. It was a masterpiece. When he sent it off to Alfiers late that afternoon, he knew she'd hate it and was glad. Thorabad wasn't surprised to get a message from the temple on Loredas. Before he read the content, he could tell from the style that it wasn't from Alfiers. Handwriting wasn't Alfiers' usual belligerent slashing style, and it wasn't all in Alfiers' usual capital letters, which read like a scream from Oblivion. Thorabad, I know you should know Alfiers isn't at the temple anymore. She quit her position yesterday very suddenly. My name is Vanderthil, and I was lucky enough, let me admit it now, I begged pitifully, be your new temple contact. I'm overwhelmed by your genius. I've been following a crisis of faith until I read last week's bulletin. This week's bulletin is a miracle. Enough. I just wanted to say I'm honored to be working with you. Vanderthil. The response on Stundas after the service even astonished Thorabad. The archpriest attributed the massive increase in attendance and collective plate offerings entirely to the bulletin. Thorabad's salary was quadrupled. Gorgos brought over 120 messages from his adoring public. The following week, Thorabad sat in front of his writing plank, a glass of fine Torvali meat at his right, staring at the blank scroll. He had no ideas. The bulletin, his child, his second wife, bored him.
The third-rate sermons of the Archbishop were absolute anathema, and the deaths and births of the temple patron struck him as entirely pointless. Blah, 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 he thought as he scribbled on the page. Here at the letters, blah, blah. The words that appeared on the scroll were a necklace of pearl on a white neck. He scrolled a jagged line across the page and appeared in through the damnable, beautiful Feyfolken quill, glory to Ariel. Thorbad slammed the quill and poetry spilled forth in a stream of ink. He scratched over the page, blotting over everything, and the vanquished words sprung back up in different form, even in more exquisite than before. Every daub and splatter caused the document to whirl like a kaleidoscope before falling together in glorious symmetry. There was nothing he could do to ruin the bulletin. Feyfolken had taken over. He was a reader, not an author. Now, asked the great sage, what was Feyfolken from your knowledge of the School of Conjuration? What happened next? Cried Bungeldock. First, tell me what Feyfolken was, and then I'll continue the story. That it was a Daedra, said Taxum. It seems to have something to do with artistic expression. Was Feyfolken a servitor of Azura? The scry may have been imagining all this, said Vongeldock. Perhaps Feyfolken is a servitor of Sheogorath, and he's gone mad. The quill's writing makes everyone who views it, like all those in the congregation at Temple of Oriel, go mad. I mean, as far as the Daedra of knowledge, Christine is the Daedra of the wild, and the Daedra of revenge is Boethia, pondered Taxism, and then he smiled. Feyfolken is the servitor of Clavicus Vile, isn't it? Very good, said the great sage. How did you know? It's a style, said Taxim, assuming that he doesn't want the power of the quill. Now that he has it, what happens next? I'll tell you, said the great sage, and continued his tale. Here we go. Feyfolken, Book 3. Thorbad had at last seen the power of the quill, said the great sage, continuing his tale. Chandler with the Daedra Feyfolken, servitor of Clavicus Vile, had brought him great wealth and fame as described in the weekly bulletin of the Temple of the Oriel. But he realized that it was the artist, and he merely the witness to its magic. He was furious and jealous. With a cry, he snapped the quill in half, trying to finish his glass of mead. When he turned around, the quill was intact. He had no other quills but the one he had just enchanted, so he dipped his finger in the inkwell and wrote a note to Goros in big sloppy letters. When Goros returned with a new batch of congratulatory messages from the temple, praising his latest bulletin, he handed the note and the quill to the messenger boy. The note read, "Take the quill back to the Mage's Guild and sell it. Buy me another quill with no enchantments." Goros didn't know what to make of the note, but he did as he was told. He returned a few hours later. "They wouldn't give us any gold back for it," said Goros. "They said it wasn't enchanted." I told him, I said, "What are you talking about? You enchanted it right here with that Feyfolken soul gem." And they said, "Well, there ain't a soul in it now. Maybe you did something and it got loose." Goros paused to look at his master. Thorbad couldn't speak, of course, but he seemed even more than usually speechless. "Anyway, threw the quill away and got you this new one, like you said." Thorbad sighted the new quill. It was white-feathered, while his old quill had been dove gray. Felt good in his hand. He sighed with relief and waved his messenger lad away. He had a bulletin to write, and this time without any magic except for his own talent. In 2 days' time, he was nearly back on schedule. It looked plain, but it was entirely his. Thorbad felt a strange reassurance when he ran his eyes over the page and noticed some slight errors. It had been a long time since the bulletin contained any errors. In fact, Thorbad reflected happily. There was probably other mistakes still in the document that he was not seeing. He was finishing a final whirl of plain calligraphy on the borders when Goros arrived with some messages from the temple. He looked them all quickly until one caught his eye. The vaccine on the letter read Feyfolken. With complete bafflement, he broke it open. "I think you should kill yourself," it read in perfectly gorgeous script. He dropped the letter to the floor, seeing sun moving on the bulletin. Feyfolken script leapt from the letter and coursed over the scroll in a flood, translating a shabby document into a work of sublime beauty. Thorbad no longer cared about the weird croaking quality of his voice. He screamed for a very long time and then drank heavily. Goros brought Thorbad a message from Vanderfil, the secretary of the temple, early for 8 this morning, but it took the scribe until mid-morning to work up the courage to look at it. "Good morning, I'm just checking in on the bulletin. Usually have it in on Turdas night. I'm curious, are you planning something special? Vanderthil." Thorbad responded, "Vanderthil, I'm sorry I've been sick. There won't be a bulletin this Sunday," and handed the note to Goros before returning to his bath. When he came back an hour later, Goros was just returning from the temple, smiling. "Vanderthil and the Archpriest went crazy," he said. "They said it was your best work ever." Thorbad looked at Goros, uncomprehending. Then he noticed that the bulletin was gone. Shaking, he dipped his finger in the inkwell and scrawled with the words. What did the note I sent with you say? You don't remember? Said Goros. Leaning back a smile, he knew the master had been drinking a lot lately. Don't remember the exact words, but it was something like, Worthel, here it is. Sorry, it's late. I've been having severe mental problems lately. Thorbad. When you said, here it is, I figured you wanted me to bring the bulletin along, so I did. And like I said, they loved it. I bet you get 3 times as much letters as Sundas. Thorbad nodded his head, smiled, and waved the messenger lad away. Goros returned back to the temple, while his master turned to his writing plank, pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. He wrote with the quill, What do you want, Feyfolken? The words became, Goodbye, I hate my life, I have cut my wrists. Thorbad tried another tact. Have I gone insane? The words became, Goodbye, I have poison, I hate my life. Why are you doing this to me? I, Thorbad Holskin, cannot live with myself in my ingratitude. That's why I've put this noose around my neck. Thorbad picked up a fresh parchment, dipped his finger in the inkwell, proceeded to rewrite the entire bulletin, while his original draft before Feyfolken had altered it had been simple and flawed. The new copy was a scrawl. Lowercase i's were undotted, g's looked like y's, sentences ran into margins and curled up and all over like serpents. Ink from the first page leaked onto the second page. When he yanked the pages from the notebooks, a long tear nearly divided the third page in half. Something about the final result was evocative. Thorbad at least hoped so. He wrote another note, reading simply, Use this bulletin instead of the piece of trash I sent you. When Gorgos returned with the new messages, Thorbad handed the envelope to him. New letters were all the same except for one from his healer, Telemichael. Thorbad, we need you to come in as soon as possible. We received reports from Black Marsh about a strain of Crimson Plague. Sounds very much like your disease, and we need to re-examine you. I don't think it's definite yet, but we want to see what our options are. It took Thorbad the rest of the day and 15 drams of the stoutest mead to recover. A larger part of the next morning was spent recovering from this means of recovery. Started to write a message to Vanderthil. What do you think of the new bulletin with the quill? Feyfolken's improved version was, I'm going to ignite myself on fire because I'm a dying no talent. Thorbad rewrote the note using his finger and ink message. When Goros appeared, he handed him the letter. There was one message in Vanderbilt's handwriting. It read, Thorbad, not only are you divinely inspired, but you have a great sense of humor. Imagine us using these scribbles you sent us instead of the real bulletin. Made the Archbishop laugh heartily. I cannot wait to see what you have next week. Yours fondly, Vanderthil. The funeral service a week later brought out more far friends and Myers than Vanderbad Holzik would have believed. The coffin, of course, had to be closed, but that didn't stop the mourners from filing into lines to touch its smooth oak surface, edging it as the flesh of the artist himself. The Archbishop managed to rise to the occasion and deliver a better than usual eulogy. Thorbad's old nemesis, the secretary before Vanderthane, Alfiers, came in from cloud rest, wailing and telling all who would listen that Thorbad's suggestions had changed the direction of her life. G heard that Thorbad had left her his quill and his final testament. She broke down in tears. Vanderthil was even more inconsolable until she found a handsome and delightfully single young man. I didn't realize Vanderthil was a woman. I can't hardly believe he's gone, and I never saw him face to face or spoke to him, she said. Saw the body, but even if he hadn't been all burned up, I wouldn't have been able to tell if it was him or not. I wish I could tell you there'd been a mistake. There was plenty of medical evidence, said Telemichael. I supplied some of it myself. He was a patient of mine, you see. Oh, Vanderthil, was he sick or something? He had a crimson plague years ago. That's what took away his voice box, but it appeared to have gone into complete remission. Actually, I just sent him a note telling him words to the effect the day before he killed himself. You hear that, healer? Exclaimed Vanderthil. Thorbad's message boy Goros told me that he had just picked up that message when I sent mine, complimenting him on the new primitive design from the bulletin. It was amazing work. I never would have told him this, but I'd begun to suspect he was stuck in an outmoded style. Turns out he had one last work of genius before going out in a blaze of glory, figuratively and literally. Vanderthil showed the healer Thorbad's last bulletin. Telemichael agreed that its fanatic, nearly illegible style spoke volumes about the power and majesty of the god Auriel. Now I'm thoroughly confused, said Vungeldak. About which part that's a great sage. I think the tale is very straightforward. Feyfolken made all the bulletins beautiful except for the last one. The one Thorbad did for himself, said Taxim thoughtfully. Why did he misread the notes from Vanderthane the healer? Did Feyfolken change those words? Perhaps, smiled the great sage. Or did Feyfolken change Thorbad's perception of those words? Asked
bungled Doc. Did Fey Falcon make him mad after all? Very likely, said the great sage. That would mean that Fey Falcon was a servitor of Sheogorath, said bungled Doc. And you said he was a servitor of Clavicus Vile. Which was he? An agent of mischief or an agent of insanity? That will surely be altered by Fey Falcon, said Taxim. That's the sort of thing a servitor of Clavicus Vile would do to perpetuate a curse. As an apprentice ending to the tale described in a cursed quill, smiled the great sage, I will let you read into it as you will. Dang, okay. Next up, the Gold Ribbon of Merit. By Empyrean Brum. Okay. In that early springtime morning, pale sun flickered behind the morning mist, floating through trees as Templar and Stringpool made their way to the clearing. Neither had been back in High Rock, let alone in their favorite woods, for 4 years. The trees had changed little, even if they had. Stringpool had a handsome blonde mustache now, stiffened and spiked with wax, and Templar seemed to be a completely alien creature to the young lad who searched for adventure in the ancient grove. He was much quieter, as if scarred within as well as without. They each carried their bows and quivers with extra care as they moved their way through the clusters of vine and branch. This is the path that used to lead to your house, isn't it, old boy? Asked Stringpool. Templar glanced at the overgrowth and nodded before continuing on. I thought so, said Stringpool, and laughed. I remember it because you used to run down it every time you got a bloody nose. I know I can't offend you, but I have to say it's hard to believe that you ended up a soldier. How's your family? Asked Templar. The same, a bit more pompous if that's possible. It's obvious they wish I'd come back from the academy. There's nothing much for me here, at least not until I collect my inheritance. Did you see I got a gold ribbon of merit in archery? How could I miss it? Said Templar. Oh yes, I nearly forgot that the families put it in the Great Hall. Very ostentatiously, I suppose you could actually see it through the picture window. Silly, but I hope the peasants are impressed. Clearing opened up before them, where they mist settled in the grass, enveloping it in an opaque, chilly vapor. Burlap targets were arranged around in a semicircle several meters apart, like sentinels. You've been practicing, observed Templar. Well, I bet I've only been back in town for a few days, said Stringpool with a smile. Parents said you got here a week ago? That's right. It's camped a few miles east, and I thought I'd visit the old haunts. A lot's changed. I could hardly recognize anything at all. Templar looked down at the valley below to the vast, empty tilled ground, stretching out for miles around. Looks like a good planting. My family's rather spread out since yours left. There was some discussion, I think, about keeping your old house up, but it seemed a little sentimental, especially as there was fertile ground beneath it. Stringpool strung his bow carefully. It was a beautiful piece of art, dark ebony and spun silver filigrees, handcrafted for him in Wayrest. He looked over at Templar stringing his bow and felt a twinge of pity. It was a sad weathered utensil, bound together with strips of fabric. If that's how they taught you to string your bow, you need some advisors from the academy in that army of yours, said Stringpool as gently as he could. The untightened loop is supposed to look like an X and an O. Yours looks like a Z and a Y. Works fine for me, said Templar. I should tell you, I won't be able to make it an afternoon of this. I'm supposed to join my unit this evening. Stringpool began to feel annoyed by his old friend. If he was as angry about his family losing their land, why couldn't he just say it? Why did he come back to the valley at all? He watched Templar knock his first arrow, take aim at a target, and coughed. Sorry, but I can't in good faith send you back to the army without a little new wisdom. There are 3 types of draw. 3 fingers, thumb and index, thumb and 2 fingers. Then there's the thumb draw, which I like, but you see, Stringpool showed Templar the small leather loop fastened on the cord of the bow. You need to have one of these thingies or you'll tear your thumb right off. I think I like my stupid method best. Don't be pig-headed, Templar. They didn't give me the gold ribbon of merit for nothing. I demonstrated shooting from under a shield, standing, sitting, squatting, kneeling, and sitting on horseback. This is practical information I'm imparting for the sake of our friendship, which I, at least, haven't completely forgotten. Sweet Kennereth, I remember when you were just a annoying little squirt begging for this kind of honest guidance. Templar looked at Stringpool for a moment and lowered his bow. Show me. Stringpool relaxed, shook away the tensions that had been building. He did his exercise, drawing the bow back to his eyebrow, his mustache, his chest, his earlobe. There are 3 ways of shooting. snatching and releasing in one continuous motion, like the Bosmer do, holding with a short draw and pause before releasing the Khajiit, and a partial draw, pause, final draw. Sting Pool fired the arrow in the center of the target with cool precision, and release, which I prefer. Very nice, said Templar. Now you, said Sting Pool. Help Templar select a grip, knock his arrow correctly, and take aim. The smile grew on Templar's face. The first time Sting Pool had seen such a childlike expression on the war-etched visage all afternoon. Templar released the arrow. It rocketed high over the top of the target and into the valley below, where it disappeared from sight. Not bad, said Templar. No, not bad, said Sting Pool, feeling friendly once again. Practice should be able to focus your aim a little bit. I'm losing my voice. Whoops. The two shot a few more practice bolts before parting ways. Templar began the long trek east to his unit's camp, and Sting Pool wound his way down through the woods to the valley in his family's mansion. He hummed a little tune he learned at the academy as he passed the great lawn and walked up to the front door. Pleased with himself for helping his old friend, it entirely escaped his attention that the large picture window was broken, but he noticed right away when he came into the great hall and saw Templar's wild shot bolt sticking in his gold ribbon of merit. I love that. Alright, next up, Hallgerd's Tale. F, G... There it is. Hallgerd's Tale by Tavi Dromio. I think the greatest warrior who ever lived had to be Villas Nominus, offered Zalmara. Name one other warrior who conquered Mortaria. Tiber Septim, obviously, said Hallgerd. He wasn't a warrior, he was an administrator, a politician, said Garaz. And besides, acreage conquered can't be final means of determining the best warrior, about skill with a blade. There are other weapons than blades, objected Zalmara. Why not skill with an axe or a bow? Who was the greatest master of all weaponry? I can't think of one greatest master of all weaponry, said Hallgerd. Balaxus of Agia, Nero in Blackmarsh was the greatest wielder of a lance. Ernst Lervu of the Ashlance is the greatest master of the club I've ever seen. The greatest master of the katana is probably an Akvari warlord we've never heard of, as far as archery goes. Helnal Whitestrakes supposedly conquered all of Tamriel by himself, interrupted Zelmara. That was before the First Era, said Garaz. Probably mostly myth, but there are all sorts of warriors of the modern eras. The Cameron Usurper, the unknown hero who brought together the Staff of Chaos and defeated Yeagar Tharn. Can't declare an unknown champion as the greatest warrior. What about Nandor Berade, the Empress Katarai's champion, suggested Zalmara. They said he could use any weapon ever invented. But what happened to him, smiled Garaz. He was drowned in the Sea of Ghosts because he couldn't get his armor off. Call me overly particular, but I think the greatest warrior in the world should know how to take armor off. It's kind of hard to judge ability to wear armor as a skill, said Zalmara. Either you have basic functionality in a suit of armor, or you don't. That's not true, said Hallgerd. There are masters in that as well, people who can do things while wearing armor better than we can out of armor. Have you ever heard of Hlalu Passaroth, the king's great-grandfather? Zalmara and Garaz admitted that they had not. This was hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Passaroth was the ruler of a great estate, yet won by right of being the greatest warrior in the land. It's been said, and truly, that much of the house's current power is based on Passaroth's earnings as a warrior. Every week, he held games at his castle, putting his skill against champions of the neighboring estates, and every week, he won something. His great skill wasn't in the use of weaponry, though he was decent enough with an axe and a longsword, but in his ability to move quickly and with great agility wearing a full suit of heavy mail. There are some who said he moved faster while wearing armor than he did out of it. Some months before the story begins, he had won the daughter of one of his neighbors, a beautiful creature named Mena, who he had made his wife. He loved her very much, but he was intensely jealous, and with good reason. She wasn't very pleased with his husbandry skills, and the only reason Mena ever stayed was because Passaroth kept a close eye on her. She was, to put it kindly, naturally amorous and resentful of her position as a prize. Wherever he went, he always brought her with him. At the game, she was placed in a special box so he could see her even while he competed. But his real competition, though he didn't know it, was from a handsome young armorer who also won at one of his competitions. Mena had noticed him, and the armorer, whose name was Terran, had certainly noticed her.
Says all the makings of a dirty joke, Halgard said Ziomara with a smile. I swear that's entirely true, said Halgard. The problem facing the lovers was, of course, that they could never be alone. Perhaps, because of this, it became a burning obsession to both of them. Taran decided that the best time for them to consummate their love was during the games. Maina feigned illness so she didn't have to stay in the box, but Passeroth visited the sick room every few minutes between fights. So Taran and Mena could never get together. The sound of Passeroth's armor clunking up the stairs to visit a sick wife gave Taran the idea. He crafted his lord a new suit of armor, strong and bright and beautifully decorated. For his purposes, Taran rubbed the joint legs with Luca dust, so the more he sweated and the more he moved them, the more they'd stick together. After a while, Taran figured, Passeroth wouldn't be able to walk very quickly, and wouldn't have enough time in between fights to visit his wife. But just in case, Taran also added bells to the legs which rung loudly when they moved, so the couple would be able to hear him coming in plenty of time. When the games commenced the following week, Maina feigned illness again, and Taran presented his lord with the new armor. Passeroth was delighted with it, as Taran had hoped he'd be, and donned it for his first fight. Taran then stole upstairs to Mena's bedchamber. All was silent outside as the two began to make love. Suddenly, Mena noticed a peculiar expression on Taran's face, and before she had a chance to ask him about it, his head fell off at the neck. Passeroth was standing behind him with an axe in hand. How did he get upstairs so quickly with his legs joints gummed up? And didn't they hear the bells ringing? Asked Garaz. Well, you see, when Passeroth realized he couldn't walk on his legs very quickly, he walked on his hands. I don't believe it, laughed Zamora. What happens next? Asked Garaz. Did Passeroth kill Mena also? No one knows exactly what happened next, said Halgard. Passeroth didn't return for the next game, nor for the next. Finally, at the fourth game, he returned to fight, and Mena appeared in the box to watch. She didn't appear to be sick anymore. In fact, she was smiling and had a light flush to her face. They did it, cried Ziomara. Don't have all the salacious details, except that after the battle, it took 10 squires 13 hours to get Passeroth's armors off because all the Loca dust mixed with sweat. I don't understand. You mean he didn't take his armor off when they... But how? Like I said, replied Halgard. This is a story about how someone who is more agile and accomplished in his armor than out of it. Now that's skill, said Garas. I assume that's a heavy armor skill book. Alright, next is Ice and Chitin. Oh, but down. The tale dates to the year 855 of the Second Era, after General Talos had taken the name Tiber Septim and begun his conquest of Tamriel. One of his commanding officers, Beatia of Iliolos, had been surprised in an ambush while returning from a meeting with the Emperor. She and her personal guard of 5 soldiers barely escaped and were separated from their army. They fled across the desolate, sleek-painted rocky cliffs by foot. The attack had been so sudden, they had not even the time to don armor or get to their horses. If we can get to the Gorvig Ridge, hollered Lieutenant Ascutus, gesturing toward a peak off in the mist, his voice barely discernible over the wind, we can meet the legion you stationed in Pornock. Beatia looked across the craggy landscape through the windswept hoary trees and shook her head. Not that way. We'll be struck down before we make it halfway to the mountain. You can see their horses' breath through the trees. She directed her guard toward a ruined old keep in the frozen isthmus of Nerone, across the bay from Gorvig Ridge. Jutting out on a promontory of rock, it was like many other abandoned castles in northern Skyrim, remnants of Riemann Cyrodiil's protective shield against the continent of Akavir. As they reached their destination and made a fire, they could hear the army of the war chiefs of Danstrar behind them, making camp on the land southwest, blocking the only escape but the sea. Soldiers assessed the stock of the keep while Beatia looked out to the fog-veiled water through the casements of the ruin. She threw a stone, watching it skip across the ice-trailing puffs of mist before it disappeared with a splash into a crack in the surface. No food or weaponry to be found, Commander, Lieutenant Actus reported. There's a pile of armor in storage, but it's definitely taken on the elements over the years. I don't know if it's salvageable at all. We won't last long here, Beatia replied. Nors know that we'll be vulnerable when night falls, and this old rock won't hold them off. If there's anything in the keep we can use, find it. We have to make it across the ice floe to the ridge. After a few minutes of searching and matching pieces, Guards presented two very grimy, scuffed, and cracked suits of chitin armor. Even the least proud of the adventurers and any pirates who had eluded the castle over the years had thought the shells of chitin beneath their notice. Soldiers did not dare to clean them. The dust looked to be the only adhesive holding them together. They won't offer us much protection, just slow us down, grimaced Ascutus. If we run across the ice as soon as it gets dark. Anyone who can plan and execute an ambush like the warships of Danstar will be expecting that. We need to move quickly now before they're any closer. Vietia drew a map of the bay in the dust, and then a semicircular path across the water, an arc stretching from the castle to the Gorvig Ridge. Men shall go the long way across the bay like so. The ice is thick there at ways from the shoreline. There are a lot of rocks for cover. Not staying behind to hold the castle? Of course not, Vietia shook her head, and drew a straight line from the castle to the closest shore across the bay. Take one of the chitin suits and try to cross the water here. If you don't see or hear me when you've made it to land, don't wait, just get to Pornock. Then Ascutus tried to dissuade his commander, but he knew that she would never order one of her men to perform the ritual act of diversion, that all would die before they reached Gorvig Ridge if the warlord's army was not distracted. He could find only one way to honor his duty to protect his commanding officer. It was not easy convincing Commander Beata that he should accompany her, but at last she relented. The sun hung low, but still cast a diffused glow, illuminating the snow with a ghostly light. And the 5 men and 1 woman slipped through the boulders beneath the castle to the water's frozen edge. Beatia and Ascutus moved carefully and precisely, painfully aware of each dull crunch of chitin against stone. At their commander's signal, the 4 unarmored men dashed toward the north across the ice. When her men had reached the first fragment of cover, a spiral of stone jutting a few yards from the base of the promontory, Beatia turned to listen to the sound of the army above. Nothing but silence. They were still unseen. Ascutus nodded, his eyes through the helm showing no fear. The commander and her lieutenant snapped onto the ice and began to run. When Beatia had surveyed the bay from the castle ramparts, the crossing closest to the shore seemed like a vast featureless plain of white. Now that she was down on the ice, it was even more flat and stark. The sheet of mist rose only up to their ankles, but it billowed up at their approach like the hand of nature itself was pointing out their presence to their enemies. They were utterly exposed. It came almost as a relief when Beatia heard one of the warlord scouts whistle a signal to his masters. They didn't have to turn around to see if the armies were coming. The sound of galloping hoofs and crash of trees giving way was very clear over the whistling wind. Beatia wished she could risk a glance to the north to see if her men were hidden from view, but she didn't dare. She could hear Ascutus running to her right, keeping pace, breathing hard. He was used to wearing heavier armor, but the chitin jolts were so brittle and tight from use to disuse, it was all he could do to bend them. The rocky shore to the ridge still looked at eternity all the way when Beatia felt and heard the first volley of arrows. Most struck the ice at her feet with sharp cracking sounds, but a few nearly found home, ricocheting off their backs. She silently offered a prayer of thanks to whoever anonymous shellsmith, now long dead, had crafted the armor. They continued to run, as the first rain of arrows was quickly followed by a second and a third. Thanks, Stendar, Ascutus gasped. If there was only leather in the kneecap, we'd be pierced through and through. Now, if only it weren't so rigid. Beatia felt her own armor joints begin to set, her knees and hips finding more and more resistance with every step. There would be no denying it. They were drawing closer towards the shore, but they were running much more slowly. She heard the first dreadful galloping crunch of the army charging across the floe toward them. The riders were cautious on the slippery ice, not driving their horses at full speed, but Beatia knew that they would be upon 2 of them soon. The old chitin armor could withstand the bite of a few arrows, but not a lance driven with the force of a galloping horse. The only great unknown was time. The thunder of beating hooves was deafening behind them when Ascutus and Beatia reached the edge of the shore. The giant jagged stones that strung around the beach blockaded the approach. Beneath their feet, the ice sighed and cracked. They could not stand still, run forward, nor run back. Straining against the tired metal in the armor joints, they took 2 bounds forward and flew at the boulders. The first landing on the ice sounded an explosive crack. When they rose for the final jump, it was on a wave of water so cold it felt like fire through the thin armor. Ascutus' right hand found purchase in a deep fissure. Beatia gripped with both hands, but her boulder was slickened with frost. Faces pressed to the stone, they could not turn to face the army behind them. But they heard the ice splintering, and the soldiers cry out in terror for just an instant. Then there was no sound but the whining of the wind and the purring lap of the water. A moment later, there were footsteps on the cliff above. The 4 guardsmen had crossed the bay. There were 2 to pull Beatia up from the face of the boulder, another 2 for Ascutus. They strained and swore at the weight, but finally they had their commander and a lieutenant safely on the edge of Gorvig Ridge. By Mara, that's heavy for light armor. Yes, smiled Beatia wearily, looking back over the empty, broken ice floe, the cracks radiating from the parallel paths she and Ascutus had run. But sometimes that's good. Well, damn. Okay, 1 second. I need to grab my phone charger. And then, okay, there we go. We need to move on to... I've already read the importance of where. So next is Incident in Necrom. Alright. By Junquilla Both. Situation simply is this, said Falxith, his face as chiseled and resolute as any statue. Everyone knows that the cemetery west of the city is haunted by some malevolent beings, and has been for many years now. People have come to accept it. They bury their dead by daylight, and are away before Maser and Secunda have risen and the evil comes forth. The only victims to fall prey to the devils within are the very stupid and the outsiders. Sounds like a natural solution to filtering out the undesirable, then laughed Nitra, a tall middle-aged woman with cold eyes and thin lips. Where's the gold in saving them? From the temple. They're reopening a new monastery near the cemetery. They need the lands cleansed of evil. They're offering a fortune, so I accepted the assignment with the caveat that I could assemble my own team to split the reward. That's why I've sought you each out. What I've heard of you, Nitra, you are the best bladesmith in Morrowind. Nitra smiled her unpleasant best. You, Osmic, are a renowned burglar, but never once imprisoned. The bald-pated young man stammered as if to refute the charges before running back. I get you in where you need to go, but that is up to you to do what you need to do. I'm no combatter. Anything Nitra and I can't handle, I'm sure Masitha can prove her mettle. Blacksith said, turning to the 4th member of the party. She comes on very good references as a sorceress of great power and skill. Masitha was the picture of innocence, round-faced and wide-eyed. Nitra and Osmic looked at her uncertainly, particularly watching her fearful expressions, and Flaxith described the nature of the creatures haunting the cemetery. It was obvious she had never faced any adversary other than Man Mer before. If she survived, they thought to themselves, it would be very surprising. As the foursome trudged through the graveyard at dusk, they took the opportunity to quiz their new teammate. Vampires are filthy creatures, said Nithra. Disease-ridden, you know. They say off to the west, they'll indiscriminately pass on their curse together with a number of other afflictions. They don't do that here so much, but still you don't want to leave your wounds untreated. I take it you know something of the spell's restoration if one of us gets bit? I know a little, but I'm no healer, said Masitha meekly, more of a battle mage, asked Osmic. I do a little damage if I'm really close, but I'm not very good at that either. I'm more of an illusionist, technically. Ether and Osmic looked at each other with naked concern as they reached the gates of the graveyard. They were moving shadows, stray specters among the wrack and ruins, crumbled paths stacked on top of crumbled paths. It wasn't a maze of a palace, it could have been any dilapidated graveyard, but even without looking at the tombstones, it did have one very noticeable feature. Filling the horizon for the mausoleum of a minor Cyrodiilic official from the Second Era, slightly exotic, but still harmonizing with the Dunmer graves in a complementary style called Decay. Well, it's a surprisingly useful tool, whispered Masitha. Masitha defensively, you'll see, it's all concerned with Magicka's ability to alter the perception of objects without changing their physical compositions. Removing sensual data, for example, to cast darkness or remove sound or smell from air, it can help by a red-haired vampire woman leapt out of the shadows in front of them, knocking Flaxith on his back. Nitra quickly unsheathed her sword, but Masitha was faster. With a wave of her hand, the creature stopped, frozen, her jaw scant inches from Flaxith's throat. Flaxith pulled out his own blade and finished her off. That solution? Asked Osmic. Certainly, smiled Masitha. Nothing changed in the vampire's form except its ability to move. Like I said, it's a very useful skill. Yeah. The four climbed up over the path to the front gate out to the crypt. Osmic snapped the lock and disassembled the poison trap. The sorceress cast a wave of light down the dust-choked corridors, banishing the shadows, drawing the inhabitants out. Almost immediately, they were set on by a pair of vampires howling and screaming in a frenzy of bloodlust. The battle was joined, so no sooner were the first two vampires felled than their reinforcements attacked. They were mighty warriors of uncanny strength and endurance, but Mesitha's paralysis spell and the weaponry of Flaxeth and Nitra clove through their ranks. Even Osmic aided the battle. "They're crazy," gasped Mesitha when the fight finally ended and she could catch her breath. "Quara, the most savage of the vampire bloodlines," said Flaxeth. "We have to find and exterminate each and every one." Delving into the crypts, the group pounded out more of the creatures. Though they varied in appearance, each seemed to rely on their strength and claws for attacking, and subtlety did not seem to be the style of any. When the entire mausoleum had been searched and every creature within destroyed, the four finally made their way to the surface. It was only an hour until sunrise. There was no frenzied scream or howl, nothing rushed forward towards them. The final attack, when it happened, was so unlike the others that the questers were taken utterly by surprise. The ancient creature waited until the four were almost out of the cemetery, talking amiably, making plans for spending their share of the reward. He judged carefully who would be the greatest threat, then launched himself at the sorceress. Had Flaxeth not turned his attention back from the gate, she would have been ripped to shreds before she had the chance to scream. The vampire knocked Mesitha across a stone, its claws raking across her back, but stopped its assault in order to block a blow from Flaxeth's sword. Accomplished this maneuver in its own brutal way, by tearing the warrior's arm from its socket. Osmic and Nitra set on it, but they found themselves in a losing battle. Only when Mesitha pulled herself back up from behind the pile of rocks, weak and bleeding, that the fight turned. She cast a magical ball of flame at the creature, which so enraged it that it turned back to her. Nitra saw her opening and took it, beheading the vampire with a stroke of her sword. "So you do know some destruction spells, like you said," Nitra said. "And a few spells of healing, too," she said weakly, "but I can't save Flaxeth." Weird died in the bloody dust before them. The three were quiet as they traveled across the dawn-lit countryside back toward Necron. Mesitha felt the throb of pain on her back intensify as they walked, and then a gradual numbness like ice spread through her body. "I need to go to a healer and see if I'm diseased," she said as they reached the city. "Meet us at the Moth and Fire tomorrow morning," said Nitra. "We'll go to the temple and get a reward, and split it there." 3 hours later, Osmic and Nitra sat in their room at the tavern, happily counting and recounting the gold marks. Split 3 ways, it was a very comfortable sum. "But the healers can't do anything for Mesitha," smiled Osmic dreamily. "Some diseases can be insidious." "Did you hear something in the hall?" asked Nitra quickly. But when she looked, there was no one there. She returned, shutting the door behind her. "I'm sure Mesitha will survive if she went straight to the healer, but we could leave tonight with the gold." "Have one less drink for her, poor sorceress," said Osmic, leading Nitra out of the room toward the stairs down. Nitra laughed. "The spells of illusion will help her track us down, as useful as she keeps saying they are. Paralysis, light, silence. Not so good when you don't know where to look." They closed the door behind them. "Visibility is another spell of illusion," said Mesitha's disembodied voice. The gold on the table rose in the air and vanished from their sight as she slipped it into her purse. The door again opened and closed, and all was silent until Osmic and Nitra returned a few minutes later. So, I guess, did she rob them, or did she kill... Well, no. Yeah, I guess... Was it she... I mean, obviously, she robbed them. Like, did she kill them? I don't know. Anyways, I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We've already read Nightfall. That was part of a quest. So next is Last Scabbard of Akresh. By Tabar Vonikt. For several warm summer days in the year 3rd Era 407, a young, pretty Dunmer woman in a veil regularly visited one of the master armorers in the city of Tyr. Locals decided that she was young and pretty by her figure and poise, though no one ever saw her face. She and the armorer would retire to the back of his shop, and he would close down his business and dismiss his apprentice for a few hours. Then at mid-afternoon, she would leave, only to return at precisely the same time the next day. As gossip goes, it was fairly meager stuff, though what the old man was doing with such a well-dressed and attractively proportioned woman was a source of several crude jokes. After several weeks, the visit stopped and returned to normal, and life returned to normal in the slums of Tyr. Not until a month or two after the visits had stopped that in one of the many taverns in the neighborhoods, a young local tailor, having imbibed too much sauce, asked an armorer, Whatever happened to your lady friend? You break your heart? The armorer, well aware of the rumors, simply replied, she's a proper young lady of quality. There was something between her and the likes of me. What is she doing at your shop every day for? Asked the tavern wench, who had been dying to get the subject open. If you must know, said the armorer, I was teaching her the craft. You were putting us on, laughed the tailor. No, the young lady had a particular fascination with my particular kind of artistry, the armorer said, with a hint of pride before getting lost in the reverie. Taught her how to mend swords specifically from all kinds of nicks and breaks, hairline fissures, cracked pommels, quillions, and grips. When she first started, she had no idea how to secure the grips to the tang of the blade. Well, of course she was green, but start off with, why wouldn't she be? She weren't afraid to get her hands dirty. Taught her how to patch the little inlaid silver and gold filigree you find on really fine blades, and how to polish it all to a mere sheen so the sword looks like the gods just pulled it from their celestial anvil. Tavern wench and the tailor laughed out loud. No matter what he alleged, the armorer was speaking of the young lady's training as another man speaks of a long-lost love. More of the locals in the tavern would have listened to the armorer's pathetic tale, but more important gossip had taken precedence. There was another murdered slave trader found in the center of town, gutted from fore to aft. That made 6 of them in total in barely a fortnight. Some called the killer the Liberator, but that sort of anti-slavery zeal was rare among the common folk. They preferred calling him the Lopper, after several of the earlier victims had been completely beheaded. Others had simply perforated, sliced, or gutted, but the Lopper still kept his original sobriquet. While the enthusiastic hooligans made bets about the condition of the next slave trader's corpse, several dozen of the surviving members of that trade were meeting at the manor of Sergio Dress, Mindguar. Mindguar was a minor house of House Dress, but a major member of the slave trading fraternity. Perhaps his best years were behind him, but his associates still counted on him for wisdom. We need to take what we know of this Lopper and search accordingly, said Miniguar, seated in front of his opulent hearth. You know, he has an unreasonable hatred of slavery and slave traders. We know he is skilled with a blade. We know he has the stealth and finesse to execute our most well-secured brethren in their most secure abodes. Sounds to me to be an adventurer, an outlander. Surely no citizen of Morrowind would strike at us like this. The slave traders nodded in agreement. Outlanders seemed most likely for their troubles. It was always true. Were I 50 years younger, I would take down my blade, Akrash, from the hearth. Minigor made an expansive gesture to the shimmering weapon, and join you in seeking out this terror. Searching him out where adventurers meet at the taverns and guild halls, then show him a little lopping of my own. The slave traders laughed politely. You wouldn't let us borrow your blade for the execution, I suppose, would you, Sergio? Asked Soren Gels, a young toadying slaver enthusiastically. It would be an excellent use for Akrash, sighed Minigor, but I vowed to retire here when I retired. Minigor called for his daughter, Pelaya, to bring the slavers more Flynn, but they waved the girl away. It was to be a night for hunting the Lopper, not drinking away their troubles. Minigor heartily approved of their devotion, particularly as expensive as the liquor was getting to be. When the last of the slavers had left, the old man kissed his daughter on the head, took one last admiring look at Akrash, and toddled off to his bed. No sooner had he done so than Pelaya had the blade off the mantle and was flying with it across the field behind the summer house. She knew Kazag had been waiting for her for hours in the stables. Sprang out at her from the shadows and wrapped his strong, furry arms around her, kissed her long and sweet. Holding him as long as she dared to, she finally broke away and handed him the blade. He tested its edge. The finest Khajiit swordsmith couldn't hone an edge this keen, he said, looking at his beloved with pride. I know I nicked it up good last night. That you did, said Pelaya. You must have cut through an iron cuirass. The slavers are taking precautions now, he replied. What did they say during the meeting? They think it's an outlander adventure, she laughed. It didn't occur to any of them that a Khajiit slave would possess the skill to commit all these loppings. Their father doesn't suspect that it's his dear Akrash that is striking into the heart of the oppression. Why would he, when every day he finds it fresh as the day before? I must go before anyone notices I'm gone. My nurse sometimes come in to ask me some detail about the wedding, as if I can't had any choice in the matter at all. I promise you, said Kazag very seriously, you'll not be forced into any marriage to cement your family's slave-dealing dynasty. The last scabbard Akrash will be sheathed into will be your father's heart. When you are an orphan, you can free the slaves, move to a more enlightened province, and marry who you like. Wonder who that will be, Pelaya teased and raced out of the stables. Just before dawn, Playa awoke and crept out of the garden where she found Akrash hidden in the bitter green vines. The edge was still relatively keen, but there were scratches vertically along the blade's surface. Another beheading, she thought, as she took pumice stone and patiently rubbed out the marks, finally polishing it with a solution of salt and vinegar. It was upon the mantle in pristine condition when the father came into the sitting room for his breakfast. When the news came that Kemlith Dorum, Pelia's husband-to-be, had been found outside of a canton, his head on a spike some feet away, she did not have to pretend to grieve. Her father knew she did not want to marry him. It is a shame, he said. The lad was a good flavor, but there are plenty of other young men who would appreciate an alliance with our family. What about young Soren Giles? 2 nights later, Soren Giles was visited by the Lopper. Soren did not take long, but Soren had himself armed with one small defense. Needle dipped in the ichor of poison plant, hidden up his sleeve. After the mortal blow, he collapsed forward and stuck Kazak in the calf with the pin. By the time he made it back to the Minigor Manor House, he was dying. Vision blurring, he climbed up to the eaves of the house to Playa's window and rapped. Playa did not answer immediately, as she was in deep, wonderful sleep, dreaming about her future with her Khajiit lover. He rapped louder, which woke up not only Pelia, but also her father in the next room. Kazak, she cried, opening the window. Next person in the bedroom was Minigor himself. As he saw, the slave, his property, was about to lop off the head of his daughter, his property with his sword, his property. Suddenly, with the energy of a young man, Minigor rushed at the dying Khajiit, knocking the sword out of his hand. Before Pelaya could stop him, her father had thrust the blade into her lover's heart. The excitement over, the old man dropped the sword and turned to the door to call the guard. As an afterthought, it occurred to him it might make certain that his daughter hadn't been injured, might require a healer. Minigor turned to her. For a moment, he felt simply disoriented, feeling the force of the blow, but not the blade itself. Then he saw the blood and then felt the pain. Before he fully realized, his daughter had stabbed him with Akrash. He was dead. The blade at last found its scabbard. A week later, after the official investigations, Slave was buried in an unmarked grave in the manor field, and Sergio Dress Minigor found his resting place in a modest corner of the family's opulent mausoleum. A larger crowd of curious onlookers came to view the funeral of the noble slaver whose secret life was as the savage lopper of his competitors. The audience was especially quiet, that there was not a person there not imagining the final moments of the man's life. Attacking his own daughter in his madness, luckily defended by the loyal, hapless slave, before turning the blade on himself. Among the viewers was an old armorer who saw for the last time the veiled young lady before she disappeared from Tyr. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Next is The Locked Room. It is getting harder and harder to talk. I need to figure out, like, that tone I need to take to be able to keep reading. I don't know. Anyways, The Locked Room by Portbert Tumley. Yana was precisely the kind of student her mentor, Arthkamu, despised, the professional amateur. He enjoyed all the criminal types who were his unusual pupils at the Stronghold, from the common burglar to the more sophisticated blackmailers, children and young people with strong career ambitions which the art and science of lockpicking could facilitate. They were always interested in simple solutions, the easy way, but people like Yana were always looking for exceptions, possibilities, exotica. For pragmatists like Arthkamu, it was intensely vexing. The Red Guard maiden would spend hours in front of a lock, prodding at it with her wires and picks, flirting with the key pins and driver pins, exploring the hull with a sort of casual fascination that no delinquent possesses. Long after her fellow students had opened their test locks and moved on, Yana was still playing with hers. The fact that she had always opened it eventually, no matter how advanced the lock was, irked Arthkamu even further. "You're making things much too difficult," he would roar, boxing her ears. "Speed is of the essence, not merely technical know-how. I swear that if I put the key to the lock right in front of you, you'd still never get around to opening it." Yana would bear Arthkamu's abuse philosophically. She had, after all, paid him in advance. Speed was doubtless an important factor for the picker trying to get somewhere he wasn't supposed to go with the city guard on patrol behind him, but Yana knew it wouldn't apply to her. She merely wanted the knowledge. Arthkamu did everything he could think of to encourage Yana to move faster. She seemed to perversely thrive on the physical and verbal blows, spending more and more time on each lock, learning its idiosyncrasies and personality. Finally, he could bear it no longer. Very late one afternoon, after Yana had dawdled over a perfectly ordinary lock, he grabbed the girl by the ear and dragged her to a room in the Stronghold, far from other students, an area that had always been forbidden to visit. The room was completely barren except for one large crate in the center. There was no windows and no door except for the one leading in. Arthkamu slammed his student against the crate and closed the door behind her. There was a distinct click of the lock. This is the test for my advanced students, he left behind the door. See if you can escape. Yana smiled and began her usual slow process of massaging the lock, getting information. After a few minutes had gone by, she had heard Arthakamu's voice again call out from behind the door. Perhaps I should mention this is a test of speed. You see the crate behind you? It contains a vampire ancient who has been locked in here for many months. It is absolutely ravenous. In a few minutes' time, the sun will completely set, and if you have not opened the door, you will become nothing but a bloodless husk. Yana considered only for a moment whether Artakamu was joking or not. She knew he was an evil, horrible man, but to resort to murder to teach his pupil. The moment she heard her rustling in the cage, any doubts she had were erased. Ignoring all her usual explorations, she jammed her wire into the lock, thrust the pegs against the pressure plate, and shoved open the door. Arthakamu stood in the hallway beyond, laughing cruelly, so now you've learned the value of fast work. Yana fled from Arthakamu's stronghold, fighting back her tears. He was certain that she would never return to his tutelage, but he considered that he had taught her at last a very valuable lesson. When she did return the next morning, Arthakamu registered no surprise, but inside he was seething. I'll be leaving shortly, she explained quietly, but I do believe I developed a new type of lock, and I'd be grateful if you'd give me your opinion of it. Arthakamu shrugged and asked her to present her design. I was wondering if I might use the vampire room and install the lock. I think it would be better if I demonstrated it. Arthakamu was dubious, but the prospect of the tiresome girl leaving at last put him in an excellent and even indulgent mood. He agreed to give her access to the room. For all morning and most of the afternoon, she worked near the slumbering vampire, moving the old lock and adding her new prototype. Finally, she asked her old master to take a look. He studied the lock with an expert eye and found a little to be impressed with. This is the first and only lockpick-proof lock, Yana explained. The only way to open it is to have the right key. Arthakamu scoffed and let Yana close the door, shutting him in the room. The door clicked and he began to get to work. To his dismay, the lock was much more difficult than he thought it would be. He tried all his methods to force it and found that he had to resort to his hated student's method of careful and thorough explanation. I need to leave now, called Yana from the other side of the door. I'm going to bring the city guard to the stronghold. I know that's against the rules, but I really think it's for the welfare of the villagers not to have a hungry vampire on the loose. It's getting dark, and even though you aren't able to unlock the door, the vampire might be less proud about using the key to escape. Remember when he said if I put the key to the lock right in front of you, you'd still never get around to opening it? Wait, Arthakamu yelled back. I'll use the key. Where is it? You forgot to give it to me. There was no reply, only the sound of the footsteps disappearing around the corridor beyond the door. Arthakamu began to work harder on the lock, but his hands were shaking with fear. With no windows, it was impossible to tell how light it was getting to be. Were minutes that were flying by or hours? He only knew that the vampire ancient would know. The tools that could not stand very much twisting and tapping from Arthakamu's hysterical hands. The wire snapped in the keyhole. Just like a student, Arthakamu screamed and pounded on the door, but he knew that no one could possibly hear him. It was while sucking in his breath to scream again, he heard the distinct creak of the crate opening behind him. The vampire ancient regarded the master locksmith with insane hungry eyes and flew at him in a frenzy. Before Arthakamu died, he saw it. On a chain that had been placed around the vampire's neck while he had been sleeping was a key. Dang, that's evil. I love that. Okay. Next up, Master Zorim's Tale. There we go. By Ginanth. The Temple of the Two Moons Dance in Torval has for many hundreds of years been the finest training ground in all Tamriel for warriors of foot and fist. Masters teach students of all ages from all parts of the Empire the most ancient techniques and the most modern variations, and many a former pupil has graduated to great fame. I myself trained here as a young child. I remember asking my first master, Zoraim, which former student he had felt had best learned the lessons of the temple. I was not a teacher when I met this man, but a student myself, he said, smiling in reminiscence. His great wrinkled face became even more like the withered fruit of the bathroom tree. It was long ago, before my parents were born. For many years I had trained at the... Oh, before your parents were born. For many years I had trained at the temple, rising to study to find more difficult and demanding classes taught by the wisest and most learned masters of the two-foot dance. Ginanth, you will come to understand that the tempering of your body must attend the tempering of your mind. There's a prescribed order of training we at the temple have designed over the years in concordance with the way of the riddled Thar. I reached the highest level, where my power and skill were such that even by supernatural magical means, few could ever best me in weaponless combat. There was a servant at the temple at the time, a Dunmer a few years older than myself and those in my classes.
I never noticed him, but in passing over the years, where he would enter the training chambers quietly, clean for a few minutes' time, and leave without saying a word. I thought we would have listened if he spoke, so enraptured were we in our exercises and lessons. When our last master told some of us, myself included, that the time had come for us to leave the temple or become teachers, there was a great festival of celebration. The maiden itself deigned to visit and observe our ceremony. As we were in a temple of philosophy and combat, there were contests of debate and competitions in the temple's war arena, not only amongst the elite few, but open to all students. On the first day of the festival, I was examining the gladiatorial roster to see who I would fight with first, when I heard a conversation behind me, the servant speaking to the archpriest of the temple. It was the first time I had heard the Dummer's voice and the first time I heard his name. I understand you wish to join our people's struggle in Morrowind, Taran, the archpriest was saying. I'm sorry to hear it. You have been an institution here for many, many years, and you will be missed. If there's anything I can do for you, please name it. Thank you for your kindness, the Dummer replied. I do have a request, but I fear you wouldn't be loath to grant it. Ever since I first came to the temple, I've been watching the students learn and practice myself and my duties allowed for it. I know I am but a servant here, but I would be honored if you would allow me to compete in the war arena. I stifled back my gasp at the Mer's impertinence to even suggest that he could be worthy to fight those of us who had trained so hard. To my surprise, the archpriest agreed, adding the name Tharno Omethon to the roster at the beginner's level. I was eager to whisper the news to my fellow elite students, but my first bout was scheduled to begin in a few minutes' time. I fought 18 competitions in a row, besting all. The crowd gathered in the arena knew of my prowess and gave polite, unsurprised applaud at the end of each fight. As much as I focused on my own battles, I could not help noticing that other competitions were receiving more and more attention in the arena. The spectators whispered among themselves, and more began drifting away to see something that was evidently more spectacular and unusual than my unbroken string of victories. One of the most important lessons we teach from the Two Moons Dance is the lesson of rejecting one's vanity. I understood then that the importance of achieving a personal synchronicity with one's body and mind of rebuffing outside influences of no importance, but I admit I had not accepted the lesson in my heart. I knew I was good, but my pride was hurt. It came down to a contest of champions, and I was one of the two. When I saw who the other fighter would be, my mood turned from one of wounded dignity to complete disbelief. My adversary was the servant Taran. Must be a joke or some final philosophical test, I reasoned. Then I looked into the crowd and saw anticipation of a great battle to come in every eye. Gave one another the sign of respect. I stiffly and he with great elegance and modesty. The fight began. Initially, I sought to end it quickly, still thinking he was unworthy to be cleaning the arena, let alone fighting in it. In retrospect, I was being illogical, as I must have known he had bested as many students as I had to reach that final level. He offered simple counterblows to my attacks and responded in kind. His style was expansive, encompassing sophisticated arcane footplay one moment and simple jabs and kicks the next. I tried assailments intended to dazzle, but his face never showed either fear or contempt of my abilities. The fight lasted for a long time. I don't recall when I realized I was destined to lose, but when it ended, I was not surprised with the outcome. With a sense of unusual and true modesty, I bowed to him, but I could not resist asking him as we left the arena to sound thunderous applause how he had so secretly grown to become a master. I never had a choice to rise in the temple, Taran replied. Every day, I cleaned the training chambers of the elite classes and then the beginners. So you see, I never had the misfortune to beget those early mistakes, lessons, and techniques while observing and learning the ways of the masters. He had left Torval early the next morning to return to his homeland, and I never saw him again. Though I've heard people saw that he became a priest and a teacher. I became a teacher as well, for children just beginning their training in the Two Moons as well as the elite. I make certain to bring my best pupils to see how the unlearned fight, so that they might never forget. Dang, I mean, I feel like that's a thing you hear a lot. At least with, like, that's a common thing in, like, fighting. It's always like, oh, yeah, no, RST. They always talk about how, those that continue to practice the basics forever are the better. Usually are the better because they hone in on the basics every time and they don't just fall away. Anyways, The Mirror by Berdier Renz. The wind blew over the open plain, jostling the few trees within the move back and forth with the irritation of it. A young man in bright green turban approached the army and gave his chieftain's term for peace to the commander. He was refused. It was battle. The Battle of Ein Kolor. So the chief
The Imbes had decreed his open defiance, and his horsemen were at war once again. Many times the tribes had moved into territory that was not theirs to occupy, and many times the diplomatic approach had failed. It had come to this at long last. It was just as well with Mindothrax. His allies may win or lose, but he would always survive. Though he had occasionally been on the losing side of a war, never once in all his 34 years had he lost in hand-to-hand combat. Few armies poured like dual frothing streams through the dust when they met a clamor rang out, echoing into the hills. Blood, the first liquor the clay had tasted in many a month, danced like powder. The high and low battle cries of the rival tribes met in harmony as the armies dug into one another's flesh. Mindothrax was in the element he loved. After 10 hours of fighting with no ground given, both commanders called a mutual and honorable withdrawal from the field. The camp was positioned in a high-walled garden of an old burial ground, adorned by springtide blossoms. As Mindothrax toured the grounds, he was reminded of his childhood home. It was a happy and a sad recollection, the purity of childhood ambition, all of his schooling in the ways of battle, but tinged with memories of his poor mother, a beautiful woman looking down at her son with both pride and unbespoken sorrow. She never talked about what troubled her, but it came as no surprise to any when she took the walk across the moors and was found days later, her throat slit open by her own hand. The army itself was like a colony of ants, newly shaken. Within a half-hour's time after the end of the battle, they had reorganized as if by instinct. As the medicos looked to their wounded, someone remarked with a measure of admiration and astonishment, "Look at Mindothrax. His hair isn't even out of place." "He is a mighty swordsman," said the attending physician. "The sword is a greatly overvalued article," said Mindothrax, nevertheless pleased with the attention. "Warriors pay too much attention to striking and not enough in defending strikes. The proper way to go into battle is to defend yourself, and to hit your opponent only when the ideal moment arises." "I prefer a more straightforward approach," smiled one of the wounded. "It is the way of the horseman. It is the way of the Buolste tribes to fail, then I renounce my heritage," said Mindothrax, making a quick sign to the spirits that he was being expressive, not blasphemous. "Remember what the great blade master Gaiden Shinji said? The best techniques are passed on by the survivors. I have been in 36 battles, and I haven't a scar to show for them. That is because I rely on my shield, and then my blade, in that order." "What is your secret?" "Think of melee as a mirror. I look to my opponent's left arm when I am striking with my right. If he is prepared to block my blow, I blow not. Why exert undue force?" Mindothrax cocked an eyebrow. "But when I see his right arm tense, my left arm goes to my shield. You see, it takes twice as much power to send force than it does to deflect it. When your eye can recognize whether your opponent is striking from above or at angle, or in an uppercut from below, you learn to pivot and place your shield just so to protect yourself. I could block for hours if need be, but it only takes a few minutes or even seconds for your opponent used to battering to leave a space open for your own strike." "What is the longest you've ever had to defend yourself?" asked the wounded man. "I fought a man once for an hour's time," said Mindothrax. "He was tireless with his bludgeoning, never giving me a moment to do aught but block his strikes. But finally, he took a moment too long in raising his cudgel, and I found my mark in his chest. He struck my shield 1,000 times, and I struck his heart but once. But that was enough." "So he was your great opponent?" asked the medico. "Oh, indeed not," said Mindothrax, turning his great shield so the silvery metal reflected his own face. "There is he." The next day, the battle recommenced. Chief Iembes had brought in reinforcements from the islands to the south. To the horror and disgrace of the tribe, mercenaries, renegade horsemen, and even more reachman witches were included in the war. As Mindothrax stared across the field at the armies assembling, putting on his helmet and readying his shield and blade, he thought again of his poor mother. What had tortured her so? Why had she never been able to look at her son without grief? Between sunrise and sundown, the battle raged. A bright blue sky overhead burned down on the combatants as they rushed against one another over and over again. In every melee, Mindothrax prevailed. A foe with an axe rained a series of strokes against his shield, but every one was deflected until at last Mindothrax could best the warrior. A spear maiden nearly pierced the shield with her first strike, but Mindothrax knew how to give with the blow, throwing her off balance and leaving her open for his counterstrike. Finally, he met a mercenary on the field, armed with shield and sword and a helm of gold and bronze. For an hour and a half they battled. Mindothrax tried every trick he knew. When the mercenary tensed his left arm, he held back his strike. When his opponent rose his sword, his shield rose too and expertly blocked. For the first time in his life, he was battling another defensive fighter. Stationary, reflective, enough energy to battle for days if need be. Occasionally, another warrior would enter the fray, sometimes from Mindothrax's army, sometimes from his opponent's.
These distractions were swiftly dispatched, and the champions returned to their fight. As they fought, circling one another, matching block for blow and blow for block, it dawned on Mindothrax that here at last he was fighting the perfect mirror. It became more a game, almost a dance, than a battle of blood. It was not until Mindothrax missed his own step, striking too soon, throwing himself off balance, that the promenade was ended. He saw rather than felt the mercenary's blade rip across him from throat to chest. A good strike. The story he himself might have delivered. Mindothrax fell to the ground, feeling his life passing. The mercenary stood over him, prepared to give his worthy adversary the killing blow. It was strange. Honorable deed for an outsider to do. Mindothrax was greatly moved. Across the battlefield, he heard someone call a name, similar to his own. Jurifax! The mercenary removed his helmet to answer the call. As he did so, Mindothrax saw through the slits of his own helmet his own reflection in the man. It was his own close-set eyes, red and brown hair, thin and wide mouth, and blunted chin. For a moment he marveled in the mirror, before the stranger turned back to him and delivered the death stroke. Jurifax returned to his commander and was well paid for his part in the day's victory. They retired for a hot meal under the stars in a garden by an old cairn that had previously been occupied by their foes. The mercenary was strangely quiet as he observed the land. Have you been here before, Jurifax? Asked one of the tribesmen who had hired him. I was born a horseman just like you. My mother sold me when I was just a babe. I've always wondered how my life might have been different had I not been bartered away. Might never have been a mercenary. There are many things that decide our fate, said the witch. It is madness to try to see how you might have taken this turn or that in the world. There are none exactly like yourself, so it is foolish to compare. But there is one, said Jurifax, looking to the stars. My master, before he set me free, said that my mother had twin sons when I was born. She could only afford to raise but one child, but somewhere out there, there's a man just like me. My brother. I hope to meet him. The witch saw the spirits before her and knew the truth that the twins had met already. She remained silent and stared into the fire, banishing the thoughts from her head, too wise to tell all. Dang, I like that. This is another one of those books where I'm like, dang, that was nice. Alright, next is, we get to start the Mystery of Talara. These are probably going to kill my voice. We'll see how we do, but I don't know if we're going to get through all these today. Alright. Mystery of Princess Talara, Part 1. By Mara Liketh. The year was Third Era, year 405. The occasion was the millennial celebration of the founding of the Breton Kingdom of Camlorn. Every grand boulevard and narrow alley was strung with gold and purple banners. Some plain, some marked with the heraldic symbols of the royal family, or the various principalities and dukedoms which were vassals of the king. Musicians played in the plazas great and small, and on every street corner was a new exotic entertainer. Redguard snake charmers, Khajiit acrobats, magicians of genuine power, and those whose flamboyant skill was equally impressive if largely illusion. The sight that drew the most of the male citizens of Camlorn was the March of Beauty. 1,000 comely young women, brightly and provocatively dressed, danced their way down the long, wide main street of the city, from the Temple of Sethiat to the Royal Palace. Menfolk jostled one another and craned their necks, picking their favorites. It was no secret that they were all prostitutes, and after the march and flower festival that evening, they would be available for more intimate business. Anna attracted much of the will, with her tall, curvaceous figure barely covered by strips of silk and her curls of flaxen hair specked with flower petals. In her late 20s, she wasn't the youngest of the prostitutes, but she was certainly one of the most desirable. It was clear by her demeanor that she was used to the lascivious glances that she was far from jaded at the sight of the city in splendor. Compared to the squalid quarter of Daggerfall where she made her home, Camlorn at the height of celebration seemed so unreal. And yet what was even stranger was how, at the same time, familiar it looked, though she had never been here before. The king's daughter, Lady Gilia, rode out of the palace gates and immediately cursed her misfortune. She had completely forgotten about the March of Beauty. The streets were snarled at a standstill. It would take hours to wait for the march to pass. She had promised her old nurse, Rampke, a visit in her house south of the city. Gilia thought for a moment, picturing in her mind the arrangement of streets in the city, and devised a shortcut to avoid the main street in the march. For a few minutes she felt very clever as she wound her way through tight, curving side streets, but presently she came upon temporary structures. Tents and theaters set up for the celebration had to improvise a new path. In no time at all, she was lost in the city where she had lived all but 5 years of her life. Peering down an alley, she saw the main avenue crowded with the March of Beauty, hoping it was the tail end and
and desirous not to be lost again, Lady Julia guided her horse toward the festival. She did not see the snake charmer at the mouth of the alley. When its pack hissed and spread its hood, her charge reared up in fear. The woman in the parade gasped and surged back at the sight. Lady Julia quickly calmed her stallion down. She looked abashed at the spectacle she had caused. "My apologies, lady," she said with a mock military salute. "It's all right, madam," said a blonde in silk. "We'll be out of your way in a moment." Julia stared at the march past her, looking at that whore who had been like looking in the mirror. The same height, same age and height, and hair and eyes and figure almost exactly. The woman looked back at her, and it seemed like she was thinking the same thing. And so Gina was. The old witches who sometimes came to Daggerfall had sometimes spoke of doppelgangers. Spirits had assumed the guise of their victims and portended certain death. Yet the experience had not frightened her. It seemed only one more strangely familiar aspect of the alien city. Where the march had danced its way into the palace gates, she had all but forgotten the encounter. Prostitutes crushed into the courtyard as the king himself came to the balcony to greet them. At his side was his chief bodyguard, battle-aged by the look of him. As for the king himself, he was a handsome man of middle age, rather unremarkable, but Gina was awed at the sight of him. A dream, perhaps. Yes, that was it. She could see him as she had dreamt of him, high above her as he was now, bending now to kiss her. Not one of lust as she had experienced before, but one of small fondness, a dutiful kiss. "Dear ladies, you have filled the streets of the great capital of Camlorn with your beauty," cried the king, forcing a silence on the giggling, murmuring assembly. He smiled proudly. His eyes met Gina's, and he stopped, shaken. For an eternity, they stayed locked together before his highness recovered and continued his speech. Afterwards, while the women were all en route back to their tents to change into their costumes for the evening, one of the older prostitutes approached Gina. "Did you see how the king looked at you? If you're smart, you'll be the new royal mistress before the celebration ends." "I've seen looks of hunger before, and that wasn't one of them," laughed Gina. "I'd wager he thought I was someone else, like that lady who tried to run us over with her horse. She's probably his kin, and he thought she had dressed up like a courtesan and joined the March of Beauty. Can you imagine the scandal?" When they arrived at the tents, they were greeted by a stocky, well-dressed young man with a bald pate and a commanding presence of authority. He introduced himself as Lord Strahl, master to the Emperor himself and the chief patron. The Strahl who had hired them, on the Emperor's behalf, as a gift to the king in the kingdom of Camlorn. "March of Beauty is but a precursor to the flower festival tonight," he said. Unlike the king, he did not have to yell to be heard. His voice was loud and precise in its natural modulations. "Expect each of you to perform well and justify the significant expense I've suffered bringing you all the way up here. Now hurry, you must be dressed and in position on Cavalstair Rock before the sun goes down." The ambassador needn't have worried. The women were all professionals, experts at getting dressed and undressed with none of the time-consuming measures less promiscuous females required. His manservant, Norboth, offered his assistance, but found he had a little to do. Their costumes were simplicity itself, soft narrow sheets with a hole for their heads. Not even a belt was required, so the gowns were open at the sides, exposing the frame of their skin. So it was long before the sun had set that the prostitutes turned dancers were at Cavalstair Rock. It was a giant, wide promontory facing the sea, and for the occasion of the Festival of Flowers, a large circle of unlit torches and covered baskets had been arranged. As early as they were, the spectators had already arrived. The women gathered in the center of the circle and waited until it was time. Gina watched the crowd as it grew and was not surprised when she saw the lady from the march approaching hand in hand with a very old, very short, white-haired woman. The woman was distracted, pointing out islands out at sea. The one lady seemed nervous, unsure of what to say. Gina was used to dealing with uneasy clients and spoke first. "Good to see you again, madam. I am Gina of Daggerfall. I'm glad you bear me no ill will because of the horse. The lady laughed, somewhat relieved. "I am Lady Julia Reyes, daughter of the king." "I always thought the daughters of kings were called princess," smiled Gina. "And Camlorn only when they are heirs to the throne. I have a younger brother from my father's new wife whom he favors," Julia replied. She felt her head swim. It was madness speaking to a common prostitute, talking of family politics so intimately. Relative to that subject, I must ask something very peculiar. Have you ever heard of the Princess Talara? Gina thought a moment. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Why would I have? I don't know. It was a name I just thought you might have recognized, sighed Lady Julia. Have you been to Camlorn before? If I did, it was when I was very young, said Gina, and suddenly she felt it was her turn to be trusting. Something about the Lady Julia's friendly and forthcoming manner touched her. To be honest, I don't remember anything at all of my childhood before I was 9 or 10. Perhaps I was here with my parents, whoever they were, when I was a little girl. I tell you, I think perhaps I was. I don't recall ever being here before, but everything I've seen, the city, you, the king himself, all seem like I've been here before, long ago. Lady Julia gasped and took a step back.
She gripped the old woman who had been looking out to the sea and murmuring by the hand. The elderly creature looked to Julia, surprised, then turned to Gina. Her ancient half-blind eyes sparkled with recognition, and she made a sound like a grunt of surprise. Gina also jumped. The king had seemed like something out of a half-forgotten dream. This woman was someone she knew, as clear and yet as indistinct as a spirit garden. I apologize, stammered Lady Julia. This is my childhood nursemaid, Ramke. It's her, the old woman cried, wild-eyed. She turned to run forward, arms outstretched, but Julia held her back. Gina felt strangely naked and pulled her robe against her body. "Oh, you're long," Lady Julia whispered to Ramke, holding the old woman tightly. "The Princess Talara is dead. You know that. I shouldn't have brought you here. Take you back home." She turned back to Gina with tears welling in her eyes. "The entire royal family of Camlorn was assassinated over 20 years ago. My father was a Duke of Oloin, the king's brother, and he inherited the crown. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Good night." Gina gazed after Lady Julia and the old nurse as they disappeared into the crowd, but she had little time to consider it all she heard. The sun was setting, and it was time for the flower festival. 12 young men emerged from the darkness wearing only loincloths and masks, and lit the torches. The moment the fire blazed, Gina and all the rest of the dancers rushed to the baskets, pulling out blossoms and vines by the handful. At first, the women danced with one another, sprinkling petals to the wind. The crowd joined them as the music swelled. It was a mad, beautiful chaos. Gina leapt and swooned like a wild forest nymph. Then, without warning, she felt rough hands grip her from behind and push her. She was falling before she understood it. The moment the realization hit, she was closer to the bottom of the 100-foot-tall cliff than she was at the top. Ooh. She flailed out her arms and grasped at the cliff wall. Her fingers raked against the stone and her flesh tore, but she found a grip and held it. For a moment, she stayed there, breathing hard, then she began to scream. Music and the festival were too loud up above, no one could hear her. She could scarcely hear herself. Below her, the surf crashed. Every bone in her body would snap if she fell. She closed her eyes and a vision came. A man was standing below her, a king of great wisdom, great compassion, looking up, smiling. Little girl, golden-haired, mischievous, her best friend and cousin, clung to the rock beside her. "Secret to falling is making your body go limp, and with luck you won't get hurt," the girl said. She nodded, remembering who she was. 8 years of darkness lifted. She released her grip and let herself fall like a leaf into the water below. Alright, Book 2. She felt nothing. Darkness enveloping her body and mind. Pain surged through her leg, and with that sensation, a great feeling of cold washed over her. She opened her eyes and saw that she was drowning. Her left leg would not move at all, but using her right one in her legs, she pulled herself up toward the moons above. It was a long way through the swirling currents that wrenched her back at her. At last she broke the surface and sucked in cold night air. She was still close to the rocky shoreline of the capital of the Kingdom of Camlorn, but the water had carried her quite a ways from the point where she fell at Cavalster Rock. Not fell, she thought, correcting herself. She had been pushed. Further down current, she allowed herself to drift. There, the steep cliff walls sloped lower until they were close to the water's edge. The silhouette of a large house on the shore loomed ahead, and as she neared it, she could see smoke rising from the chimney and the flicker of firelight within. The pain in her leg was great, but greater still was the chill of the water. Thought of a warm hearth was all the motivation she needed to begin swimming again. At the shore's edge, she tried to stand, but found she couldn't. Her tears mixed with the seawater as she began to crawl across the sand and rock. The simple white sheet which had been her costume at the flower festival was tattered and felt like a weight of lead across her back. Beyond the point of exhaustion, she fell forward and began to sob. "Please," she cried, "if you can hear me, please help." A moment later, the door to the house opened and a woman stepped out. It was Ramke, the old lady she had met at the flower festival. The one who had startled and cried, "It's her," before she even herself knew who she was. By contrast, when the old woman came to her, this time there was no glimmer of recognition in her eyes. By Sathiti, "Are you hurt?" Ramke whispered, and helped her up, acting as her crutch. "I've seen that gown before. Were you one of the dancers at the flower festival tonight?" "I was there with Lady Jilla Rays, the daughter of the king." "I know, she introduced us," she groaned. "I called myself Gina of Daggerfall." "Of course, I know you look familiar somehow," the woman chuckled, and let her hop by hop across the beach and into the front door. "Memory isn't as good as it used to be. Let's get you warm and have a look at that leg." Ramke took Gina's soaking rags and covered her with a blanket as she sat at the fire. As the numbness of the chill water began to leave her, it cruelly abandoned her to the intense agony of her leg. Until then, she had not dared to look at it. When she did, she felt vomit rise at the sight of the deep gash fish
white, dead flesh, plump and swollen. Thick arterial blood bubbled up, splashing on the floor in streams. "Oh dear," said the woman, returning to the fire. "That must rather sting. Lucky that I still remember a little of the old healing spells." Ramke seated herself on the floor and pressed her hands on either side of the wound. Gina felt a flare of pain, and then a cool, soft pinching and prickle. When she looked down, Ramke was slowly sliding her wrinkled hands toward one another. At their approach, the lesion began to mend before her eyes, flesh binding and bruises fading. "Sweet Kinnerup," Gina gasped. "You saved my life. Not only that, you won't have an ugly scar on your pretty leg." Ramke chuckled. "I'd used that spell many times when Lady Julia was little, you know. I was her nursemaid." "I know," Gina smiled. "That was a long time ago, and you still remember the spell." "Oh, when you're learning anything, even in the School of Restoration, there's always a lot of study and mistakes. Once you're as old as I am, there's no longer any need to remember things. You just know. After all, I've probably cast it 1,000 times before." Little Lady Julia and the little Princess Talara were always getting cut and bruised. So I wonder the way they was always climbing all over the place. Gina sighed. "You must have loved Lady Julia very much." "I still do," Ramke beamed, "but now she's all grown and things are different. You know, I didn't notice it before because you were all wet from the sea, but you look very much like my lady. Did I mention that before we met at the festival?" "You did," said Gina. "Rather, I think you thought I looked like Princess Talara." "Oh, it would be so wonderful if you were the princess," returned the old woman gasped. "You know, when the former royal family was killed, and everyone said the princess was killed though we never found the body, I think the real victim was Lady Julia. Her little heart just broke, and for a while, it looked like her mind did too." "What do you mean?" asked Gina. "What happened?" "I don't know if I should tell a stranger this, but it's very well known in Camlorn, and I really feel like I know you." Ramke struggled with her conscience and then released. "Julia saw the assassination, you see. I found her afterwards, hiding in that terrible blood-stained throne room, and she was like a little broken doll. She wouldn't speak, she wouldn't eat. I tried all my healing spells, but it was quite beyond my power. Still much more than a scraped knee. Her father, who was then Duke of Olean, sent her to a sanitarium in the country to get well." "That poor little girl," cried Gina. "It took her years to be herself again," said Ramke, nodding. "And in truth, she never really returned altogether. You wonder why when he was made king, didn't make her his heir? He thought that she was still not exactly right, and in a way, as much as I would deny it, he's correct to think so. She remembered nothing at all." "Do you think," Gina considered her words carefully, "that she'd be better if she knew that her cousin, the Princess Talara, was alive and well?" Ramke considered it. "I think so, but maybe not. Sometimes it's best not to hope." Gina stood up, finding her leg to be as strong as it looked to be. Her gown had dried, and Ramke gave her a cloak, insisting she protect herself against the cold night air. At the door, Gina kissed the old woman's cheek and thanked her, not only for the healing spell and for the cloak, but for everything else of kindness she had ever done. The road close to the house went north and south. To the left was the way back to Camlorn, where secrets lay to which she alone held the key. The south was Daggerfall, her home for more than 20 years. She could return there, back to her profession on the streets, very easily. For a few seconds, she considered her options and then made her choice. She had not been walking very long when a black carriage drawn by 3 horses bearing the Imperial seal, together with 8 mounted horses, passed her. Before it rounded the wooded pass ahead, it stopped suddenly. She recognized one of the soldiers as Norbuth, Lord Strahl's manservant. The door opened and Lord Strahl himself, the Emperor Ambassador, the man who had hired her and all her other women to entertain at court, stepped out. "You," he frowned. "You're one of the prostitutes, aren't you? You're the one who disappeared during the flower festival. Gina, am I right?" "All that is true," she smiled sourly, "except my name I discovered is not Gina." "I don't care what it is," said Lord Strahl. "What are you doing on the South Road? I paid for you to stay and make the king merry. If I went back to Camlorn, there are a great many who wouldn't be merry at all." "Explain yourself," said Lord Strahl. So she did, and he listened. Part 3. Norbuth was leaving his favorite pub in Camlorn, the Breaking Branch, when he heard someone calling his name. His was not the sort of name that could be mistaken for another. He turned and saw Lord Errol, the royal battle mage from the palace, emerge from the darkness of the alley. "My lord," said Norbuth with a pleasant smile. "Surprised to see you out this evening, Norbuth," grinned Lord Errol with a most unpleasant smile. "I've not seen you and your master very much since the Millennial Celebration, but I understand you've been very busy." "Excuse me. What I've been wondering is what you've been busy doing." "Protecting the Imperial interests in Camlorn is busy work, my lord, but I cannot imagine you would be interested in the minutiae of the ambassador's appointments."
But I am, said the battle mage, especially as the ambassador has begun acting most mysteriously, and also undiplomatically, lady. And I understand that he has taken one of the whores from the flower festival into his house. I believe her name is Gina.
Norbert shrugged. He's in love, I would imagine, Lord. He can make men act very strangely, as I'm sure you've heard before. She's a most comely wench, laughed Lord Errol. Have you noticed how much your resembles the late Princess Talara? I've only been in Camelot for 15 years, my lord, and never saw her late majesty. Now I could understand it if he had taken to writing poetry. What man in love spends his days in the kitchens of the palace talking to old servants? That hardly sounds like molten passion to me, even based on my limited experience. Lord Errol rolled his eyes. What is this business he has now? Oh, what is the name of that village? Umbington? Replied Norbroth, and immediately wished he hadn't. Lord Errol was too canny an actor to reveal it, but Norbooth knew at the pit of his stomach that the battle should not even know Lord Stale had left the capital. He had to get away to let the ambassador know, but there was still a game to be carefully played. He's not leaving for there until tomorrow. I believe it's just put a stamp on some deed that needs the imperial seal.
Is that all? How tedious for the poor fellow. Suppose I'll see him when he returns, son.
Lord Errol bowed. Thank you for being so informative. Farewell. The moment the royal battle mage turned the corner,
Norbooth leapt onto his horse. 1 second. He had drunk 1 or 2 ales too many, but he knew he must find his way to Umbington before Lord Errol's agents did. He galloped east out of the capital, hoping there were signs along the road. Seated in a tavern that smelled of mildew and sour beer, Lord Strahl marveled at how the Emperor's agent, Lady Brisiana, always found the most public of places for her most private of conferences. It was harvest time in Umbington, and all the field hands were drinking away their meager wages in the noisiest of fashions. Ugh. Sorry about that. He was dressed appropriately for the venue, rough trousers and a simple peasant's vest, but he still felt conspicuous. In comparison to his 2 female companions, he certainly was. The woman to his right was used to frequenting the low places at Daggerfall as a common prostitute. Lady Brisiana to his left was even more clearly in her element. By what name would you prefer I call you, Lady Brisiana asked solicitously. I'm used to the name Gina, though that might have to change, was her reply. Of course I may not. Gina the Whore may be the name written on my grave. I'll see to it that there is no attempt on your life like that. The Flower Festival Lords, Strahl frowned. But without the Emperor's help, I won't be able to protect you forever. The only permanent solution is to capture those who do you harm and then to raise you to your proper station. You believe my story? Gina turned to Lady Brisiana. I've been the Emperor's chief agent in Hierarch for many years now, and I have heard few stranger tales. If your friend the ambassador hadn't investigated and discovered what he was, I would have dismissed you outright as a mad one. Reyna laughed, forcing a smile onto Gina's face to match. But now, yes, I do believe you. Perhaps that makes me the mad woman. Will you help us? Asked Lord Strahl simply. It is a tricky business interfering in the affairs of the provincial kingdoms. Lady Brisiana looked into the depths of her mug thoughtfully. Unless there is a threat to the Empire itself, you find it best not to meddle. What we have in your case is a very messy assassination that happened 20 years ago and its aftermath. If His Imperial Majesty involved itself in every bloody hiccup in the succession in each of his 1,000 vassal kingdoms, he would never accomplish anything for the greater good of Tamriel. I understand, murmured Gina. When I remembered everything, who I was and what happened to me, I resolved to do nothing about it. In fact, I was leaving Camelot and going back home to Daggerfall when I saw Lord Strahl again. He was the one who began the quest to resolve this, not me. When he brought me back, I only wanted to see my cousin to tell her who I was, but he forbade me. Would have been too dangerous, growled Strahl. Still don't know yet the depths of the conspiracy. Perhaps we never will. I'm sorry, I always find myself giving long explanations to short questions. When Lord Strahl asked me if I would help, I should have begun by saying yes. Lady Brisiana laughed at the change in Lord Strahl and Gina's expression. I will help you, of course. For this to turn out well, you must accomplish 2 things to the Emperor's satisfaction. First, you must prove with absolute certainty who is the power behind this plot you've uncovered. You must get someone to confess. And secondly, said Lord Strahl, nodding, you must prove that this is a matter worthy of His Imperial Majesty's consideration and not merely a minor or local concern. Lord Strahl, Lady
Brissiana and the woman who called herself Gina discussed how to accomplish their goals for a few hours more. When it was agreed what had to be done, Lady Brissiana took her leave to find her ally, Prosecus. Strahl and Gina set off to the west toward Camlorn. It was not long after beginning their ride through the woods that they heard the sound of galloping hoofbeats far up ahead. Lord Strahl unsheathed his sword and signaled for Gina to position her horse behind him. At that moment, they were attacked on all sides. It was an ambush. 8 men armed with axes had been lying in wait. Lord Strahl quickly yanked Gina from her horse, pulling her behind him. He made a brief, deft moment with his hands. A ring of flame materialized around them and rushed forward, striking their assailants. The men roared in pain and dropped to their knees. Lord Strahl jumped to the horse over the closest one and galloped at full speed westward. "Thought you were an ambassador, not a mage." "I still believe there are times for diplomacy," replied Lord Strahl. The horse and rider that I had heard before them met on the road. It was Norbuth. "My lord, it's the Royal Battle Mage. He found out you two were in Umbington." With considerable ease, I might add, Lord Errol's voice boomed out of the woods. Norbuth, Gina, and Lord Strahl scanned the dark trees, but they showed nothing. The Battle Mage's voice seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. "I'm sorry, my lord," groaned Norbuth. "I tried to warn you as soon as I could. In your next life, perhaps you'll remember not to trust your plans to a drunkard," laughed Lord Errol. He had them in his sight, and the spell was unleashed. Norbuth saw him first by the light of the ball of fire that leapt from his fingertips. Later, Lord Errol was to wonder to himself what the fool had intended to do. Perhaps he was rushing forward to pull Lord Strahl out of the path. Perhaps he was trying to flee the path of destruction and simply had moved left when he should have moved right. Perhaps, as unlikely as it seemed, he was willing to sacrifice to save his master. Whatever the reason, the result was the same. He got in the way. There's an explosion of energy that filled the night, and an echoing boom that shook birds from the trees for a mile around. On the few square feet where Norbuth and his horse had stood was nothing but black glass. They had been reduced to less than vapor. Gina and Lord Strahl were thrown back. Their horse, when it recovered its senses, galloped away as fast as it could. In the lingering glow glowing aura of the spell's detonation, Lord Strahl looked straight into the woods and into the wild eyes of the battle mage. "Damn," said Lord Errol and began to run. The ambassador jumped to his feet and pursued. "That was an expensive use of magicka, even for you," said Lord Strahl as he ran. "Don't you know well enough not to use your ranged spells unless you are certain your target won't be blocked?" "I never thought that, idiot!" Lord Errol was struck from behind and knocked to the wet forest floor before he had a chance to finish his lamentation. "Doesn't matter what you thought," said Lord Strahl calmly, flipping the battle mage around and pinning the arms to the ground with his knees. "I'm not a battle mage, but I knew enough not to use my entire reserve on your little ambush. Perhaps it's a matter of philosophy. As a government agent, I feel inclined towards conservatism." "What are you going to do?" whimpered Lord Errol. "Norbuth was a good man, one of the best, and so I'm going to hurt you quite a lot." The ambassador made a slight movement. His hands begun to glow brightly. "That's a certainty. How much more I'm going to hurt you after depends on what you tell me. I want to hear about the former Duke of Oloin." "What do you want to know?" Lord Errol screamed. "Let's start with everything," replied Lord Strahl with perfect patience. Alright, Book 4. Gina never saw the Emperor's agent, Lady Brissiana, again, but kept her promise. Prosecus, a Nightblade in the service of the Empire, arrived at Lord Strahl's house in disguise. She was an apt pupil, and within days, he had taught what she needed to know. It is a simple charm, not the sort of spell that can turn a raging Daedroth into a love-struck puppy, said Prosecus. If you do or say anything that would normally anger or offend your target, the power will weaken. I will alter temporarily his perception of you, as spells of the School of Illusion do, but his feelings of respect and admiration for you must be supported by means of a charm of a less magical nature. "I understand," smiled Gina, thinking her tutor for the 2 spells of illusion he had taught her. The time had come to use her newfound skill. The Prostitutes Guild House of Camlorn was a great palace in an affluent northern quarter of the city. Prince Cylon could have found his way there blindfolded or blind drunk as he often was. Tonight, however, he was only lightly inebriated and resolved to drink no more. Tonight he was in the mood for pleasure, his kind of pleasure. "Where's my favorite? Gregia," he demanded of the spell guild mistress upon entering. "She was still healing from your appointment with her last week," she smiled serenely. "Most of the other women are in with clients as well, but I saved the special girl for you, a new girl, one you will certainly enjoy." Prince was guided to a
sumptuously decorated suite of velvet and silk. He entered. Gina stepped in from behind a screen and cast her spell quickly, with her mind open to belief as Prosecutus had instructed. It was hard to tell if it worked at first. Prince looked at her with a cruel smile, and then, like a sun breaking through clouds, the cruelty left. She could tell he was hers. He asked her by her name. "I'm between names right now," she teased. "Never made love to a real prince before. Never even been inside a palace. Is yours very big?" "It's not mine yet," he shrugged, "but someday I'll be king." "It'd be wonderful to live in such a place," Gina cooled. "1,000 years of history. The thing must be so old and beautiful. The paintings and books and statues and tapestries. Does your family hold on to all their old treasures?" "Yes, sorted away with a lot of boring old junk in the archive rooms in the vault. Please, may I see you naked now?" "First a little conversation, though you may feel free to disrobe whenever you like," said Gina. "I had heard there was an archive room, but it's quite hidden away. There's a false wall behind the family crypt," said the prince, gripping her waist and pulling her towards him for a kiss. Something in his eyes had changed. "Your Highness, you're hitting my arm," Gina cried. "Enough talk, you bewitching whore," he snarled. Holding back a sharp jab of fear, Gina let her mind cool and perceptions whirl. As his angry mouth touched her lips, she cast the second spell she had learned her illusionist mentor. Prince felt his flesh turn to stone. He remained frozen, watching Gina pull together her clothing and leave the room. Paralysis would only last for a few more minutes, but it was all the time she needed. The guild mistress had already left with all her girls, just as Gina and Lord Strahl had told her to. They would tell her when it was safe to return. She had not even accepted any gold on her part in the trap. She said it was enough that her girls would not be tortured anymore by that most perverse and cruel prince. What a terrible boy, thought Gina as she raised the hood on her cloak and raced through the streets toward Lord Strahl's house. It's a good thing he will never be king. The following morning, the king and queen of Camlorn held their daily audience with various nobles and diplomats at the sparse gathering. The throne room was largely empty. It was a terribly dull way to begin the day. In between petitions, they yawned regally. "What has happened to all the interesting people?" the queen murmured. "Where's our precious boy?" "I've heard he was raging through the north quarter in search of some harlot who robbed him," the king chuckled fondly. "What a fine lad." "And what of the royal battle mage?" "I've sent him to take care of a delicate matter," the king knit his brow. "That was nearly a week ago, and I haven't heard one word from him. It's somewhat troubling." "Indeed it is. Lord Errol should not be gone quite so long," the queen frowned. "One of her rogue sorcerer came and threatened us. Husband, don't laugh at me. That is why all the royal houses of Highkeep keep their mages' retainers close to their side. Protect their court from evil enchantments like the one that our poor emperor suffered so recently." "At the hand of his own battle mage," chuckled the king. "Lord Errol would never betray us like that, and you well know it. He's been in your employ since you were Duke of Oloin. To even make that comparison between he and Aegar Tharn, really." The queen waved her hand dismissively. "Is that sort of lack of trust that is ruining kingdoms all over Tamriel? Now, Lord Strahl tells me. There's another man that's gone missing," mused the king. "The ambassador?" The queen shook her head. "No, he's here. He was desirous to visit the crypts and pay homage to our noble ancestors, so I directed him there. Can't think of what's keeping him so long. He must be more pious than I thought." She was surprised to see the king rise up alarmed. "Why didn't you tell me?" Before she had a chance to reply, the subject of their conversation was coming through the open door to the room. And on his arm was a beautiful fair-haired woman in a stately gown of scarlet and gold, worthy of the highest nobility. The queen followed her startled husband's gaze and was likewise amazed. "I had heard he was taken with one of the harlots from the Flower Festival, not a lady," she whispered. "Why, she looks remarkably like your daughter, the Lady Julia." "That she does," the king gasped, "or her cousin, the Princess Talara." Nobles in the room also whispered amongst themselves. Though few had been at court 20 years ago when the princess had disappeared, presumed murdered like the rest of the royal family, there were still a few elder statesmen who remembered. It was not only a throne that the word Talara passed through the air like an enchantment. "Lord Strahl, will you introduce us to your lady?" the queen asked with a polite smile. "In a moment, your highness, but I'm afraid I must first discuss pressing matters," Lord Strahl replied with a bow. "Might I request a private audience?" The king looked at the imperial ambassador, trying to read into the man's expression. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the assembled and had the doors shut behind them. No one remained in the audience room but the king, the queen, the ambassador, a dozen royal guards, and the mysterious woman. The ambassador pulled from his pocket a sheath of yellowed parchment. "Your Highness, when you ascended the throne after your brother and his family were murdered, anything that seemed important, deeds and wills, were of course kept with the clerks and ministers. His entire incidental, unimportant personal correspondence was sent to archive, which is standard protocol. This letter was among them." "What is this about, sir?" the king boomed. "What does it say?"
Nothing about you, Your Majesty. In truth, at the time of Your Majesty's ascension, no one reading it could have understood its significance. It was a letter to the Emperor the late king your brother was penning at the time of his assassination concerning a thief who had once been a mage priest at the temple of Sethiot here in Camlorn. His name was Jaeger Tharn. Jaeger Tharn, the queen laughed nervously. Why were we just talking about him? Tharn had stolen many powerful books of powerful and forgotten spells and lore about such artifacts as Staff of Chaos, where it was hidden and how it could be used. News traveled slowly to westernmost High Rock, and by the time the king your brother had heard that the Imperial Emperor's new battle mage was a man named Jaeger Tharn, many years had passed. The king had been writing a letter to warn the Emperor of the treachery of his Imperial battle mage, but it was never completed. Lord Strahl held up the letter. It is dated on the day of his assassination in the year 385. 4 years before Jaeger Tharn betrayed his master, began the 10 years of tyranny of the Imperial Simulacrum. This is all very interesting, the king barked, but what does that have to do with me? The late king's assassination is now a matter of imperial concern, and I have a confession from your royal battle mage, Lord Errol. The king's face lost all color. You miserable worm, no man may threaten me. Neither you nor that whore nor that letter will ever see the light of day again. Guards! The royal guards unsheathed their blades and pressed forward. As they did so, there was a sudden shimmering of light, and the room was filled with imperial knight blades led by Prosecus. They had been there before for hours, lurking invisibly in the shadows. In the name of his Imperial Majesty Uriel Septim VII, I will arrest you, said Strahl. The doors were opened, the king and queen were led out, heads bowed. Gina told Prosecus that he would most likely find their son, Prince Cylon. The courtiers and nobles who had been in the audience chamber stared at the strange, solemn procession of their king and queen to their own royal prison. No one said a word. When at last a voice was heard, it startled all. Lady Julia had arrived at court. What is happening? Who dares to usurp the authority of the king and queen? Lord Strahl turned to Prosecus. Would you speak with Lady Julia alone? You know what needs to be done. We would. Prosecus nodded and had the doors to the throne room closed again. The courtiers pressed against the wood, straining to hear everything. Though they could not say it, they wanted an explanation almost as much as her ladyship did. Alright, and finally part 5. By what right do you arrest my father? Cried the Lady Julia. What has he done? I arrest the King of Camlorn, the former Duke of Oloin, by my right as an Imperial commanding officer and ambassador, said Lord Strahl. By the right of law of the Imperial Emperor, which supersedes all provincial royal authority. Gina came forward and tried to put her hands on Julia's arms, but she was coldly rebuffed. Quietly, she sat down at the foot of the throne in the now empty audience chamber. This young lady came to me, having completely recovered her memory, by the story she was told beyond incredible. I simply couldn't believe it, said Lord Strahl. But she was so convinced of it, I had to investigate. So I talked to everyone who was here at the palace 20 years ago to see if there could be any truth of it. Of course, at the time of the king and queen's murder, the princess's disappearance, there was a full inquiry made, but I had different questions to ask this time. Questions about the relationship between the two little cousins, Lady Julia Reyes and the princess. I told everyone over and over again. I don't remember anything at all about that time in my life, said Julia, tails rearing up. I know you don't. There's never been a question in my mind that you witnessed a horrible murder and that your memory lapsed in hers, said Lord Strahl, gesturing to Regina. Are both very real. The story I heard from the servants and the other people at the palace were that the little girls were inseparably close. There were no other playmates, and as the princess's place was to be close to her parents, so that little lady Julia was always there as well. When the assassin came to murder the royal family, the king and queen were in their bedroom, and the girls were playing in the throne room. When my memory came back to me, it was like opening a sealed box, said Gina solemnly. Everything was so clear and detailed like it all happened yesterday, not 20 years ago. I was on the throne playing Empress, and you were hiding behind the dais, pretending you were in a dungeon I had sent you to. And I had never seen burst into the room from the royal bedchamber, his blade soaked in blood. He came at me, and I ran for my life. I remember starting to run for the dais, but I saw your face, frozen in fear. I didn't want to lead him to you, so I ran for the window. We had climbed on the outside of the castle before, just for fun. That was one of the first memories that came back to me when I was holding on to that cliff. You and I on the castle wall and the king calling up to me, telling me how to get down. But that day I couldn't hold on, I was trembling so much. I just fell and landed in the river. I don't know how it was entirely the horror of what I had seen, or the combined with the impact of the fall and the coldness of the water, but everything just went blank in my mind. When I finally pulled myself out onto the river many miles away, I had no idea who I was, and so it stayed.
Gina smiled. Until now. So you are the Princess Talara? Cried Julia. Let me explain further before she answers that, because the simple answer would just confuse you, as it did me, said Lord Strahl. The assassin was caught before he managed to escape the palace. In truth, he had to know he was going to be caught. He confessed immediately to the murders of the royal family. The princess, he said, had thrown out the window. He had thrown out the window to her death. A servant down below heard the scream and saw something fly past this window, so he knew it to be true. It was not for several hours that little Lady Julia was found and her nursemaid Ramke hiding behind the dais coated with dust, shivering with fear and unable to speak at all. Ramke was very protective of you, Strahl said, nodding to Julia. Oh, let me guess. Julia's actually Princess Talara, and Gina is actually Julia. She insisted on putting you to your room right away and sent word the Duke of Oloin that the royal family was dead and that his daughter had witnessed the murders but survived. Beginning to remember a little of that, said Julia wonderingly. I remember lying in bed with Ramke comforting me. I was so muddled and I couldn't concentrate. I remember I just wanted to be playtime still. I don't know why. Then I remember being bundled up and taken to that asylum. It's all come back to you soon. Gina said, I promise. That's how I began to remember. I was just caught on one detail and the whole flood began. That's it, Julia began to sob in frustration. I don't remember anything else except confusion. No, I also remember Daddy not even looking at me as I was taken away. I remember not caring about that or anything else. It was a confusing time for all, and so particularly so for little girls. Especially little girls who went through what you two did, said Lord Strahl sympathetically. From what I understand, as soon as he received the message from Ramke, the Duke left his place at Oloin, gave orders for you to be sent to a private sanitarium until you'd recovered from your ordeal, and set to work with his private guard torturing the assassin for information. When I heard that no one but the Duke and his personal guard saw the assassin after he gave his initial confession, that no one was present but the Duke and his guards when the assassin was killed trying to escape, I thought that very significant. I spoke with Lord Errol, who I knew was one of the present, and I had to bluff him, pretending I had more evidence than I did. I got the reaction I was hoping for, though it was a dangerous gambit. At last he confessed to what I already knew to be true. The assassin, Lord Strahl paused and reluctantly met Julia's eyes, had been hired by the Duke of Oloin to kill the royal family, including the princess as heir, so that the crown might be passed to him and to his children. Julia stared at Lord Strahl aghast. My father. The assassin had been told that once the Duke had him in custody, he would be paid and a prison break would be arranged. The Duke picked the wrong time to be greedy and try to get more gold. The Duke decided that it would be cheaper to silence him, so he murdered him then and there, so the man would never tell anyone what really happened, Lord Strahl shrugged. No tragic losses for his murders go. In a few years' time, he returned from the sanatorium a little shaken but back to normal, except for a complete absence of memory about your childhood. In that time, the former Duke of Oloin had taken his brother's place as the King of Camlorn. It was no small maneuver. No, said Julia quietly. He must have been very busy. He married and had another child. No one ever came to visit me in the sanitarium but Ramke. He had visited and seen you, said Gina. The story might have turned out very differently. What do you mean? Asked Julia. This is the most amazing part, said Lord Strahl. The question has long been whether Gina is the Princess Talara. When her memory returned, she told me that what she remembered. I put several pieces of evidence together. Consider these facts. Two of you look remarkably alike now after 20 years of living very different lives, and as little girls and constant playmates, you look nearly identical. Yep. At the time of the assassination, the murderer, who had never been there before, only saw one girl on the throne, who he assumed to be his quarry. The woman who found Lady Julia was her nursemaid Ramke, a creature of unstable mind and fanatical devotion to her charge, the type who would never accept the possibility that her beloved little girl had been the one who disappeared. The nursemaid was the only single person who knew both Princess Talara and the Lady Julia, who visited you while you were in the sanitarium. Finally, said Lord Strahl, consider the fact that when you returned to court from the sanitarium, 5 years had passed, you had grown from a child to a young lady. You looked familiar, but not quite the same as your family remembered you, which is only natural. I don't understand, cried the poor girl, her eyes wide. Because she did understand. Here memory was falling together like a terrible flood. Let me explain it like this, said her cousin, wrapping her in her arms. I know who I am now. My real name is Julia Reyes. That man who was arrested was my father, and the man who murdered the king, your father. You are the Princess Talara. Man, that is a good book. Okay. I think next is Night Falls on Sentinel. Yep. Night Falls on Sentinel by Baoli. No music played in the nameless tavern in Sentinel, and indeed there were very little sound except for discreet, cautious murmurs of conversation, soft pat of the barmaid's feet on stone, and the delicate slurping of the regular patrons, tongues lapping at their flagons, eyes focused on nothing at all. If anyone were less otherwise occupied, the sight of the young Redguard woman in a fine black velvet cape might have aroused surprise, even suspicion. As it were, the strange figure, out of place in an underground cellar so modest it had no sign, blended into the shadows. Are you Jomik? The stout, middle-aged man with a face older than his years looked up and nodded. He returned to his drink. The young woman took the seat next to him. My name is Habala, she said, and pulled out a small bag of gold, placing it next to his mug. Sure it be, snarled Jomik, and met her eyes again. Who do you want dead? She did not turn away, but merely asked, is it safe to talk here? No one cares about nobody else's problems but their own here. You could take off your curious and dance bared rested on the table, and no one even spit. The man smiled. So who do you want dead? No one, actually, said Habala. The truth is, I only want someone removed for a while. Not harmed, you understand, and that's why I need a professional. You come highly recommended. You've been talking to us, Jomik dully, returning to his drink. A friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. One of them friends don't know what he's talking about, grumbled the man. I don't do that anymore. Habala quietly took out another purse of gold, then another, placing them in the man's elbow. He looked at her for a moment, and then poured the gold out and began counting. As he did, he asked, who do you want removed? Just a moment, smiled Habala, shaking her head. Before we talk details, I want to know that you're a professional and you won't harm this person very much, and that you'll be discreet. You want discreet? The man paused in his counting. Alright. Tell you about an old job of mine. It's been, by RK, I can hardly believe it, more than 20 years. And no one believed but me's alive who had anything to do with the job. This is back before the time of the War of Bettany. Remember that? I was just a baby. Of course he was, Jemik smiled. Everyone knows that King Lothan had an older brother, Rekleth, who died, right? And then he's got his older sister, Obki, who married that king fella down in Daggerfall. The truth said he had 2 elder brothers. Really, Habala? Eyes glistened with interest. No lie, he chuckled. The weedy, feeble fella called Arthago, the king-queen's firstborn. Anyhow, this prince was heir to the throne, which his parents wasn't too thrilled about. But the queen, she squeezed out 2 more princes who looked a lot more fit. That's when me and my boys got hired on, to make it look like the first prince got took off by the Underking or some such story. I had no idea, the young woman whispered. Of course you didn't, that's the point. Jomik shook his head. Discretion, like you said. We bagged the boy, dropped him off deep in an old ruin, and that was that. No fuss. Just a couple fellas, a bag, and a club. That's what I'm interested in, said Habala. Technique. My friend who needs to be taken away is also weak, like this prince. What is the club for? It's a tool. So many things was what was better in the past ain't around no more, just because people today prefer ease of use to what works right. Let me explain. There are 71 prime pain centers in an average fella's body. Els and Khajiit, being so sensitive all, got 3 and 4 more, respectively. Argonians and Slodes, almost as many as at 52 and 67. Jemik used his short, stubby finger to point out each region on Habala's body. 6 in your forehead, 2 in your brow, 2 on your nose, 7 in your throat, 10 in your chest, 9 in your abdomen, 3 on each arm, 12 in your groin, 4 in your favored leg, 5 in the other. That's 63, replied Habala. No, it's not. Yes, it is, the young lady cried back, indignant that her mathematical skills were being in question. 6 plus 2 plus 2 plus 7 plus 10 plus 9 plus 3 plus 3 for one arm and 3 for the other, plus 12 plus 4 plus 5, 63. Must have left some out, shrugged Jomik. The important thing is that to become skilled with a staff or club, you gotta be a master of these pain centers. Done right, a light tap could kill or knock out without so much as a bruise. Fascinating, smiled Habala. And no one ever found out? Why would they? The boy's parents, the king and queen, they're both dead now. The other children always thought their brother got carried off by the Underking. That's what everyone thinks. And all my partners are dead. Of natural causes. Ain't nothing natural that ever happens in the Bay. You know that. One fellow got sucked up by one of them, Selanu. Another died of that same plague that took the queen and prince, Rekleth. Another fellow got himself beat up to death by a burglar. Gotta keep low, out of sight. Like me, if you want to stay alive. Jemik finished counting the coins. You must want this fellow out of the way bad. Who is it? Better if I show you, said Habala, standing up. Without a look back, she strode out of the nameless tavern. Jomek drained his beer and went out. The night was cool with an unrestrained wind surging off the water of the Iliac Bay, sending the leaves flying like whirling shards. Bella stepped out of the alleyway next to the tavern and gestured to him. As he approached her, the breeze blew open her cape, revealing the armor beneath and the crest of the King of Sentinel. The fat man stepped back to flee, but she was too fast. In a blur, he found himself in the alley on his back, the woman's knee pressed firmly against his throat. The king has spent years since he took the throne looking for you and your collaborators, Jomek, and his instructions to me were to do when I found you were not specific, but you've given me an idea. From her belt, Habala removed a small, sturdy cudgel. A drunk stumbling out of the bar heard a soft whimpered moan, accompanied by a soft whisper coming from the darkness of the alley. Let's keep better count this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. Next is Paula. Here it says it's only one, but we actually have 2 books for Paula. By Voin Mistit. How many books do I have left? Looks like a good number. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about it then. Paula. Paula. I remember when I first heard that name not long ago. It was at a Tales and Talos ball at a very fine estate west of Mirakorup, to which I and my fellow Mages Guild initiates had found ourselves unexpectedly invited. Truth be told, we needn't have been too surprised. There were very few other noble families in the Mirakorup. The region had its halcyon days as a resort for the wealthy far back in the Second Era, and on reflection, it was only appropriate to have sorcerers and wizards present at a supernatural holiday. Not that we were anything more exotic than students at a small, non-exclusive charter house of the guild, but like I said, there was a paucity of the other choices available. Close to a year, the only home I had known for the rather ramshackle, if sprawling grounds... Sorry, my throat keeps irritating me. Sprawling grounds of the Mirakorup Mages Guild, my only companions were my fellow initiates, most of which only tolerated me and the masters, whose bitterness at being at a backwater guild prompted never-ending abuse. Immediately, the School of Illusion had attracted me. The Magister who taught us recognized me as an apt pupil who loved not only the spells of the science, but their philosophical underpinnings. There was something about the idea of warping the imperceptible energies of light, sound, and mind that appealed to my nature. Not for me, the flashy schools of destruction and alteration, the holy schools of restoration and conjuration, the practical schools of alchemy and enchant, or the chaotic school of mysticism. No, I was never so pleased as to take on ordinary object and, by a little magic, make it seem something other than it was. I would have taken more imagination than I had to apply that philosophy to my monotonous life. After the morning's lessons, we were assigned tasks before our evening classes. Mine had been to clean up the study of a recently deceased resident of the guild and categorize his clutter of spellbooks, charms, and incunabula. I don't know. I was a lonely and tedious appointment. Magister Tendixus was an inveterate collector of worthless junk, but I was reprimanded anytime I threw something away of the least possible value. Gradually, I learned enough to deliver each of his belongings to the appropriate department. Potions of healing to the Magisters of Restoration, books on physical phenomena to the Magisters of Alteration, herbs and minerals to the alchemists, and soul gems and bound items to the enchanters. After one delivery to the enchanters, I was leaving with my customary lack of appreciation when the Magister Elther called me back. "Boy," said the portly man, handing me back one item, "destroy this." It was a small black disc covered with runes with a ring of red-orange gems like bones circling its proprietary. "I'm sorry, Magister," I stammered. "I thought it would be something you'd be interested in." "Take it to the Great Flame and destroy," he barked, turning his back on me. "He never brought it here." My interest was piqued, because I knew the only thing that would make him react in such a way. Necromancy. Went back to Magister Tendix's chamber and poured through his notes looking for any reference to the disc. Fortunately, most of the notes had been written in a strange code that I was powerless to decipher. I was so fascinated by the mystery that I nearly arrived late for my evening class in enchantment taught by Magister Elther himself.
The next several weeks, I divided my time categorizing the general debris and making my deliveries and researching the disc. I came to understand that my instinct was correct. The disc was a genuine necromantic artifact. Though I couldn't understand most of the Magister's notes, I determined that he thought it to be a means of resurrecting a loved one from the grave. Sadly, the time came when the chamber had been categorized and cleared. I was given another assignment, assisting in the stables of the guild's menagerie. At least finally, I was working with some of my fellow initiates and had the opportunity of meeting the common folk and nobles who came to the guild on various errands. Thus was I employed when we were all invited to the Tales and Talos ball. If the expected glamour of the evening were not enough, our hostess was reputed to be a young, rich, unmarried orphan from Hammerfell. Only a month or two before had she moved to a desolate wooded corner of the Imperial Province to reclaim an old family manor house and grounds. The initiates at the guild hall gossiped like old women about the mysterious young lady's past, which had happened to her parents, why she had left or been driven from her homeland. Her name was Betaniki, and that was all we knew. We wore our robes of initiation with pride as we arrived for the ball. At the enormous marble foyer, a servant announced each of our names as if we were royalty, and we strutted into the midst of the revelers with great puffery. Of course, we were then promptly ignored by one and all. In essence, we were unimportant figures to lend some thickness to the ball, background characters. The important people pushed through us with perfect politeness. There was old lady Shaudira discussing diplomatic appointments to Balmora with the Duke of Grimfarlin. An orc warlord entertained a giggling princess with tales of rape and pillage. What? Okay. 3 of the guild magisters worried with 3 painfully thin noble spinsters about the haunting of Daggerfall. Intrigues at the imperial and various royal courts were analyzed, gently mocked, fretted over, toasted, dismissed, evaluated, mitigated, admonished, subverted. No one looked our way even when we were right next to them. It was my skill at illusion had somehow rendered... It was as if my skill at illusion had somehow rendered us all invisible. I took my flagon out to the terrace. The moons were doubled, equally luminous in the sky, and in the enormous reflecting pool that stretched out into the garden. The white marble statuary lining the side of the pool caught the fiery glow and seemed to burn like torches in the night. The sight was so otherworldly that I was mesmerized by it, and the strange red-guard figures immortalized in stone. Our hostess had made her home there so recently that some of the sculptures were still wrapped in sheets that billowed and swayed in the gentle breeze. I don't know how long I stared before I realized I wasn't alone. She was so small and so dark, not only in her skin but in her clothing, that I nearly took her for a shadow. When she turned to me, I saw that she was very beautiful and young, not more than 17. "Are you our hostess?" I finally asked. "Yes," she smiled, blushing. "But I'm ashamed to admit that I'm very bad at it. I should be inside with my new neighbors, but I think we have very little in common." Been made abundantly clear that they hope I have nothing in common with them either, I laughed. I'm a little higher than an initiate in the Mages Guild. They might see me as more of an equal. "I don't understand the concept of equality in Cyrodiil yet," she frowned. "In my culture, you proved your worth, not just expected it. My parents both were giant great warriors, as I hope to be." Her eyes went out to the lawn, to the statues. "Do the sculptures represent your parents?" "That's my father, Perorion there," she said, gesturing to a life-size representation of a massively built man, unashamedly naked, grabbing another warrior by the throat and preparing to decapitate him with an outstretched blade. It was clearly a realistic depiction. Perorion's face was plain, even slightly ugly with a low forehead, a mass of tangled hair, stubble on his cheeks, even a slight gap in his teeth, which no sculptor would surely have invented, except to do justice to his mouth's true idiosyncrasies. Yeah. And your mother asked, pointing to a nearby statue of a proud, rather squat warrior woman in a mantilla and scarf holding a child. "Oh no," she laughed. "That's my uncle's old nurse. Mother's statue still has a sheet over it." I don't know what prompted me to insist that we unveil the statue that she pointed to. In all likelihood, it was nothing but fate and a selfish desire to continue the conversation. Afraid that if I did not give her a project, she would feel the need to return to the party, and I would be alone again. At first, she was reluctant. She had not yet made up her mind whether the statues would suffer in the wet, sometimes cold Cyrodiil climate. Perhaps all should be covered, she reasoned. It might be that she was merely making conversation, and I was reluctant as I was to end the standoff and be that much closer to having to return to the party. In a few minutes' time, we tore the tarp from the statue of Betaniki's mother. That was when my life changed forevermore.
She was an untamed spirit of nature, screaming in a struggle with a misshapen monstrous figure in black marble. Her gorgeous long fingers were raking across the creature's face. Monstrous talons gripped her right breast in a sort of caress that prefaces a mortal wound. Its legs and her wound around one another in a battle that was a dance. I felt annihilated. This lithe but formidable woman was beautiful beyond all superficial standards. However, its sculpted had somehow captured not only a face and figure of a goddess, but her power and will. She was both tragic and triumphant. I fell instantly and fatally in love with her. I not even noticed when Galen, one of my fellow initiates, was leaving the party, came up behind us. Apparently I had whispered the word magnificent because I heard Betaniki reply us miles away, yes, it is magnificent. That's why I was afraid of exposing it to the elements. Then I heard, clearly like a marble breaking water, Gelen, Mara preserve me, that must be Pala. Then you heard of my mother, asked Betaniki, turning his way. I hail from Wayrest, practically on the border to Hammerfell. I don't think there's anyone who hasn't heard of your mother and her giant great heroism, ridding the land of that abominable beast. She died in that circle, didn't she? Yes, said the girl sadly. But so too did the creature. For a moment, we were all silent. I don't remember anything more of that night. Somehow I knew I was invited to dine the next evening, but my mind and heart had been entirely and forever more arrested by the statue. I returned back to the guild, but my dreams were fevered, brought me no rest. Everything seemed diffused with white light, except for one beautiful, fearsome woman. Pala. Volume 2. God, this one's even longer. Pala. Pala. Name burned in my heart. Found myself whispering it in my studies, even when I tried to concentrate on something the Magister was saying. My lips would silently purse the voice, the Pal, and then the tongue flicked lightly to form the La. As if I were kissing her spirit before me. It was madness in every way except that I knew that it was madness. I knew I was in love. I knew she was a noble Redguard woman, a fierce warrior more beautiful than the stars. I knew her young daughter, Betaniki, had taken possession of a manor house near the guild, and that she liked me, perhaps was even infatuated. I knew Palo had fought a terrible beast and killed it. I knew Palo was dead. As I say, I knew it was madness, and by that, I knew I could not be mad. But I also knew that I must return to Betaniki's palace to see her statue of my beloved Pala engaged in that final, horrible, fatal battle with with the monster. Turn I did over and over again. Had Betaniki had been a different sort of noblewoman, more comfortable with her peers, I would not have had so many opportunities. In her innocence, unaware of my succession, she welcomed my company. We would walk for hours, laughing every time we would take a walk to the reflecting pond, where I would always stop breathless before the sculpture of her mother. It's a marvelous tradition you have, preserving those figures of your ancestors at their finest moments, I said, feeling her curious eyes on mine, and the craftsmanship is without parallel. You wouldn't believe me, laughed the girl, but it was a bit of a scandal when my great-grandfather began the custom. We Redguards hold a great reverence for our families, but we are warriors, not artists. He hired a traveling artist to create the first statues, and everyone admired them until it was revealed that the artist was an elf, an Altmer from the Somerset Isle. Scandal! It was absolutely, but Taniki nodded seriously. The idea that a pompous, wicked elf's hand had formed these figures of noble Redguard warriors was unthinkable, profane, irreverent, everything bad you can imagine. But my great-grandfather's heart was in the beauty of it, and his philosophy of using the best to honor the best placed it down, passed down to all of us. I would not have even considered having a lesser artist create the statues of my parents, even it would have been more allegiant to my culture. They're all exquisite, I said. But you like the one of my mother most of all, she smiled. I see you look at it even when you seem to be looking at the others. It's my favorite also. Just tell me more about her, I asked, trying to keep my voice light and conversational. Oh, she would have said she was nothing extraordinary, but she was, the girl said, picking a flower from the garden. My father died when I was quite young, and she had so many roles to fill, but she did them all effortlessly. We had a great many business interests, and she was brilliant at managing everything, certainly better than I am now. All it took was her smile and everyone obeyed, and those that didn't paid dearly. She was very witty and charming, but a formidable force when the need arose for her to fight. Hundreds of battles, but I can never remember a moment of feeling neglected or unloved. I literally thought she was too strong for death. Stupid, I know, but when she went to battle that horrible creature, that freak from a mad wizard's laboratory, I never even thought she would not return.
She was kind to her friends and ruthless to her enemies. What more can one say about a woman than that? Poor Betaniki's eyes teared up with remembrance. What sort of villain was I to goad her so in order to satisfy my perverted longings? Shoggorath could never have conflicted a mortal man more than me. I found myself both weeping and filled with desire. Pella not only looked like a goddess, but from her daughter's story, she was one. That night, while undressing for bed, I rediscovered the black disc I had stolen from Magister Tendix's office weeks before. I'd half forgotten about its existence. The mysterious necromantic artifact, which the mage believed could resurrect a dead love. Almost by pure instinct, I found myself placing the disc on my heart and whispering Pala. A momentary chill filled my chamber. My breath hung in the air in a mist before dissipating. Frightened, I dropped the disc. It took a moment before my reason returned, and with it, the inescapable conclusion. The artifact could fulfill my desire. Until the early morning hours, I tried to raise my mistress from the chains of oblivion, but it was no use. I was no necromancer. I entertained thoughts of how to ask one of the magistrates to help me, but I remembered how Magister Ither had bid me to destroy it. They would expel me from the guild if I went to them and destroyed the discs themselves, and with it, my only key to bringing my love to me. I was in my usual semi-torpid condition the next day in classes. Magister Ilther himself was lecturing on his specialty, the School of Enchantment. He was a dull speaker with a monotone voice, but suddenly I felt as if every shadow had left the room. I was in a palace of light. Most persons think of my peculiar science, they think of the process of invention, the infusing of charms and spells into objects, the creation of a magical blade, perhaps, or a ring. The skilled enchanter is also a catalyst. The same mind that can create something new can also provoke greater power for something old. A ring that can generate warmth for a novice on the hand of such a talent can bake a forest black. The fat man chuckled. Not that I'm advocating that, leave that for the School of Destruction. That week, all the initiates were asked to choose a field of specialization. All were surprised when I turned my back on my old darling, the School of Illusion. It seemed ridiculous to me that I have ever entertained an affection for such superficial charms. All my intellect was now focused on the School of Enchantment, the means by which I could free the power of the disc. For months thereafter, I barely slept. A few hours a week I'd spend with Betaniki in my statue to give myself strength and inspiration. All the rest of my time was spent with Magister Ilther or his assistants, learning everything I could about enchantment. Taught me how to taste the deepest levels of magicka within a stored object. Simple spell cast once, no matter how skillfully and no matter how spectacularly, is ephemeral, of the present, and what it is and no more, sighed Magister Ilther. But placed in a home, it develops into an almost living energy, maturing and ripening so only its surface is touched when an unskilled hand wields it. You must consider yourself a miner, digging deeper to pull forth the very heart of gold. Every night when the laboratory closed, I practiced what I had learned. I could feel my power grow, and with it, the power of the disc. Whispering Pala, I delved into the artifact, feeling every slight nick that marked the runes and every facet of the gemstones. Times I was so close to her, I felt hands touching mine. Something dark and bestial, the reality of death, I suppose, would always break across the dawning of my dream. With it came an overwhelming rotting odor, which the initiates in the chambers next to mine began to complain about. Something must have crawled into the floorboards and died, I offered lamely. Magister Ilther praised my scholarship and allowed me to use his laboratory after hours to further my studies. No matter what I learned, Paula seemed scarcely closer. One night, it all ended. I was swinging in a deep ecstasy, moaning her name, the disc bruising my chest when a sudden lightning flash through the window broke my concentration. A tempest of furious rain roared over Mir Corrupt. I went to close the shutters when I returned to my table, I found that the disc had shattered. I broke into hysterical sobs and then laughter. It was too much for my fragile mind to bear such a loss after so much time and study. The next day and the day after, I spent in bed, burning with a fever. Had I not been a mage's guild with so many healers, I would have died. I likely would have died. As it was, I provided an excellent study for the budding young scholars. When at last I was well enough to walk, I went to visit Betaniki. She was charming as always, never once commenting on my appearance, which must have been ghastly. Finally, I gave her reason to worry when I politely but firmly declined to walk with her along the reflecting pools. "But you love looking at the statuary," she exclaimed. I felt that I owed her the truth and much more. "Dear lady, I love more than the statuary. I love your mother. She is all I've been able to think about for months now, ever since you and I first removed the tarp from that blessed sculpture. I don't know what you think of me now, but I have been obsessed with learning how to bring her back from the dead." But Aniki stared at me eyes wide. Finally she spoke. "I think you need to leave now. I don't know if this is a terrible jest. Believe me, I wish it were. You see, I failed. I don't know why. It could not have been that my love wasn't strong enough, because no man had a stronger love. Perhaps my skills as an enchanter are not masterful, but it wasn't from lack of study. Feel my voice rise, and I knew I was beginning to rant, but I could not hold back. Perhaps the fault lay in that your mother never met me, but I think that only the caster's love was taken into account in the necromantic spell. I don't know what it was. Maybe that horrible creature, the monster that killed her, cast some sort of curse on her with its dying breath. I failed, and I don't know why.
The surprising burst of speed and strength for so small a lady. Bedeniki shoved herself against me. She screamed, "Get out!" and I fled out the door. Before she slammed the door shut, I offered my pathetic apologies. "I'm so sorry, Bedeniki, but consider that I wanted to bring your mother back to you. It's madness, I know, but there is only one thing that's certain in my life, and that's that I love Paula." The door was nearly shut, but the girl opened its crack to ask tumultuously, "You love whom?" "Paula," I cried to the gods. "My mother," she whispered angrily, "was named Zarlis. Paula was the monster." "Oh." Stared at the closed door for Mara knows how much time, then began the long search back to the Mages Guild. My memory searched through the minutiae of the tales in Talos Night so long ago when I first beheld the statue, and first heard the name of my love. That bright initiate, Galen had spoken. He was behind me. Was he recognizing the beast and not the lady? Turned the lonely bend that intersected with the outskirts of Mirkura, and a large shadow rose from the ground where it had been sitting, waiting for me. "Paula," I groaned. "Paula, kiss me," it howled. And that brings my story up to the present moment. Love is red, like blood. Well done. Alright. Well, next up is Purloined Shadows by Wagan Jarth. He writes a lot. Chapter 1. The candle was lit and the thief was standing there, blinking, caught. She was young, rather dirty, wearing ragged black clothes that were surely quite smart and expensive weeks ago, when she had stolen them from one of the city's best tailors. Look of surprise slipped from her face, and she took a blank expression as she put the gold back on the table. "What are you doing here?" the man with the candle asked, stopping from the shadows. "That's a stupid question," the girl replied, frowning. "I'm obviously robbing you." "Since nothing I have is missing," the man smiled, glancing at the gold on the table, "I'd have to say you're not robbing me. Tempting to rob me, perhaps. The question I have is, why? You know who I am, I assume. You didn't just come in through an unlocked door. I have stolen from everyone. I've taken soul gems from the Mages Guild. I robbed the treasury of the most secure fortress. I cheated the Archbishop of Julianos. I even pickpocketed the Emperor Pelagius at his coronation. Thought it was your turn." "I'm flattered," the man nodded. "Now that your ambition has been thwarted, what will you do? Flee? Perhaps retire?" "Teach me," the girl replied, a little grin finding its way unconsciously on her face. "I picked all your locks, I slipped past all your wards. You designed them, you know how difficult it was for someone without training. I didn't come here for 6 gold pieces, I came here to prove myself. Make me your student." Master herself looked at the little girl burglar. "Skill is not in need of training. Your planning is adequate, but I can help you with that. What is without hope is your ambition. You're past stealing for livelihood, now you steal for the pleasure of it, for the challenge. That's a personality trait which is incurable and will lead you to an early grave." "Haven't you ever wanted to steal that which can't be stolen?" the girl asked. "Something that would make your name known forever?" Master did not answer. He only frowned. "Clearly I was fooled by your reputation," she shrugged and opened a window. "I thought you might want a willing accomplice on some great act of thievery which would go down in history. Like you said, my skill at planning is only adequate. I didn't have in mind an escape route, but this will have to do." Regular slipped down the sheer wall, dashed across the shadowy courtyard. Within a few minutes was back at her room in the rundown tavern. Master was waiting for her in the dark. "I didn't see you go past me," she gasped. "You turned on the street when you heard the owl call," you replied. "The most important tool in the thieves' repertoire is distraction, either planned or improvised. I suppose your lessons have begun. And what is the final test?" The girl smiled. When he told her, she could only stare. She had, it seemed, not misunderstood his reputation for daring. Not at all. Chapter 2. 1 second. For the week leading up to the 8th of Hearthfire, the skies above Rindal were dark and alive as clouds of crows blotted out the sun. Their guttural squawks and groans deafened all. Peasants widely bolted their doors and windows, praying to survival that in the most unholy of days. On the night of the summoning, the birds fell silent. Their black unblinking eyes followed the witch's march into the glen. There were no moons to light the way, only the leader's single torch in the gloom.
Their white robes appeared as indistinct shapes like faintest of ghosts. A single tall tree stood in the middle of the clearing, every branch thick with crows, watching the procession without moving. The lead witch placed the torch at the base of the tree, and her 17 followers formed a circle and began their slow, strange, wailing chant. As they sang, the glow of the torch began to change. It did not diminish at all, but its color became more and more gray, so it seemed a pulsating wave of ash had fallen on the witches. Then it grew darker still, so that for a moment, though the fire yet burned, it was the darkest night in the forest. The penumbra continued until the torch was burning with a color without a name, emptiness beyond mere blackness. It cast a glow, but it was an unnatural scintillation falling on the witches. The robes of white became black. The number among them had eyes of green and ivory white flesh. The Nords appeared black as coal. The girls watching overhead were as pure white as the witches' cloaks. The Daedra Prince Nocturnal stepped out of the pit of uncolor. She stood in the center of the circle in the tree of pallid crows, her throne aloof as the witches continued their chanting, dropping their robes to prostrate themselves naked before the great mistress. Wrapping her night cloak around her, she smiled at their song. It spoke of her mystery, a veiled beauty of eternal shadows and a divine future when the sun burns no more. Nocturnal let her cloak slide from her shoulders and was naked. Her witches did not rise from their head from the ground, but continued their hymn of darkness. Now, said the girl to herself. She had been up in the tree all day, dressed in a ridiculous suit of mock crows. It was uncomfortable, but when the witches had arrived, she forgot all her aches, and concentrated on being perfectly still like the other crows in the tree. It had taken considerable planning and study between her and the Master of Stealth to find the glen, to learn what to expect in the summoning of Nocturnal. Gently, silently, the burglar eased herself down the branches of the tree, coming closer and closer to the Daedra princess. She let herself break her concentration for just a moment and wondered where the Master was. He had been confident in the plan. He said that when Nocturnal dropped her cloak, there would be a distraction, and it could be quickly taken in that instant provided the girl was in position at the precise moment. The girl climbed along the lowest of the branches, carefully pushing aside the crows that were, as Master said, transfixed by the princess and her naked beauty. The girl was now close enough, if she only reached out her arm, to touch Nocturnal's back. The song was rising to a crescendo, and the girl knew that the ceremony would soon be over. Nocturnal would clothe herself before the witches ended the chant, and the chance to take the cloak would be over. The girl gripped the tree branch tightly as her mind raced. Could it be that the Master was not here at all? Was this conceivably the entire test? Was it only to show that it could be done, not to do it? The girl was furious. She had done everything perfectly, but the so-called Master of Stealth had proven himself a coward. Perhaps he had taught her a little in the months that it took to plan this, but what was it worth? Only one thing made her smile. On that night, when she had stolen into a stronghold, she had kept one single gold piece. He had never suspected it. It was symbolic, as symbolic as stealing the cloak of Nocturnal in its way, proving that the Master Thief could be robbed. The girl was so lost on her mind that she thought she had imagined it for a moment when the man's voice yelled down from the darkness, "Mistress!" Next words she knew she didn't imagine. "Mistress, a thief! Behind you!" The witches raised their heads and screamed, ruining the sanctity of the ceremony as they charged forward. The crows awoke and burst from the trees in an explosion of feathers and toad-like cries. Nocturnal herself whirled around, affixing the girl with black eyes. "Who art thee who dares profane?" the princess hissed, as the pitch shadows flew from her body, enveloping the girl in their lethal chill. In the last instant before she was swallowed alive by darkness, the girl looked to the ground and saw that the cloak was gone, and she answered as she understood. "Oh, who am I? I'm the distraction." I love that. Okay. We've already done the ransom of Zarek, so now we're looking for the rear guard. We're getting there. We have 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 7 books left and then all the plays. Alright, sorry about that. We were back. Alright, The Rear Guard by Terrace Morrill. The castle would hold no matter the forces. The walls of Cascabel Hall would never fail, but that was small consolation for Menegar. He was hungry. In fact, he had never been so hungry. The well in the atrium of the forest supplied him with enough water to hold there until the 4th era, but his stomach reminded Menegar minute to minute that he needed food. The wagon load of supplies mocked him. When his army, the forces of the King of Solitude, had left Cascabel Hall, and he had manned the battlements of the rear guard to protect their retreat, they had left a wagon behind to supply him with enough food for months. It was not until the night after that they left that he inspected the larder and found that nothing edible was in the wagon. Trunk after trunk was filled with Netch armor from the army's incursion into Morrowind. Excuse me. Apparently his Nord Confederates had assumed that the lowly opaque material was hard to attack it if aspic. Dunmer, whose caravan had been raided, knew about this. They would never be able to stop laughing. Menegar thought his fellow mercenary and kinswoman, Erin, would have found this amusing as well. She had spoken with great authority about netch leather being an expert of sorts on light armor, but she had made no point to mention that it could not be eaten like other leather, indications of hardship. It was a pity she couldn't be there to enjoy the irony. Menegar thought savagely. She had returned to Morrowind even before the king's army had left, preferring a life as a wanted fugitive to a free existence in the cold of Skyrim. All the weeds in the courtyard had been devoured by the rearguard's 16th day manning Cascabel Hall. The entire castle had been scoured, rotten tubers in the mulch pile found and consumed, a dusty bouquet in the countess's bedchamber eaten. Almost every rat and insect but the most cunning infesting the castle walls had been tracked down and gobbled up. The castellan's chambers, filled with acrid, inedible law books, had yielded of a couple crumbs of bread. Menegar had even scraped moss from the stones. There was no denying it. He would be dead from starvation before his army returned to break the ranks of the enemies who surrounded the fortress. The worst part, said Menegar, who had taken to talking to himself on only the second day alone in the castle, is how close sustenance is. A vast arbor of golden apples stretched acre after acre near the castle walls. The sunlight cast a seductive gleam on the fruit, and the cruel wind carried sweet smells into Cascabel to torture him. Like most Bosmer, Menegar was an archer. He was the master of long and medium distance fighting, but in close quarters, as he would be if he dared to leave the castle and enter the enemy camp in the arbor, he knew he would not last long. At some point, he would have to try, but he had been dreading the day. It was upon him now. Menegar put on the netch armor for the first time, feeling the powdery, almost velvet texture of the rendered leather against the skin. This was also a barely perceptible throb, which he recognized as a remnant nemesis of the netch's venomous flesh, still tingling months after its death with domesticated poison. The combination made him feel energized. Erin had described the sensation perfectly, just as she had explained how to defend himself while wearing netch leather armor. Under cover of night, Menegar crept out of the back gate of the castle, locking it behind him with a rather cumbersome key. He made it for the arbor as quietly as he could, but a passing sentry coming behind a tree saw him. Remaining calm, Menegar did as he remembered Erin had instructed, only moving after the attack had been landed. The sentry's blade glided against the armor and knocked to the left, throwing the young man off balance. That was the trick, as he understood it. You had to be prepared to be hit and merely move with the blow, allowing the membranous armor to divert the injury away. Use your enemy's momentum against him, as Erin used to say. There are several more close encounters in the arbor, but each swing of an axe and each thrust of a sword found purchase elsewhere. Handfuls of apples, Menegar ran the gauntlet back to the castle. He locked the back gate door behind him and fell into an orgy of eating. For week after week, the Bosmer stole out to gather his food. The guards began anticipating his raids, but he kept his schedule irregular, always remembered when attacked to wait for the blow, accept it, and then turn. In such a way, he lived and survived his lonely vigil in Cascabel Hall. 4 months later, as he was preparing for another seizure of apples, Menegar heard a loud clamor at the front gate. Surveying the group from a safe distance on the battlements, he saw the shields of the King of Solitude, his ally, the Count of Cascabel, and their enemy, the King of Farin. Evidently, a truce had been called. Menegar opened the gates, and the combined armies flooded the courtyard. Many of the Knights of Farin sought to shake the hand of the man they had named the Shadow of the Arbor, expressing their admiration of his defensive skills and apologizingly good-naturedly for their attempts to slay him, only doing their job, you know. There's hardly an apple left on the vine, said the King of Solitude. Well, I started on the edges and worked my way in, explained Menegar. I brought back extra fruit to tempt the rats out of the wall so I could have a little meat as well. We spent the last several months working out the details of the truce, said the King. Really quite exhausting. At any rate, Count will be taking back possession of his castle now, but there is a small detail we need to work out. You're a mercenary and as such responsible for your own expenses. If you had been a subject of mine, things might be different, but there are certain old rules of law that must be respected. Menegar anticipated the strike. The problem is, the King continued, taking a good deal of the Count's crops while here. By any reasonable computation, even in amount equal to and likely exceeding your mercenary wages. Obviously, I would not want to penalize you for the excellent job you've done defending the castle in uncomfortable circumstances, but you agree that it's important that we observe the old rules of law, don't you? Of course, replied Menegar, accepting the blow. I'm delighted to hear that, said the King. Our estimation is that you owe the Count of
Cascabel 37 Imperial Gold, which I will gladly pay to myself with interest after the autumntide harvest, said Menegur. There's much more left on the vine than you suggest. The King of Solitude and Farron and the Count of Cascabel stared at the Bosmer. We agreed to abide by the strictest rules of law, and have had time to read great books over the time you were making your truce. In Third Era, year 246, during the reign of Uriel IV, the Imperial Council, in an attempt to clear some of the questions of property rights in Skyrim during those chaotic days, decreed that any man without a liege who occupied a castle for more than 3 months would be granted the rights and titles of the estate. It's a good law, of course, meant to discourage absent and foreign landlords. Menegur smiled, feeling the now familiar sensation of a glancing strike diverging. By the rule of law, I am Count of Cascabel. Rearguard's son still holds the title of Count Cascabel, and he grows the finest and most delectable apples in the Empire. He's like, oh, the old law, eh? Well, let me hit you with that real quick. Da-da-da. Alright. The smell of the bay oozed through the stones of the cellars, salt and brine decay. The cellar itself had its own sense of old wine turned into vinegar, mildew, and the more exotic spices of herbs and the healers had brought with them to tend to the wounded. There were more than 50 people squeezed into the big earthen room, which had once been forgotten strong for the brothel above. The groaning and whimpering had ceased for now, and all was still, as if the hospital had turned into a mass grave. Mother, a Redguard boy whispered, what was that? The boy's mother was about to answer him when there was another rolling roar from the outside, which grew louder and louder, as if some great but incorporeal beast had come into the cellar. The walls trembled and the dust burst from the ceiling in a rain of powder. Unlike the last time, no one screamed. They waited until the weird haunting sound had passed, and that was replaced by the soft rumble of the distant battle. A wounded soldier began whispering Mara's prayers from the doomed. Mankara Bosmer, when curled up in a cot, hissed, her eyes feverish, flushed white, and wet with sweat. He is coming. Who is coming? Asked the boy, grasping his mother's skirt tight. Who do you think, lad? Is a sweetsmonger? A grizzled one-armed Redguard growled. The Cameron usurper. The boy's mother shot an angry look at the old warrior. She doesn't know what she's saying. She's sick. Boy nodded. His mother was usually right. He had not even been born when people began whispering that the Cameron usurper was coming towards her little village, and she had packed up their belongings to flee. The neighbors had laughed at her, saying that Rihad and Taneth would handily defeat him. Her husband, Lucar's father, who was never able to meet, had also laughed at her. It was the harvest time and she would miss out on the celebrations, but his mother, Miyaki, was right. 2 weeks after she fled the village, she heard the tale that it had been obliterated during the night with no survivors. Riyadh and Taneth had both fallen. The usurper was unstoppable. Lucar had been born and grown up in the refugee camps throughout Hammerfell. He had never known a friend for more than a few days. He knew that when the sky burned red to the west, they would pack up and move east, and burned to the south if they moved north. At last, after 12 years of moving from camp to camp, they had taken passage across Iliac Bay to the province of High Rock and the barony of Dwynnin. There, Miyaki, or is it Miracle? Miracle had promised and hoped that they would have a peaceful, permanent home. It was so green here, it blinded him. Unlike Hammerfell, which was only green in certain seasons and in certain places, Dwynnin was verdant year-round, until wintertide, when it began to snow, and Lucar had been frightened of it at first. He was ashamed to think of it now, when there was real danger, but the red clouds of war, the stink and pain of the refugee camp, that was familiar. Now, the red sky was on the horizon of the bay and coming closer, and he longed for the days when a scattering of white made him cry. Mankar, the Bosmer woman cried out again. He is coming. He will bring death. No one is coming, said a pretty young Breton healer, coming to the woman's side. Hush now. Hello? Came a voice from above. The whole room, almost together as one, gasped. Bosmer limped down the shoddy wooden stairs, his friendly face very obviously not that of Cameron the usurper. Sorry if I frightened you, he said. I was told there were healers here and I could use a little help. Rosina hurried to take a look at the Bosmer's wounds on his leg and chest. Disheveled but still beautiful, she was one of the favorites at the brothel, but had learned her healing skill along with her more vocational schools at the House of Debella. She carefully but quickly pulled her rent leather cuirass Shaw seized Tacit's greaves and boots off him and placed them on the side while she examined the injuries. The old Redguard warrior picked them up and studied them. You were in the war? Next to it is probably a better way to put it. Bosmer smiled, wincing slightly at Rosena's touch. Behind it, beside it, in front of it, my name is Orban Elmlock. I'm a scout. I try to avoid the real battle so I can get back and report what I see. Good job for people who don't like the color of their own blood very much. Ism, said the warrior, shaking Orban's hand. Can't fight anymore, but I can fix up this armor if you're going to return. You're a leathersmith? Nah, just a jack of all trades, replied Hism, opening up a small canister of wax to prep the hard but flexible leather. I can tell you we're a scout from the army, though. Can you tell us what you've been spying on? Been down here for half a day now, with no word from the outside. The entire Iliac Bay is one great battlefield on the waves, said Orban. Inside, as Rosena's spell began to close his jagged but shallow wounds. We shut off the invasion from the mouth of the bay, but I was coming from the coast, and the enemy's army is marching over the Rothgarian mountains. That's where I had my little scuffle. It's not too surprising, moving the flank in from one side while the Font battle is occupied. It's a playwright out of Cameron Kaltos' Book of Tricks the Heart King borrowed. The Heart King, Lucar said. He had been listening quietly, understanding everything except that. Haemon Cameron, the Cameron usurper, Haemon the Heart King, they're all the same, lad. He's a complicated fellow and needs more than one name. You know him? Miyaki asked, stepping forward. Near on 20 years before the whole black bloody business. I was Cameron Kaltos' chief scout, and Haemon was his sorcerer and advisor. I helped them both when they were vying for the Cameron throne, and began the conquest of... Ouch! Rosena had ceased her healing with Eyes of Fury. She had reversed her spell, and the closed mended wounds were opening again, dark infections returning. She held him with surprising strength when Orban tried to pull back. You bastard, the healer, courtesan hissed. I have a cousin, Philanesti, a priestess. She's fine, Orban yelped. Lord Kaltos was very adamant about not harming anyone who did not pose a threat. I think the people of Gavach would disagree with that assessment, said Hism coldly. That was horrible. The worst thing I've ever seen, Orban nodded. Kaltos wept when he saw what Haemon had done. The master did everything he could to stop it, begging the Heart King to return to Valenwood, but he turned on Kaltos, and we fled. We are not your enemy, and we have never been. Kaltos could do nothing to prevent the horde that the usurper has brought to the Clovian West and the Hammerfell, and he has fought for 15 years to prevent more. Frightening bestial roar passed through the cellar again, even louder than before. The wounded could not help groaning in helpless terror. And what was that? Miyaki sneered. Another Cameron Kaltos' tricks that the usurper picked up. Is indeed a trick, as a matter of fact, Orban yelled above the screech. It's a phantasm he placed to scare people. He had to use fear tactics in the beginning when his power was ascending, and he has to fall back on them now for his power is waning. That is why it took him 2 years to conquer Valenwood and another 13 to conquer half-conquer Hammerfell. No offense to you Redguards, but it isn't only your battle prowess that has been holding him back. He does not have the support he used to have from his master. The echoing roar increased in intensity before once again falling back. Mankar, the Bosmer woman, groaned. He comes and he will destroy us all. His master, asked Lucar. Orban's eyes had gone to the Bosmer woman curled up in her blood-soaked cot. Who is she? Orban asked Rosena. One of the refugees, of course, from your friendly little war in the Valenwood before you and your Kaltos changed sides, the healer replied. I think her name is Callus. By Jeffrey, Orban whispered under his breath, limping to the woman's cot and wiping sweat and blood-streaked hair from her pallid face. Callus, it's Orban. Do you remember me? How did you get here? How did you... Mankar, Callus moaned. That's all she says, said Rosena. I know what it is, Orban frowned. Not the usurper, though she knew him too very well. She was a favorite of his. His favorites, you, Kaltos, her, all seem to turn against him, said Miyaki. That is why he will fall, replied Hazim. Armored footfall rang along the ceiling, and the cellar door burst open. It was the captain of Baron Othrock's castle guards. Docks are on fire. If you want to live, you'll need to take refuge at Castle Whitemore. We need help, Rosena called back, but she knew the guards were needed for defense, not to help carry the sick to safety. 10 guards who could be spared and the most able-bodied of the wounded assisting. The cellar was emptied as the streets of Dwinnen filled with smoke, and the fire began to spread through the chaos. Been a stinger fireball mist cast out at sea, striking the docks, but the damage would be tremendous. Some hours later, in the courtyard of the mighty castle, healers were able to set up the cots and begin to tend once again to the suffering of the innocent.
First person Rosanna found was Orban Elmlock. Even with his wounds reopened, he had helped carry 2 of the patients into the castle.
I'm sorry, she said as she pressed her healing hands onto his wounds. I lost my temper. I forgot that I'm a healer. Where's Callus? Orban asked. She's not here, Rosanna said, looking around. She must have run away. Run away? Wasn't she injured? It was not a healthy situation, but new others can surprise you with what they can do when it's all over. She was pregnant, Orban gasped. Yes, it wasn't such a difficult birth in the end. She was holding the boy in her arms when I saw her last. She said she had done it herself. She was pregnant, Orban murmured again. The mistress of the Cameron usurper was pregnant. Word quickly spread throughout the castle that the battle was over, and more than that, the war was over. Even Cameron's forces had been defeated at sea, and in the mountains, the Heart King was dead. Lucar watched down from the battlements into the dark woods that surrounded Dwinnen. He had heard about Kalis, and he imagined a desperate woman fleeing with her newborn baby in the arms into the wilderness. Kalis would have nowhere to go, no one to protect them. She and her baby would be a refugee, like Miak and him had been. Reflecting back, he remembered her words. He is coming, he will bring death, he will destroy all. Lucar remembered her eyes. She was sick, but not afraid. Who was this he who had been coming if the Cameron usurper was dead? Did she say anything else? Asked Orban. She told me the baby's name, Rosanna replied. Mankar. Ah, yes, the birth of Mankar Cameron. Alright, that was the refugees. On to my favorite book. Or was. It's been sadly overthrown, but it's still a great book. As my voice is cracking from reading for so long. Afraid of Thieves by Honest Noru. This looks interesting, said Indik, his eyes narrowing to observe the black caravan making its way to the spires of the secluded castle. A gaudy alien coat of arms marked each carriage, the lacquer glistening in the light of the moons. Who do you suppose they are? They're obviously well off, smiled his partner, Haraya. Perhaps some new imperial cult dedicated to the acquisition of wealth? Go into town and find out what you can about the castle, said Indik. I'll see if I can learn anything about who these strangers are. We will meet on this hill tomorrow night. Haraya had 2 great skills, picking locks and picking information. By dusk of the following day, she had returned to the hill. Indik had joined her an hour later. The place is called Olira, she explained. It dates back to the Second Era when a collection of nobles built it to protect themselves during one of the epidemics. They didn't want any of the diseased masses to get into their midst and spread the plague, so they built up quite a sophisticated security system for the time. Of course, it's mostly fallen to ruin, but I have a good idea of what kind of locks and traps might still be operational. What did you find out? I wasn't nearly so successful, frowned Indik. No one seemed to have any idea about the group, even though they were here. But to give up, but at the Treasure House I met a monk who said that his masters were a hermetic group called the Order of Saint Ednua. I talked to him for some time, this fellow named Paratheon, and it seems they're having some sort of ritual feast tonight. Are they wealthy? Asked Haraya impatiently. Embarrassingly so, according to the fellow, but they are only at the castle for tonight. I have my picks on me, winked Haraya. Opportunity has smiled on us. She drew a diagram of the castle mother. The main hall and kitchen were near the front gate, and the stables and secured armory were in the back. Thieves had a system that never failed. Haraya would find a way into the castle and collect as much loot as possible, while Indik provided the distraction. He waited until his partner had scaled the wall before rapping on the gate. Perhaps this time he would be a bard or a lost adventurer. Details were most fun to improvise. Haraya heard Indik talking to the woman who came to the gate, but she was too far away to hear the words exchanged. She was evidently successful. A moment later, she heard the door shut. The man had charm, she would give him that. Only a few of the traps and locks to the armory had been set. Undoubtedly, many of the keys had been lost in time. Whenever servants had been charged with securing the Order's treasures, brought a few new locks to a fix. Took extra time to maneuver the intricate clasps and bolts of the new traps before proceeding to the old but still working systems. But Haraya found her heart beating with anticipation. Whatever lay beyond the door, she thought, must be sufficient value to merit such protection. When at last the door swung quietly open, the thief found her of various dreams paled to reality. Mountain of golden treasure, ancient relics glimmering with untapped magicka, weaponry of matchless quality, gemstones the size of her fist, row after row of strange potions, and stacks of valuable documents and scrolls. She was so enthralled by the sight she did not hear the man behind her approach. "You must be Lady Trust," said the man, and she jumped.
It was a monk in black hooded robe, intricately woven with silver and gold threads. For a moment, she could not speak. This was the sort of encounter that Indic loved, but she could think to do nothing but nod her head in what she hoped looked like certainty. I'm afraid I'm a little lost, she stammered. I can see that, the man laughed. That's the armory. I can show you your way to the dining hall. We were afraid you weren't going to arrive. The feast is nearly over. Pariah followed the monk across the courtyard to the double doors leading to the dining hall. A robe identical to the one he was wearing was hung on a hook outside, and he handed it to her with a knowing smile. She slipped it on. She mimicked him as she lowered the hood over her head and entered the hall. Torches illuminated the figures around the large table. Each wore the uniform black robe that covered all features, and from the look of things, the feast was over. Empty plates, platters, and glasses filled every inch of the wood, with only the faintest spots and dribbles of the food remaining. It was a breaking of a fast, it seemed. For a moment, her eyes stopped to think about poor lost Lady Tressed, who had missed her opportunity for gluttony. The only unusual item on the table was its centerpiece. A huge golden hourglass was on its last minute's worth of sand. Though each person looked alike, some were sleeping, some were chatting merrily to one another, and one was playing a lute. Indic's lute, she noticed, and then noticed Indic's ring on the man's finger. Arya was suddenly grateful for the anonymity of the hood. Perhaps Indic would not realize that it was she, and that she had blundered. Tressed, said the young man to the assembled, who turned as one of her and burst into applause. The conscious members of the order arose and kissed her hand and introduced themselves. Nirdala, Sulek, Kyler, names got stranger. Tanyop, Hitilist, Noitarop. She could not help laughing. I understand. It's all backwards. Your real names are Aldrin, Kalis, Relic, Penuo, Stylinth, and Paratheon. Of course, said the young man, you won't have a seat. Say, giggled Harith, getting into the empty chair of the mosque and taking an empty chair. I suppose that when the hourglass runs out, the backwards names go back to normal. That's correct, Tressed, said the woman next to her. It's just one of her order's little amusements. This castle seemed like the appropriately ironic venue for a feast, device also was to shun the plague victims who wore in their way a walking dead. Araya felt herself lightheaded from the odor of the torches and bumped into the sleeping man next to her. His face fell forward onto the table. Poor Esrok Strif, said a neighboring man, helping to prop his body up. He's given us so much. Araya stumbled to her feet and began walking uncertainly for the front gate. Where are you going, Tressed? Asked one man of the figures, his voice taking on unpleasant mocking quality. My name isn't Tressed, she mumbled, gripping Indic's arm. I'm sorry, partner, we need to go. The last crumb of sand fell into the hourglass as the man pulled back his hood. It was not Indic, it was not even human, but a stretched grotesquerie of a man with hungry eyes and a mouth filled with tusk-like fangs. Pariah fell back into the chair of the figure they called Esrok Tresiv. His hood fell open, revealing the pallid, bloodless face of Indic. As she began to scream, they fell on her. In her last living moment, Henriah finally spelled Tressed backwards. So, if you aren't sure, Tressed is dessert. The man, Indic, had the name of Esrok Srif, which is first course. That's really the one reason why I love that. Is the whole, actually, everyone's names are backwards. Ha ha ha, oh, dead. Alright, next up is Thief of Virtue. Oh, thank you, this is a quicker one. Let me tell the tale of the Thief of Virtue. In the land of Hammerfell in the city of Such, there lived a baron who was quite wealthy. He was a noted collector of rare coins. The Baroness of Varanoak found the whole thing quite tedious. However, she did appreciate the lifestyle that the baron's wealth provided. Ravius Tyrannus was a noted thief. He claimed to be a master thief in the mystical guild of thieves. However, that was most like just Bagadosio. The only known thieves guild was wiped out over 450 years ago. Ravius decided that Baron should share his wealth. Specifically, he should share it with Ravius. The wily thief crept into the Baron's castle one night, intending to do just that. The walls of the castle were noted for their height and unscalability. Ravius cleverly used an arrow of penetration to affix a rope to the top of the battlements. Once on the battlements, he had to evade the Baron's guards. By hiding in the shadows of the crenellations, he was able to work his way to the keep undetected.
Entering the keep was child's play for a thief of his caliber. However, cutting a lock with no less than 13 pins protected the private quarters of the Baron. Ravius broke only 9 lockpicks to open it. Using only a fork, a bit of string, and a wineskin, he disabled the 7 traps guarding the Baron's coin collection. Truly, Ravius was a master among thieves. With the coin safely in his grasp, Ravius began his escape only to find the way blocked. Baron had found the open door and was raising the guard to scour the castle. Ravius fled deeper into the castle, one step ahead of the questing guards. His only way out led through the boudoir of the Baroness Veronique. He entered to find the lady preparing for bed. Now, it should be said at this point that Ravius was noted for his handsome looks, while the Baroness was noted for her plainness. Both of these faces were immediately recognized by each of the pair. "Dost thou come to plunder my virtue?" asked the lady, all a tremble. "Nay, fair lady," Ravius said, thinking quickly. "Plunder be a harsh term to apply upon such a delicate flower as your virtue. I see thou hast made off with mine husband's precious coins." Ravius looked deeply into her eyes and saw that the only path by which he would escape this night with his life. It would require double sacrifice. "Though these coins are of rarest value, I have now found a treasure that is beyond all value," Ravius said smoothly. "Tell me, O beauteous one, why doth thy husband set 7 deadly traps around these tawdry coins, but only a simple lock upon the door of his virtuous wife?" "Ignis protects those things that are dearest to him," Varrock replied with ire. "I would give all the gold in my possession to spend but a moment basking in your radiance." With that, Ravius set down the coins he had worked so hard to steal. Brandis swooned into his arms. When the captain of the guard asked to search her quarters, she had Ravenous most skillfully. Turned over the coins, claiming the thief dropped them when he fled out the window. That sacrifice made, Ravius steeled himself for the second. He robbed the lady Veronique of her virtue that night. He robbed her of it several times, lasting well into the wee hours of the morning. Exhausted yet sated, he stole away in the pre-dawn hours. Alright, next up, the third door. Alright, the third door by Ananar Orme. I sing of Elabeth, the Queen of the Axe, who could fell a full elm with 2 hatchet hacks. She could rip apart Valenwood just for her fun. She studied under Alfidel and Teleroon. He taught her the jabs, the strokes, and the stance to make an axe swing into an elegant dance. He taught her the barbed axes of the orcs bold, the 6-foot-long axes favored in Winterhold, the hollow-bladed axes of the elves of the west, which whistle when they swing through flesh. With a single-headed axe, she could behead 2 men. With a double-headed axe, she could fell more than 10. Yet where she lives in legend has most to do with the man who hacked her own heart into Nennius Ulwarth the Mighty, who hailed from Blackrose, the only man who could best Elabeth with axe blows. In a minute she chopped 50 trees, he 53. She felt at once he was the only man for she. When she professed her love, Neonolas just laughed. He said he loved more his axe handle and shaft. And if they weren't enough to slake all his desire, there was another woman named Lorenthire. Oh, is that how that's pronounced? Lorenthire? Okay. Fury Glip, the Queen of the Axe, the maid at Elabeth, and her thoughts turned to pondering musings of death. Mephala and Sheogorath gave her a revengeful scheme. For weeks she worked on it in a state like a dream. In the still of the night, she kidnapped her rival, and then told her choices between doom and survival. Lorenthire woke in a house in the moors, in a room lightly furnished except for 3 doors. Elabeth explained that behind one of the doors, the last would find Elabeth and her love, the great Neonolas. Behind the second lived a ravenous demon, and behind the third an exit to freedom. She must choose a door, and to aid her decision, she pondered too long the axe make a division. Lorenthire wept, and Elabeth felt contrite, and opened the door to her immediate right. It led to the moors, and as she slipped through the gloom, she advised Lorenthire to likewise abandon the room. Lorenthire ignored her and did not feel her will bend. Neonolas was largely behind the first door she opened. Elabeth had lied. There was no demon of lore, though Top third Indian list was behind the third door. Oh. Damn. Okay. Next up, Vernacus and Borlor by Tavi Tromio. I don't know what this is about, but we'll find out. Helgerd walked into the king's ham that Loredas evening, his face clouded with sadness while he ordered a mug of geef. His mates Garaz and Xiomara joined him with moderately sincere concern. "What's wrong with you?" Helgerd asked Xiomara. "You're later than usual, and there's a certain air of tragedy you dragged in with you. Have you lost money or a nearest and dearest?" "I haven't lost any money," Helgerd grimaced, "but I just received word from my nephew that my cousin Aliak has died. Perfectly natural, he says, just old age. Aliak was 10 years younger than me." "Oh, that's terrible, but it goes to show that it's important to savor all of life's possibilities, because you never know when your time is coming," said Graz, who'd been sitting at the same stool at the Smoky Corner Club for the last several hours. He was not one cursed with self-awareness. Life's short, all right," agreed Xiomara, "but if you'll pardon a sentimental thought, few of us are aware of the influence we'll have after our deaths. Perhaps there's comfort there. For example, have I told you the story about Vernacus and Borlor? I don't believe so," said Helgerd. "Vernacus was a Daedra," said Xiomara, throwing a few dribbles of Flynn on the hearth to cast the proper mood. "And though our tale took place many, many years ago, it'd be fair to say that Vernacus still is one. For what, after all, is time to the immortal Daedra?" "Actually," Garaz interrupted, "I understand that the notion of immortality. I'm trying to offer a friend an inspirational tale in his hour of need," Xiomara growled. "I don't have all bloody night to tell it, if you don't mind." "You wouldn't have heard of Vernacus," said Xiomara, abandoning the theme of immortality for the time being, "for even at the height of his power and fame, he was considered feeble by the admittedly high standards of the day. Of course, this lack of respect infuriated him, and his reaction was typical of lesser Daedra. He went on a murderous rampage. Soon, word spread throughout all the villages in the Clovian West of the Unholy Terror. Whole families had been butchered, castles destroyed, orchards and fields torched and cursed so nothing would ever grow there again. To make things even worse for the villagers, Vernacus began getting visitations from an old rival of his from Oblivion. She was a Daedra seducer named Horavatha, and she delighted in taunting him to see how angry she could make him become. "You flooded a village, and that's supposed to be impressive," she would sneer. "Try collapsing a continent, maybe you'll get a little attention." Vernacus could become pretty angry. He didn't come very close to collapsing the continent of Termiel, but it wasn't for the lack of trying. A hero was needed to face the Mad Daedra, and fortunately, one was available. His name was Borlor, and it was said that he had been blessed by the goddess Kinnereth. That was the only explanation for his inhuman accuracy with his bow and arrow, for he never missed a target. As a child, he had driven his merchant-ship tutors wild with frustration. They would tell him how to plant his feet, how to knock a bolt, the proper grip for the cord, the best method for release. He ignored all the rules, and somehow every time the arrow would catch a breath of wind and sail directly to his target. It did not matter if the quarry was moving or still, at very close range or miles away. Whatever he wanted to strike with his arrow would be struck. Borlor answered the call, and one of the mayors begged him for help. Fortunately, he was not as great a horseman as he was an archer. As he rode through the fields toward the mayor's town, a place called Evansasson, Vernacus was already muttering everyone there. Horavatha watched and stifled back a yawn. "Murdering a small town mayor isn't going to put you in famous company, you know. What you need is a great champion to defeat, someone like Ysgramor or Pelennor or Whitestrake or..." She stared at the figure emerging from the forest. "That fellow, who is he?" "Who is he?" growled Vernacus between bites of the mayor's quivering body. "Greatest archer in Tamriel. He's never missed." Borlor had his bowstring and was pointing it at the Daedra. For a moment, Vernacus felt like laughing. The fellow was not even aiming straight, but he had a well-honed sense of self-preservation. There was something about the man's look of confidence that convinced the Daedra that Horavatha wasn't lying. As the bolt left the bow, Vernacus vanished in a sheet of flame. The arrow impaled a tree. Borlor stood and stared. He had missed a target. In Oblivion, Vernacus had raged, fleeing before a mortal man like that. Not even the basest scamp would have been so craven. He had exposed himself for the weak, cowardly creature he was. As he considered what steps to take to salvage the situation, he found himself face to face with the most fearsome of the Daedra princes, Molag Bal. "Never thought anything much of you,"
Vernicus, the giant boomed, but you have more than proven your worth. You have shown the creatures of Mundus that the Daedra are more powerful than the blessings of the gods. The other denizens of Oblivion quickly agreed, as they always did, with the view of Molag Bal. Daedra are, after all, always very sensitive about their various defeats at the hands of immortal champions. Vernaculus was proclaimed the elusive beast, the unpursuable one, he who cannot be touched, the Bane of Kinnorath. Shrines devoted to him began to built in remote corners of Morrowind and Skyrim. Borlor, meanwhile, now found flawed, was never again called to rescue a village. He was so heartbroken over his failure to strike his target that he became a hermit and never restrung his bow again. Some months later, he died unmourned and unremembered. Is that really the tale you thought that would cheer me? Asked Caligard incredulously. I've heard the King of Worms told more inspirational stories. Damn. Wait, smiled Theomora. I'm not finished yet. For a year's time, Vernicus was content to watching his legend grow and his fledgling worship spread from his home in Oblivion. He was, in addition to being cowardly and inclined toward murderous rages, also a very lazy creature. His worshippers told tales of their master avoiding the bolts of 1,000 archers, of moving through oceans without getting wet, and other feats of avoidance that he would rather not have to demonstrate in person. The real story of his ignominious retreat from Borlor was thankfully forgotten. The bad news was, when it came, it was delivered to him with some relish by Horavatha. He had delighted in her jealousy at his growing reputation, so it was with a cruel smile she told him, "Your shrines are being assaulted." "Who dares?" he roared. "Everyone who passes them in the wilderness feels the need to throw a stone." Horavatha purred. "Hardly blame them. After all, they represent he who cannot be touched. How could anyone be expected to resist such a target?" Vernicus peered through the veil into the world of Mundus and saw that it was true. One of his shrines in Colovian West Country was surrounded by a large platoon of mercenary soldiers who delighted in pelting it with rocks. His worshippers huddled inside, praying for a miracle. In an instant, he appeared before the mercenaries, and his rage was terrifying to behold. They fled into the woods before he even had a chance to murder one of them. His worshippers threw open the wooden door to the shrine and dropped to their knees in joy and fear. His anger melted. Then a stone struck him. Then another. He turned to face his assailants, but the air was suddenly filled with rocks. Vernicus could not see them, but he heard mercenaries in the woods left. "It's not even trying to move out of the way. It's possible not to hit him," guffawed another. With a roar of humiliation, the Daedra bounded into the shrine, chased by the onslaught. One of the stones knocked the door closed behind him, striking him in the back. His face broke, anger and embarrassment disappearing, replaced by pain. He turned, shaking, to his worshippers, who huddled in their shadows of the shrine, their faith shattered. "Where did you get the wood to build the shrine?" Bernacius moaned. "Mostly from a copse of trees near the village of Evansekon," his high priest shrugged. Vernicus nodded. He dropped forward, revealing the deep wound in his back. A rusted arrowhead buried in a whorl in the wood of the door had jolted loose, and the assaultant impaled him. Daedra vanished in a whirlwind of dust. The shrines were abandoned shortly thereafter. The Vernicus did have a brief resurgence as the patron spirit of limitations and impotence before fading from memory altogether. The legend of Burlor himself never became very well known either. There was still some who tell the tale, like myself, and we have the advantage of knowing what the great archer himself didn't know on his deathbed. His final arrow found its target after all. Damn. On to Withershins. By Yakut Tawashi. "Alright," said Kazuga. "Why don't you want to talk?" Taki put down his mug of meat and just stared at his wife for a few seconds. Finally, grudgingly, "Is everything I have a conversation, darling? It flows in alphabetical order, just like I told you. I think the only way to stop it is to not talk at all." "AB, God damn it! Couldn't you be imagining this?" said Kazuka patiently. "It wouldn't be the first time that you had an insane paranoid delusion. Remember when you thought the royal battle mage of Blackmarsh was hiding behind every tree with lewd intent on making you, a middle-aged, fat, balding tailor, into his personal sex slave? Don't need to be ashamed, but it's Sheograph's way to make us all a little crazy sometimes. If you don't go to a healer..." "Damn it, Kazuga!" snarled Zaki and stomped out, slamming the door behind him. He nearly collided with Siasat, his neighbor. "Excuse me," she said to Zaki's back. He clamped his hand over his ears as he stormed down the street, turning the
Turning the corner to his tailor shop, his first customer was waiting out front, smiling widely. Saki tried to keep his temper under control and took out his keys, returning the customer's smile. "Fine day," said the young man. "Gods," hollered Saki, sending the young man flying. Oh, okay, so it's every dialogue, hollered Saki, sending the young man flying with a well-placed punch and dashing away. As much as he hated to admit that Casca was right, it was suddenly time, once again, for one of the healer's herbal cocktails. Tarsu's temple to health, mental, and physical, with several streets north, an impressive obelisk. Helfka, the chief herbalist, met him before he came into the hall. "How are you today, Sazaki-Saf?" "I need to make an appointment with Tarsu," said Zaki in his calmest voice. "Just one moment. Let me see how his schedule looks." Helka said, looking over a scroll. "Is it an emergency?" "Kind of," said Zaki and slapped his head. "Why can't he say yes, or absolutely? Or sure?" "Let's see," said Helfaka. "The best I can do is next meet us. Will that work for you?" "Meet us?" cried Zaki. "I'll be a complete psychotic by meet us. There isn't anything earlier?" He knew that the answer before she would even say it. There was no alternative. In a way, he had forced a response. If only he had kept the conversation going until why. "No," said Halka. "I'm sorry, do you want me to make the appointment?" Zaki walked away, gritting his teeth. He wandered the streets, his head down, to avoid all conversations, until he looked up and discovered that he had walked all the way to the wharf. A sweet breeze was blowing along the water, and he took several deep breaths until he felt almost normal. When his temper cooled, he could think again. What if this alphabetical conversation wasn't a delusion at all? What if what he felt wasn't paranoia, but acute awareness? He knew it was the classic dilemma. Am I crazy, or is there really something weird going on? Across the road was a shop called Paradox. God damn it. Featuring a display of herbs, crystals, and vapors trapped in orbs. The sign in the window read, "Mystical Consultation, sunrise to noon." It was worth a shot, though Saki was dubious. The only people who generally came down on the wharf for healing were stupid adventurers who didn't know any better. Incense burned in the copious billows of pink and gold, obscuring and then revealing the clutter within. Jijik death masks glowered down from the walls, smoke sensors hung by chains from the ceiling, the floor was a maze of bookshelves. At a well-worn table in the back, a small man wearing a headdress was tabulating a young lady's purchases. "Okay," said the man, "your total comes to 57 gold pieces. They're in the restorative scale conditioner for free. Just remember, the candle should only be lit after you invoke Goroflox the Unholy, and Mandrake Root does best in partial shade." Customer gave a quick, shy smile to Zaki and left the store. "Please help me," said Zaki. "Every conversation I hear and get involved in seems to be arranged alphabetically. I don't know if I'm going insane or if there are some kind of bizarre forces at work. To be honest with you, I'm normally a skeptic when it comes to your type of business, but I'm at the end of my rope. Can you do anything to make this madness end? Quite a common problem, actually," said the man, patting Zaki on the arm. "When you get to the end of the alphabet, do the conversations go to reverse order or start at the beginning of the alphabet?" "Reverse alphabetical order." Oh. Q-R. "Reverse alphabetical order," said Zaki, and then correct himself. "Damn it, I mean, it starts from the beginning all over again. I'm in agony. Can you call on the spirits and tell me I'm insane?" "Sariki," said the man with a reassuring smile. "I don't have to. You're quite sane." "Thank you," said Zaki, frowning. "By the way, my name's Zaki, not Sariki." "Unusually close, eh?" said the man, patting Zaki on the back. "My name's Octoplasm. Follow me. I think I have just what you need." Octoplasm led Zaki down the narrow corridor behind the desk. The two men pushed dusty cabinets filled with strange creatures and liquids past heaps of Neolithic stones. Sorry, I lost where I was. Of Neolithic stones, past stacks after stack of moldering leather books, into the dank heart of the store. They picked up a small, squat cylindrical drum and a book and handed them to Zaki. "Vampirism, Daedric Possession, and Withershin Therapy," said Zaki, squinting his eyes to read the book in the gloom. "What in Oblivion does this have to do with me? I'm not a vampire. Look at this tan. And what's Withershin Therapy, and how much will it cost me?" Withershins, from the old Cyrodiilic wither signs, which means backwards. An ectoplasm in a serious stone. It's here to reversing the direction of things in order to gain access to the spirit world, and breaks curses, cure vampirism, and trigger all manners
of Apotropeia Keeling. You know the story about the guy who was told that slaughterfish live in hot water, so he said, well, let's boil them in cold water. Xenophus, said Zaki instinctively. Brother, having taken a rather esoteric upper-level course in Cyrillic philosophy as an elective in Imperial College 31 years before, immediately wishing you hadn't. And what do you do with the cylindrical thingy? Octoplasm lit a candle and held the object over it so Zaki could see more clearly. Along the cylinder were narrow slits, and when Zaki peered within them, he saw a succession of old black and white drawings of a naked man leaping over boxes, one frame after the next. You spin it like so, said Octoplasm, slowly whirling the device, so the man within leapt over the boxes over and over again. It's called a zoetrope. Pretty neat, eh? Now you take it and you start spinning it counterclockwise, and while you're doing it, read this incantation I've marked in the book. Zaki took the zoetrope and began spinning it counterclockwise over the candle. The little naked man, which seemed to bound backwards over the boxes, took a little coordination and concentration to keep whirling at a steady pace, but gradually the man's awkward and jerky back jumps became more and more fluid, until Zaki could no longer see the individual flames flipping. It looked like a little humanoid hamster on an endless reverse treadmill. While he continued to spin the zoetrope with one hand, Zaki took the book in the passage and read the underlined passage. Zoetrope counterspin, counterspin, counterspin. Pull my life from that rut that it's in. I invoke the goddess Boethia, Kenrith, and Drysis to invert my potentially metaphysical crisis. My old life may have been rather pointless and plain, but I dislike the prospect of going insane. Make the pattern reversed by this withershin. Zoetrope counterspin, counterspin, counterspin. As he chanted the spell, Zaki noticed that the little naked man in the zoetrope began to look more like himself. The mustache vanished and the hairline receded. The man's waistline expanded and the buttocks sagged to the shape and texture of half-inflated balloons. Scales approximating his own Argonian pattern appeared. The man began to trip as he bounded backwards over the boxes, taking bigger breaths and sweating. By the time Zaki reached the end of the incantations, his twin was clutching his chest and tumbling end over the boxes in a freefall. Octoplasm took the zoetrope and the book from Zaki's hands. Nothing seemed to have changed. No thunder had rumbled, no winged serpents had struck out at Zaki's head, no fairy explosions, but Zaki felt that something was different. Good different. Normal. At the counter, when Zaki pulled out his satchel of gold pieces, Octoplasm merely shook his head. Are treatment radicals such of effects... Are treatment radicals such of effects... Oh, no! Are treatment radicals such of effects term long that what sure be can't we naturally charge no? Feeling the first real relief he had felt in days, Zaki walked backwards out of the shop and down the road to his shop. What he was supposed to say was, no charge. Naturally, we can't be sure what the long-term effects of such radical treatment are. Damn. Okay. That was Withershins. Alright, so now all that is left are the plays. I don't know how long the plays are going to take, but we might as well just get it moving. Why do we start with that one? Oh, that's why. Death Blow of Abernate, which explains by the sage Geocrates Abarnus. Broken battlements and wrecked walls were warships of the horror once embraced. The bites of 50 winters, frost and wind, have cracked and pitted the ugly gates, and brought down the cruel obscene spire. All is dust, all is nothing more than dust. The blood is dried and screams have echoed out. Framed by hills in the mildest forlorn place of Morrowind sits the barren bones of Abernate, where thrice blessed Rangadil first saw Abernate. It burnished silver bright with power and permanence, a dread place with dreadful men to guard it, with fevered glass eyes and strength through the horror. Ragnadil saw the foe's number was far greater than the few ordinators and buoyant armigers he led, watching from the hills above the field and castle of death. While it stood, it damned the souls of the people of Morrowind, a cursed, iniquitous castle
Abernanet. The alarm was sounded, calling the holy warriors to battle, to answer villaini's shield with justice's spear, to steel themselves in front of, and to fight at the end and be brave. Ragnadil too grasped his shield and his thin ebon spear, and the clamor of battle began with a resounding clash, to shake the earth down from the sky. The shield wall was smashed and blood staunched to the ground. A field, a battle like no other of Morrowind to destroy the evil Abernanet. The maniacal horde were skilled at arms for asserts, but the three holy fists of Mother, Lord, and Wizard pushed the monster's army back and charged after charge. Rangadil saw from above, urging the army to defend Dagoth Trass himself and his pernicious tower spire. They knew that only when the heart of evil was caught would the land ever be truly saved. He pledged then by the temple and the holy tribunal of Morrowind to take the tower of Abernanet. In a violent push, the tower base was pierced, but all efforts to fell the spire came to naught, as if all the strength of the horror held that one tower. The stairwell was steep and so tight that two warriors could not ascend it side by side. Single file, the army clambered up and up to take the tower room and end the reign of one of the cruelest petty tyrants in the annals of Morrowind, Dagoth Thras of Abernanet. They waited a victory cry from the first to scale the tower, but silence only returned, and then the blood. First only a rivulet, then a scarlet course poured down the steep stairwell with the cry from above. Dagoth Thras is besting her army one by one. Rangadil called his army back, every ordinator in buoyant armiger, and he himself ascended the stairs, passing the bloody remains of the best warriors of Morrowind to the tower room of Abernanet. Like a raven of death on its area was Dagoth Thras, holding his bloody shield and bloody blade at the tower room door. Every thrust of Ragnadil's spear was blocked with ease, every slash of Ragnadil's blade was deflected away. Every blow of Ragnadil's mace was met by the shield, every quick arrow shot could find no purchase. For the monster's greatest power was in his dread blessing, that no weapon from no warrior found in all of Morrowind could pass the shield of Abernanet. As hour passed hour, Ragnadil came to understand how his greatest warriors met their end with Dagoth Thras, for he could exhaust them by blocking their attacks, and then, thus weakened, they were simply cut down. The villain was patient and skilled with the shield, and Ragnadil felt even his own mightier arms growing numb. While Dagoth Thras anticipated and blocked each cut, and Ragnadil feared that without the blessing of the Divine Three of Morrowind, he'd die in the Tower of Abernanet. But he still poured down blows as he yelled, "Foe, I am Ragnadil, Prince of the True Temple. I have fought in many a battle and many a warrior has tried to stop my blade and has failed. Very few can anticipate which blow I'm planning, and fewer knowing that know how to arrest the design, or have the strength to absorb all of my strikes. There's no greater master of shield blocking in all of Morrowind than here in the castle Abernanet. My foe, Dark Lord Dagoth Thras, before you slay me, beg you, tell me how you know how to block." Wickedly, proud Dagoth Thras heard Ragnadil's plea, and decided that before he got to the Temple Champion, he would deign to give him some knowledge for the afterlife. How his instinct and reflexes worked, and as he started to explain, he realized that he did not know how he did it, and watched puzzled as Ragnadil delivered what the Tales of Morrowind called the death blow of Abernanet. Okay. The horror refers to the Daedric Prince of Mernsagon. 50 Winters suggests that the epic was written 50 years after the Siege of Abernanet, which took place in the year 3rd Era of 150. Grace Blessed Ragnadil is Ragnadil Ketil, born in the 2nd Era, year 803, died 3rd Era, year 195. He was the commander of the Temple Ordinators and thrice blessed by being blessed by the Tribunal of Gods. Mother, Lord, and Wizard, first of the Tribunal, Almalexia, Vivek, and Silthasel. That one I figured. Dagoth Thras was a powerful Daedra worshipper of unknown origin who declared himself the heir of the Sixth House, though there's little evidence he descended from the vanished family. Well then. Alright, next up. 5 Songs of King Wolfheart. Short's Tongue.
First song of King Wulfharth is ancient, circa First Era 500. After the defeat of the Lessian army at Glenumbria Moors, where the King Hoeg Merkiller was slain, Wulfharth of Atmora was elected by the Pact of Chieftains. His theme was so powerful that he could not verbally swear into office, and scribes were used to draw up his oaths. Immediately thereafter, the scribes wrote down the first new law of his reign, by a reinstatement of the traditional Nordic pantheon. The edicts were outlawed, their priests put to the stake, and their halls set ablaze. The shadow of King Borges had ended for a span. For his zealotry, King Wulfharth was called Shor's Tongue, and Ysmir, Dragon of the North. Kind son. Second son of King Wulfharth glorifies his deeds in the eyes of the old gods. He fights the eastern orcs and shouts their chief into hell. He builds the 418th step of High Hrothgar, which has been damaged by a dragon. When he swallowed a thundercloud to keep his army from catching a cold, the Nords called him the Breath of Kine. Old Knocker. The third song of King Wulfharth tells of his death. Orkay, an enemy god, has always tried to ruin the Nords, even at Atmora, where he stole their years away. Seeing the strength of King Wulfharth, Orkay summoned the ghost of Alduin Time Eater again. Nearly every Nord was eaten down to 6 years old. Boy Wulfharth pleaded to Shor, the dead chieftain of the gods, to help his people. Shor's own ghost then fought the Time Eater on the Spirit Plane, as he did at the beginning of time, and won, and Orkay's folk, the orcs, were ruined. As Boy Wulfharth watched the battle in the sky, he learned a new theme. What happened when you shake the dragon god, the dragon just so? He used this new magic to change his people back to normal. In his haste to save so many, though, he shook too many years out on himself. He grew older than the Greybeards and died. The flames of his pyre were said to have reached the hearth of Kine itself. The Ash King. The fourth song of King Wulfharth tells of his rebirth. The dwarves and the devils of the eastern kingdoms have started to fight again, and the Nords hoped that they might reclaim their ancient holdings there because of it. They planned an attack, but then gave up, knowing that they had no strong king to lead them. Then in walked the devil of Dagoth, who swore he came in peace. Moreover, he told the Nords a wondrous thing. He knew where the heart of Shor was. Long ago, the chief of the gods had been killed by elven giants, and they ripped out Shor's heart, and used it as a standard to strike fear into the Nords. This worked until Ysgramor shouted some sense, and the Nords fought back again. Knowing that they were going to lose eventually, the elven giants hid the heart of Shor so that the Nords might never have their god back. But here was the devil of Dagoth with good news. The dwarves and the devils of the Eastern Kingdom had his heart, and this reason was the reason for their recent unrest. The Nords asked the devil of Dagoth why he might betray his countrymen, and he said that the devils had betrayed each other since the beginnings of time. And this was so, and so the Nords believed him. The tongue sung Shor's ghost into the world again. Shor gathered an army as he did of old, and then he sucked in the long-strewn ashes of King Wulfharth and remade him, for he needed a good general. But the devil of Dagoth petitioned to be that general too, and he pointed out his role as the blessed harbinger of this holy war. So Shor had two generals, the Ash King and the devil of Dagoth. He marched on to the eastern kingdoms with all the sons of Skyrim. Red Mountain. Fifth song of the King of Wulfharth is sad. The survivors of the disaster came back under a red sky. That year is called Sun's Death. The devil of Dagoth had tricked the Nords, for the heart of Shor was not in the eastern kingdoms and had never been there at all. As soon as Shor's army had gotten to Red Mountain, all the devils and dwarves fell upon them. The sorcerers lifted the mountain and threw it onto Shor, trapping him underneath Red Mountain until the end of time. They slaughtered the sons of Skyrim, but not before King Wulfharth killed King Dumalakath, the dwarf orc, and doomed his people. And then, Beck the devil blasted the Ash King into hell, and it was over. Later, Kine lifted the ashes of Ysmir into the sky, saving him from hell and showing her sons the color of blood when it is brought by betrayal. And the Nords will never trust another devil again. The secret song of Wulfharth Ash King, the truth at Red Mountain. The heart of Shor was in Resdain, as Dagothar had promised. As Shor's army approached the westernmost bank of the Inner Sea, they stared across the Red Mountain, where the Dwemeri armies had gathered. News from the scouts reported that the Chimeri forces had just left Narcissus, and they were taking their time joining their cousins against the Nords. Dagoth-Ur said that the tribunal had betrayed their king's trust, and that they sent Dagoth-Ur to Lorkhan that is what they called Shor in Resdain, so that the god might wreak vengeance on the dwarves for their hubris. That Erevar's place with the Dwemer would be the ruin of the Velothi Way. This was the reason for the slow muster, Dagoth said. The armies grow. And Lorkhan, for that is what they called Shor and Resdane, said, I do not wreak vengeance on the dwarves for the reasons that the tribunal might believe so. Nevertheless, it is true that they will die by my hand, and any whoever should side with them. This Nerevar is the son of Boethia, one of the strongest Padomaics. He is a hero to his people despite his tribunal, and he shall muster enough that this battle will be harder going still. We will need more than what we have, and so, Dagothur, one of the dwarves, as said as the tribunal did, went to Kogoran and summoned his house, Chapthil, his Nyx hounds, his wizards, archers, his stolen men of brass. And the Ash King, Ulfharth, Hori Ysmir, went and made peace with the orcs in spite of his Nordic blood. And they brought many warriors, but no wizards at all. Many Nords could not bring themselves to ally with their traditional enemies, even in the face of Red Mountain. They were close to desertion. Then Wolfhearth said, Don't you see who you really are? Don't you know who Shor really is? Don't you know what this war is? And they looked from the king to the god, from the king to the god to the devils and the orcs. And some knew, really knew, and they are the ones that stayed. The Doom Drum. Nerevar carried Keening, a dagger made of the sound of the shadow of the moons. His champions were Dumak Dwarf King, who carried a hammer of divine mass, and Alandro Sol, who was the immortal son of Azura and wore the Wraith Mail. They met Lorkhan at the last battle of Red Mountain. Lorkhan had his heart again, but he had long been from it, and he needed time. Wolfhearth met Sol, but could not strike him. He fell from grievous wounds, but not before shouting Sol blind. Dagothur met Dumak and slew him, but not before Sunder struck his lord's heart. Nerevar turned away from Lorkhan and struck down Dagothur in rage, but he took a mortal wound from Lorkhan in return. But Nerevar feigned the death that was coming early, and so struck Lorkhan with surprise on his side. The heart had been made solid by Sunder's tuning blow, and Keening could now cut it out. And it was cut out, and Lorkhan was defeated, and the whole ordeal was thought over. Next up, the Horrors of Castle Zir. Oh, this is the longest play. Good. This is, as far as I'm aware, this is the longest book in the game that we have left. So, a one-act play. What do you mean a one-act play? By Baloth Cole. Dramatis Personae. Clavidius, Captain of the Imperial Guard, Cyrodiilic. Anara, a Dun Mermaid. Iolus, a Lieutenant of the Imperial Guard, Argonian. Zolasa, a young Argonian mage. Late evening. Play opens in the interior great entrance hall of a castle in Scatha. A nude, replete with fine furnishings and tapestries. Torches provide the only illumination in the center of the foyer. Foyer is a great iron door, the main entrance to the castle. Stair up to the landing above is next to this door. On stage left is the door to the library, which is currently closed. On stage right is a huge suit of armor, 20 feet tall, nearly touching the ceiling of the room. Though no one can be seen, there's the sound of a woman singing coming from the library door. A loud thumping knock on the iron front door stops the woman singing. The door to the library opens, and Inara, a common-looking maid, comes out and hurries to open the door. Clavidius, a handsome man in imperial garb, stands there. Nara, good evening to you, Sergio. Clavidius, good evening. Is your master at home? No, Sergio, it is only me. My master, Sundra Kina Telvani Hordolf Zir, is at his winter estate. Is there something I can do for you? Possibly. Would you mind if I came in? Not at all, Sergio. Please, may I offer you some Flynn? Clavidius comes into the hall and looks around. No, thank you. What's your name? Anara, Sergio. Anara, when did your master leave Scathanoid? More than a fortnight ago. That's why it's only me in the castle, Sergio. All the other servants and slaves you tend to his lordship travel with him. Is there something wrong? Yes, there is. Do you know an Ashlander by the name of Sol Carifa? No, Sergio, I don't know one by that name. Then you aren't likely to now. He's dead. He was found a few hours ago dying of frostbite in the Ashlands. He was hysterical, nearly incomprehensible, but among his last words were Castle and Zir. Dying of frostbite in summertide in the Ashlands? Vivek, that's strange. I suppose it's possible that my master knew the man, but being an Ashlander and my master being of Helstavalni, well, pardon me for being so flippant, Sergio, I don't think they could have been friends.
That is your master's library? Would you mind if I looked in? Please, Sergio, go. Whatever you want. We got nothing to hide. We're loyal Imperial subjects, as I hear, are all Telvanni. Note from the playwright. This line should be delivered without sarcasm. Trust the audience to laugh and never fails, regardless of the politics of the locals. Clavides enters the room and looks over the books. This library needs dusting. Yes, Sergio, I was doing that when you knocked at the door. I'm grateful for that. If you had finished, I wouldn't notice the space in the dust where a rather large book had recently been removed. Your master is a wizard, it seems. No, Sergio, I mean, he studies a lot, but he don't cast no spells, if that's what you mean by wizard. He's a Kenna, went to college and everything. You know, now that I think about it, I know what happened to that book. One of the other Kennas from the college been around yesterday and borrowed a couple of books. He's a friend of the master, so I thought it'd be all fine. This Kenna, what's his name? Warvin? Could have been, I don't remember. There's a suspected necromancer at the college named Kenna Warvin we arrested last night. Don't know what he was doing at the college, but it was something illegal, that's for certain. Was that the Kenna who borrowed the book? A little fellow crippled with a withered leg? No, Sergio. They weren't that the Kenna from yesterday. He was a big fellow who could walk, so I noticed. I'm going to have to look around the rest of the house if you don't mind. Clavides goes upstairs and delivers the following dialogue from the landing in the rooms above. Anara continues straightening up the downstairs, moving a high-backed bench in front of the armor to scrub the floor. Can I ask, Sergio, what are you looking for? Maybe I can help you. Are these all the rooms in the castle? No secret passages? Laughing. Oh, Sergio, what would Zadura Kenna Telvanni Hodrolf Zir want with secret passages? Looking at the armor. Master's a big man. Laughing. Oh, Sergio, don't tease. That's giant armor, just for decoration. Master slew that giant 10 years ago and kind of keeps it for a souvenir. That's right, I remember hearing something about that when I first took my post here. It was someone named Zir who killed the giant, but I didn't think the first name was Hordolf. Memory fades, I'm afraid. What was the giant's name? Afraid I don't remember, Sergio. I do. It was Torfang. I got out of Torfang's shield. I don't understand, Sergio. Torfang's shield. Clavides runs down the stairs and examines the armor. Sol Carafa said something about getting out of Torfang's shield. I thought he was just raving out of his mind, but he ain't got a shield, Sergio. Clavides pushes the high-backed bench out of the way, revealing the large mounted shield at the base of the armor. Yes, he does. He covered it up with that bench. I didn't do it on purpose, Sergio. I was just cleaning. I see that armor every day, Sergio, and Bivek, I swear I ain't never noticed that shield before. It's fine, Anara, I believe you. Clavides pushes on the shield and it pulls back to reveal a tunnel down. It appears that Zadura Kenna Telvanni Hordolf Zir does have need for a secret passage. Can you give me a torch? Bivek, I ain't never seen that before. Anara takes a torch from the wall and hands it to Clavides. Clavides enters the tunnel. Wait here. Anara watches Clavides disappear down the tunnel. She appears agitated and finally runs for the front door. When she opens it, Iolus, an Argonian lieutenant in the Imperial Guard, is standing at the entrance. She screams, I'm sorry to frighten you. Not now, go away. I'm afraid the captain wouldn't like that, miss. You're with the captain. Blessed mother. Clavides comes out of the tunnel, white's face. It takes him a few moments to speak. Captain, what's down there? Did you know your master's a necromancer? That your cellar is filled with bodies? Anara faints. Ulysses carries her to the bench and lays her down. Let me see, Sergio. You'll see soon enough. We're going to need every soldier from the post here to cart away all the corpses. Julius, I've seen enough battles, but I've never seen anything like this. No two are alike. Khajiit, Slode, Dunmer, Cyril, Breton, Nord, burned alive, poisoned, electrified, melted, torn apart, turned inside out, ripped to shreds, and sewn back up together. Think the Ashlander escaped? That's what happened? I don't know. How would someone do something like this, Ulysses? There's a knock at the door. Clavides answers it. A young Argonian woman, Zolasa, standing holding a package and a letter. Good morning. You're not Lord Seer, are you? No, what do you have there? A letter and a package I'm supposed to deliver to him. He will be back shortly? I don't believe so. Who gave you the package? My teacher at the college, Kama Warvum. He has a bad leg, so she asked me to bring these to his lordship. Actually, to tell you the truth, I was supposed to deliver to them last night, but I was busy. Greetings, sister. Will you give the package to his lordship when we see him? All hail, brother. I had heard there was a handsome Argonian in Skathanud. Unfortunately, I promised Kima Warvum that I delivered the package directly to his lordship's hands. I'm already late. I can't just... We're Imperial Guards, miss. We will take the package and the letter. So Lassa reluctantly hands Clavides the The letter in the package, she turns to go. You're at the college if we need to see you. Yes, fair tidings, brother. Good night, sister. Clavities opens the package as Zalasa exits. It is a book with many loose sheets. It appears we found the missing book, delivered to our very hands. Clavities begins to read the book silently to himself. To himself, very pleased. Another Argonian in Scathla nude, and a pretty one at that. Hope you weren't too rude to her. I'm tired of all these women with their smooth, wet skin. It'd be wonderful if we could meet when I'm off duty. While Olis talks, he opens the letter and reads it. Olis continued. She looks like she's from the south, like me. You know, Argonians from northern Blackmoor are much less. Olis continues reading, transfixed by the letter. Clavities skips to the back of the book and reads the last sentences. Reading. In black ink, the Khajiit mail showed surprisingly little fortitude to a simple lightning spell, but I've had interesting physiological results with a medium-level acid spell cast slowly over several days. Writing on the margins, yes, I see. Was the acid spell cast uniformly over the entire body of the subject? In black ink, the Nord female was subjected to 16 hours of a frost spell, which eventually crystallized her into a state of suspended animation, from which she eventually expired. Not so on the Nord male, nor the Ashlander male, who lapsed into their comas much earlier, but then recovered. The Ashlander then tried to escape, but I restrained him. Nord then had an interesting chemical overreaction to a simple fire spell and expired. See in the accompanying illustration. And red ink. Yes, I see. The pattern of boils and lesions suggests some sort of internal incineration caused by the combination of a short burst of flame following a longer session with frost. It's such a shame I can't come to see the experiment personally, but I compliment you on your excellent notation. In black, thank you for the suggestion about slowly poisoning the maid Anara. Dosages you suggested have had fascinating results, eroding her memory very steadily. I intend to increase it exponentially and see how long it is before she notices. Speaking of which, it's a pity that I haven't seen any Argonian subjects, but the slave traders promised me some healthy specimens in the autumn. Should like to test their metabolism in comparison to elves and humans. My theory that a medium-level lightning spell cast in a continuous wave on an Argonian wouldn't be lethal for several hours at least. Similar to my results with the Cyrodiilic female and, of course, the giant. Red ink. It'll be a shame to wait until autumn to see. All this reading the letter in red ink. Here's your Argonian. Please let me know the results. It's signed, Kema Warvin. By Kenrith, this isn't necromancy, it's destruction. Kema Warvin and Kina Talvani Horidolf Zir haven't been experimenting with death, but with the limits of magical torture. This letter isn't addressed to Talvani Horidolf Zir, it's addressed to Sadura Iakila Zir, his wife, do you think? Iakila, that was the Talvani of the Zir family that I heard about in connection with the giant slaying. We'd best get the maid out of here, she'll need to get to a healer. Clavities wakes up Anara as she appears disoriented. What's happening? Who are you? Don't worry, everything's going to be fine. We're going to take you to a healer. Do you need a coat, Iakila? Anara, thank you. No, I'm not cold. Anara/Iakila stops, realizing that she's been caught. Clavities and Ullus unsheath their blades. You have black ink on your fingers, your ladyship. When she saw me at the door, you thought I was your Argonian friend Warvim sent over. That's why you said, not now, go away. Anara/Iakila, you're much more observant than Anara. She never did understand what was happening, even when I tripped the poison spell and she expired in what I observed as considerable agony. What were you going to use on me first, lightning or fire? Lightning. I find fire to be too unpredictable. As she speaks, the flames in the torches extinguish. The stage is utterly dark. There's a sound of a struggle, swords clanging, suddenly a bolt of lightning flashes out, and there's silence. From the darkness, Anana/Iakila speaks. Fascinating. There are several more flashes of lightning as the curtains close. The end. Well then. Alright, up to a hypothetical treachery. Ooh, long one. Oh, well, this is also set up more like a play anyways. Hypothetical treachery. A one-act play by Anthil Morvir. Dramatis Personae, Malvazian, a high elf battle mage. Inzolia, a dark elf battle mage. Dulcetis, a Cyrodiil healer. Skiavas, an Argonian barbarian. A ghost, and some bandits. Scene, Eldenwood. As the curtain rises, we see the misty, labyrinthian landscape of the legendary Elden Grove of Valenwood. All around, we hear wolves howling. A bloodied reptilian figure, Skiavas, the barbarian, breaks through the branches of one of the trees and surveys the area. It's clear.
And Zelaya, beautiful dark elf mage, climbs down from the tree, helped by the barbarian. There's just a sound of footsteps nearby. Skiava readies his sword, and Zelaya prepares to cast a spell. Nothing comes out. You're bleeding. You should have Dulcetus heal that for you. He's still drained from all the spells he had to cast out in the caves. I'm fine. If we get out of this and no one needs it more, I'll take the last potion of healing. Where's Malvasian? Malvasian, a high elf mage, and Dulcetus, I don't know, a Cyrodiil healer emerged from the tree carrying a heavy chest between the two of them. They awkwardly try to get down from the tree carrying their loot. Here I am, though why I'm carrying the heavy load is beyond me. I always thought that the advantage of dungeon delving with the Great Barbarian was that he carried all the loot. If I carried that, my hands will be too full to fight. Tell me if I'm wrong, but not one of the three of you has enough magic reserve to make it out of here alive. Not after you electrified and blasted all those homunculuses down below ground. Homunculi. Don't worry, I'm not going to do what you think I'm going to do. What's that? Kill you all and take the ebony mail for myself? Admit it, you thought I had that in mind. What a perfectly horrible thought. I never thought anyone, no matter how vile and degenerate, why not? He needs porters, like he said. He can't carry the chest and fight off the inhabitants of Elden Grove both. By Sundar, of all the mean, conniving, typically Argonian, and why do you need me alive? I don't necessarily, except for that you're prettier than the other two, for a smooth skin that is. And if something comes after us, I might go for you first. There's a noise in some bushes nearby. Go check that out. Probably a wolf. These woods are filled with them. You check it out. You have a choice, Zelaya. Go and you might live. Stay here and you definitely won't. Zelaya considers and then goes to the bushes. To Malviasan and Dulcetus. The king of Sylvanar will pay good money for the mail, and we can divide it more nicely between 3 than 4. You're right. Zelaya suddenly levitates up to the top of the stage. A semi-transparent ghost appears from the bush and rushes to the next person, who happens to be Skiavas. As the barbarian screams and thrashes at it with its sword, and leaves a blast of whirling gas at him. He crumbles to the ground. It turns next to Dulcetus, the healer, and the ghost focuses its feasting chill on the hapless Dulcetus. Now Malvasian casts a ball of flame at it, and that causes it to vaporize into the misty air. And Zelaya floats back down to the ground as Malvasian examines the body of Dulcetus and Skivas, who are both white-faced from the draining power of the ghost. Yet some magic reserved after all. So did you. Are they dead? Malvasian takes the potion of healing from Dulcetus' pack. Yes. Fortunately, the potion of healing wasn't broken when he fell. Well, I guess that leaves just 2 of us to collect the reward. We can't get out of this place without each other, like it or not. 2 battle mages pick up the chest and begin plodding carefully through the undergrowth, pausing from time to time at the sound of footsteps or other eerie noises. Let me make sure I understand. You have a little bit of magical left, so you elected to use it to make Skiavas the ghost's target, forcing me to use most of my limited reserve to destroy the creature, so I wouldn't be more powerful than you. That's first-rate thinking. Thank you, it's only logical. Do you have enough power to cast any other spells? Naturally, an experienced battle mage always knows a few minor but highly effective spells for such a trial. Take it, you too have a few tricks up your sleeve. Of course, like you said. I pause for a moment before continuing on as a fearful wail pierces the air. When it dies away, they slowly trudge on. This is an intellectual exercise. I wonder what spell you would cast at me if we made it out of here without any more combat. I hope you're not implying that I would dream of killing you so I would keep the treasure all to myself. Of course not, nor would I do that to you. It's merely an intellectual exercise. Well, in that case, purely as an intellectual exercise, I'll probably cast a leech spell on you to take away your life force and heal me. After all, there are brigands on the road between here and Sylvanar, and a wounded battle mage with a valuable artifact would make it a tempting target. I'd hate to survive Elden Grove merely to die in the open. That's a well-reasoned response. As for myself, again, not saying I would ever do this, but I think a simple sudden electrical bolt would serve my purposes admirably. I agree about the danger of brigands, but don't forget, we also have a potion of healing. I could easily slay you and heal myself to full capacity. Very true. It would end up a question then of whose spell was more effective at that instant. If our spells counteracted one another and I leached your life energy only to be crippled by your lightning bolt, then we both could be killed. Or so near death that a mere potion of healing would scarcely help either one of us, let alone both. How ironic it would be if 2 scheming battle mages, not saying we are scheming, but for the purpose of this intellectual exercise, left on the brink of death, completely drained of magicka, with 1 healing potion to choose from. Who would get it then? Logically, whoever drank it first, which in this case would be you since you're holding it. Now, what if one of us were injured but not killed? Logic would dictate that a scheming battle mage would take the potion, leaving the injured party to the mercy of the elements, I suppose. That does seem most sensible, but suppose that the battle mages, while certainly scheming types, had a certain respect for one another. Perhaps in that case, the victorious one might, for instance, put the potion up a tree near his or her gravely wounded victim. Then, when the wounded party had enough magic to replenish, he or she would be able to levitate to the tree branches and recover the potion. By that time, the victorious battle mage would have already collected the reward. They pause for a moment at the sound of something in the bushes nearby. Carefully, they climb across the branches of a tree to bypass it. I understand what you're saying, but it seems out of character for a hypothetical scheming battle mage to allow his or her victim to live. Perhaps, but it's been my observation that most scheming battle mages enjoy the feeling of having bested someone in combat, and having that person alive to live with the humiliation. These hypothetical scheming battle mages sound... Daylight! Do you see it? The two scurry across the branch dropping behind a bush so we can no longer see them. We can, however, see the shimmering halo of sunlight behind the tall bush. We made it! Likewise behind the tall bush. Indeed. There's a sudden explosion of electrical energy and a wild howling aura of red light and then silence. After a few moments pause, we hear someone climbing up the tree. It is Malvasian putting the potion high up in the bough. Chuckles as he climbs back down and the curtain drops. Epilogue. The curtain rises on a road to Sylvanar. A gang of bandits have surrounded Malvasian, who is propped up on a staff, barely able to stand. They pull his chest away from him with ease. What have we got here? Don't you know it ain't safe to be out on the road, all sick like you are? Why don't we help you with your load? Please, let me be. Go on, spellcaster, fight us for it. I can't. Too weak. Suddenly, Inzalaya flies in, casting lightning bolts with her fingers at the bandits, who quickly scramble away. She lands on the ground and picks up the chest. Malvasian collapses, dying. Hypothetically, what if a battle mage cast a spell on another which didn't harm him at once, but drained his life force and his magicka bit by bit, so he wouldn't know at that time, but feel confident enough to leave the potion of healing behind? Most treacherous battle mage she'd be, and, hypothetically, would she be likely to help her fallen foe so that she could enjoy the humiliation of him continuing to live? From my experience, hypothetically, no. She doesn't sound like a fool. As Inzalaya lugs the chest off toward Sylvanar, and Malvasian expires on the stage, we drop the curtain. Alright. Next up is Legend of Crately House. Where's that? Another long one. The Legend of the Crately House by Baloth Cole. Oh, I've read this one. I like this one. Dramatis Personae. Theophon, Imperial Man, 24, Thief. Rerim, Bosmer Man, 24, 20, Thief. Selenus Crately, Imperial Man, 51, Merchant. Dominicia Crately, his wife, 40. Elva Crately, their daughter, 16. Ministus Crately, their son, 11. Setting. The famous haunted Crately House in Chadenhall, first and second floors, creating a stage with a second story where most of the action takes place. The stage is dark. There's a creaking noise, footsteps on the stairs, the sound of a man breathing, but still we see nothing. Then a voice calls from above. Elva, off stage. Hello, someone down there? Should I wake up Papa? No, maybe I was imagining it. A light from the lantern can be seen coming from the stairs, and the slim form of a beautiful young girl, Elva, descends the staircase at stage right, nervously. From the light of the lantern, we can see that we are looking at the second floor of a dusty old house with a set of stairs going up and another one going down on stage right. An unlit stone fireplace sits at stage left, a table, a locked chest, and a wardrobe complete with furnishings. Elva, what are you doing? I'm just making certain. Go back to bed, Menastes. As the girl passes the table, we see a Bosmer Niram glides gracefully up from behind and around her out of sight, carefully avoiding the pool of light. She doesn't appear to see him as he creeps closer to her, his footsteps silent on the hard wooden floor. When he's almost on her, there's a sudden crash from down below. This causes the Bosmer to leap away, hiding again behind the table. The girl does not seem to notice the sound, and Niram, peeking out from behind the table, watches her. Found anything? No, probably just my imagination, but I'm going to check downstairs. Is there a fire? I'm cold. Elva looks towards the long-dead fireplace, and so does Niram. Of course there is. Can't you hear it crackling? I guess so. Elva suddenly jumps as if she heard something which we do not. She turns her attention down the stairs to the first floor. Hello? Elva, lantern ahead of her, begins the descent. She does not seem to notice as an Imperial Theophon, carrying a big bag of loot and a lantern of his own, calmly walks up right past her. Excuse me, young lady, just robbing you. Elva continues her slow, nervous walk downstairs, which we can now see thanks to her light. She looks around the low-ceilinged, thoroughly looted room as the action continues upstairs. Theophon's lantern provides the dim light for the second floor. Why are you hiding, Niram? I told you, they can't see you and they can't hear you. Niram sheepishly steps out from behind the table. Can't believe they're all ghosts. They seem so alive. That's what spooks some superstitions. But they ain't going to hurt us, just reliving the past the way ghosts do. The night they was murdered. Stop thinking about that or you'll get yourself all willy spooked. I got all kinds of stuff on the first floor. Silver candlesticks, silk, even some gold. What did you get? Niram holds up his empty bag. Sorry, Theophon, I was just about to start. Get to work on that chest then. That's what you're here for. Oh yeah, I got the talent, you got the ideas, and the equipment. You refilled that lantern before we came here, right? I can't work in the dark. Don't worry, Niram, I promise. No surprises. Niram jumps when a young boy, Menestes, appears on the stairs. Bladder creeps down quietly and goes to the fire. He acts as if he's stoking a fire, feeding it wood, poking at the embers, but there is no wood, no poker, no fire. Got all the time in the world, friend. No one comes near this house. If they see our lantern light, they'll just assume it's the ghosts. Niram begins picking the lock on a chest of drawers, while Theophon opens a wardrobe and begins going through the contents, which are mostly rotten cloth. Niram is distracted looking at the young boy. Hey, Theophon, how long ago did they die? About 5 years ago. Why are you asking? Just making conversation. As they talk, Elva downstairs, finally having searched the smaller room, acts as if she's locking the front door. Didn't I already tell you the story? No, you just said, hey, no place we can burgle where no one's at home except for the ghosts. I thought you was joking. No joking, partner. 5 years ago, the Crateleys lived here. Nice people. You seen the daughter Elva and the boy Menestes. Parents were Solanus and Dominatia, if I remember rightly. Niram successfully unlocks the chest and begins rummaging through it. While he does so, Menestes gets up from the fire, apparently warmed up, and stands at the top of the stairs down. Hey! The boy's voice causes Niram, Theophon, and Elva to all jump. Why aren't you in bed? I was just going to check the cellar. I'll wait for you. So what happened? Oh, they was ripped to pieces, halfway eaten. No one ever knew who or what did it neither. Though there was rumors. Elva opened the door to the cellar and goes in. The light disappears from the first floor. Menestes patiently waits at the top of the stairs, humming a little song to himself. What kind of rumors? Theophon, having exhausted the possibilities in the wardrobe, helps Niram sort through the gold in the chest. Pretty good haul, eh? Oh, the rumors. Well, they say old lady Dominatia was a witch before she married Solanus. Gave it all up for him to be a good wife and mother, but the witches don't take too kindly to it. They found her and sent some kind of creature here late at night, something horrible, right out of a nightmare. Elva, what's taking you so long? Ye gods, are we going to watch them get killed right in front of us? Elva! Solanus, what's happening down there? Stop playing around, boy, and go to sleep. Papa! Menestes, frightened, runs to the stairs up. Along the way, he bumps into Niram, who falls down. The boy does not seem to notice, but continues on up to the dark third floor sleeping porch off stage. Are you alright? Niram jumps to his feet, white-faced. Never mind that. He touched me. How can a ghost touch me? Well, of course I can. Some anyhow. You heard of ancestor spirits guarding tombs and that ghost of the king they had in Daggerfall. They don't touch you. What good are they? Why are you so surprised? You thought he'd move right through you, I figure? Yes. Solanus, the man of the house, comes down the stairs cautiously. Don't you leave us, Solanus. We're coming with you. Wait, it's dark. Let me get some light. Solanus goes to the cold fireplace, sticks his hand forward. Suddenly in his arm, there's a lit, burning torch. Niram scrambles back, horrified. I felt that. I can feel the heat of the fire. Come on down. It's all right. Menestes lets his mother, Domitia, down the stairs where they join Solanus. I don't know why you're so scared, Niram. I must say I'm disappointed. I didn't figure you for a superstitionalist. Theophon goes for the stairs up. Where are they going? Where are you going? One more floor to search. Can't we just go? Niram watches his family of three following Solanus and his torch walk down towards the first floor. Elva, say something, Elva. There, you see? If you don't like ghosts, third floor is the place to be. All four of them are downstairs now. Theophon goes upstairs off stage.
but Niram stands at the top of the stairs looking down at the family. The three look around the first floor as Aelva did, finally turning towards the cellar door. All four, Selenus opens the cellar door. Aelva, what are you doing down in the cellar, girl? See her? All four, Theophon? I think so, I see someone. Hello? What if there's 5 ghosts, Theophon? Selenus thrusts his torch in the cellar door and it's suddenly extinguished. The first floor falls into darkness. Medicis, Domitia, and Selenus scream, but we cannot see what is happening to them. Niram is nearly hysterical, screaming along with them. Theophon runs downstairs from the 3rd floor. What is it? What if there's 5 ghosts? The man, the wife, the girl, the boy, and what killed them? And what killed them? And what if it's just a ghost that can cut us too, just like the others? From the darkened first floor, there's a creak of a door opening, though we cannot see it. And then there's a heavy clawed footfall. One step at a time and coming towards the stairs. Don't get so upset. If it can touch us, it would make you think it wants to. All the others didn't even notice we was here. Theophon's lantern dimmed slightly. He adjusted carefully. Only what if it ain't a ghost, Theophon? What if it's the same creature and it's still alive and ain't nothing since 5 years ago? The footsteps begin to slow, heavy stomp up the stairs. But whatever it is, we cannot see it. Niram notices the light beginning to dim from the lantern, despite Theophon frantically trying to fix it. He said he refilled the lamp. The light goes out entirely and the stage is filled with darkness. You promised me you refilled the lamp! More footsteps and a horrible, horrible howl. The men scream. The curtain falls. I like that one too. That's one of my other favorite ones. Alright. A Less Rude Song. A Less Rude Song by Anonymous. They say the Iliac Bay is the place to barrel around without a bit of apparel on. As advertised in the carol song... Excuse me. A tune that's sung as the west wind blows, about its lovely not wearing any clothes. Ladies singing high notes, men singing lows, implying that the most luscious depravity and complete absence of serious gravity can only be found in the water's cavity of Iliac Bay. If you are the type who is more a sinner than a sinned, you'll find it all in Morrowind. But the truth, my child, is that nothing more wild than an ordinary fashion kind of slightly mad passion can be detected, if at all, in Sentinel and Daggerfall. Whatever your odd needs, feathered, scaled, or fin, you'll find it all in Morrowind. It's an invention of bards that Breton and Redguards have more than some staid fun and suffer deviant fornication. For the most of madness, not the least, the wise debaucher heads out east. Where your once steely reserve is now merely tinned, you'll find it all in Morrowind. In Morrowind there is sin, but pray do not confuse Dunmer variety with that found in tepid Western society, compared to which it nearly is piety. It isn't terribly ingenious calling it prudery, observing the dark elf aversion to nudity. After all, the preferred sort of nudity in these parts is far more pernicious. From the ashlanders to the wettest fishes, you'll find pleasure and pain quite delicious in Morrowind. If you find yourself with unkind kinship with your kin, you'll find it all in Morrowind. Okay. Alright, now we need Lord... Where is it? Lord Jornabet's Last Dance. We're getting there. Lord Jornabet's Last Dance, traditional. Women's, verse 1. Every winter season, except for the reason of one war or another, really quite a bother, the Queen of Rimmon and her consort request their vassals come and convert. On each and every ball, the first man at the hall is Lord Ogan Jornabet of Gaer, the curse of all the maidens fair. Woman's refrain. Oh, dear ladies, beware, dearest ladies, take care. Though he's a very handsome man, if you dare to take his handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast, and your first dance with him will be the last. Men's verse 1. At this social event, everyone who went knew the bows and stances and steps to all the dances. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort would order a trumpet's wild report, and there could be no indecision as the revelers took position. The first dance only ladies separate away from such men as Lady Jornabet. Brett. Oh, dear fellows, explain. Brothers, can you help make it plain? The men's been doing this for years, leaving maidens fair in tears. Before the final tune's been blasted, her first dance with him will be the last. Lord Ogren Jornabet of Gaer watched the ladies dance on air, the loveliest in the realm, a fellow in an Ursine hide helm. Said the Queen of Rimmon and her consort have put together quite a sport. Which lady fair do I prefer? Lord Jornabet pointed her. See that bosom bob and weave, well suited for me to love and leave. And then back to the woman's refrain. Oh, dear ladies, beware. Dearest ladies, take care. Though he's a very handsome man, if you take his handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast. You'll find first dance with him will be the last. The man in the mask of a bear had left the Lord of Gare before the ladies' dance was ending. Then a trumpet sounded, portending that the Queen of Rimmon and her consort called for the men to come to court. Disdainful passing over all the rest, Ogren approached Chief's bobbing breast. She was rejected, save a life of woe, for a new maiden as fair as snow. Oh, dear fellows, explain. Brother, can you help make it plain? The man's been doing this for years, leaving maidens fair in tears. Before the final tune's been blasted, and her first dance with him will be the last. At the first note of the band, the beauty took Ogren's hand. She complimented his stately carriage, dancing to the tune about the marriage of the Queen of Rimmon and her consort. It is a very difficult indeed to comport, with grace neither falling nor flailing, wearing ornate hide and leather mailing, dancing light as the sweetest of dreams, without a single squeak of the seams. Oh, dear ladies, beware. Dearest ladies, take care. Though he's a very handsome man, if you dare to take his handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast, and your first dance with him will be the last. The rhymes rose and fell, no dancing could excel. With masculine grace and syncopation, Lord Jornabet even drew admiration from the Queen of Rimmon and her consort, like a beauteous vessel pulling into port. He silently slid, belaying the leather's weight. She whispered girlishly, the hour is late. But I have never seen such grace in hide armor. It was a pity he knew he had to harm her. Oh, dear fellows, explain. Brothers, can you help make it plain? The man's been doing this for years, leaving the maidens fair in tears. Before the final tune's been blasted, and her first dance with him will be the last. The tune beat was furious. He began to be curious where the maiden had been sequestered. Before this dance was requested by the consort of his Queen of Rimmon, I didn't see you dance with the women. My dress was torn as I came to dance, she said, smiling in a voice deep as a man's. My maids worked quickly to repair while I wore a suit of hide, a helm of bear. Oh, dear ladies, beware. Dearest ladies, take care. Though he's a very handsome man, if you dare to take his handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast, and your first dance with him will be the last. The end. Okay. Alright, next up, a good old series classic. Everyone loves this one. Everyone knows this one. This is only one part of it. The Lusty Argonian Maid. This is Act 4, Scene 3, continued apparently. We have Lips or Tail. Certainly not, kind sir. I'm here but to clean your chambers. Talking to Crantius Colto. Is that all you have come here for, little one? My chambers? I have no idea what it is you imply, master. I am but a poor Argonian maid. So you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and shapely tail. You embarrass me, sir. Fear not, you are safe here with me. I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Cleaning, eh? Yes, I have something for you to pop. For you. Here, polish my spear. But it is huge. It could take me all night. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. End of Act 4, Scene 3. That is the Lusty Argonian Maid. It is basically a book of, like, innuendos for a scene. Alright, next up is Mannimarco, King of Worms. Da-da-da. Okay, Mannimarco, King of Worms, by Horacles. O sacred Isle Artaeum, where rosy light, infuses air. O'er towers and through flowers, gentle breezes flow. Softly sloping, green-kissed cliffs to crashing foam below. Always springtide afternoon, housed within its border. This tiny, mystic, misprotected home of the Sigic order. Those counselors of kings, cautious and wise and fair. 10 years and 30 since the mighty Remans fell, 2 brilliant students studied within the Sigic's fold. One heart was light and warm, the other dark and cold. The madder ladder Mannimarco whirled on a deathly dance, his soul and bones and worms the way of the necromance. Tramping and enslaving souls, he cast a wicked spell. The former Galarian had magic bold and bright as day. He confronted Mannimarco beneath gray
Sarapora Tower, saying, "Your work of mysticism is no way to wield your power. Bringing Horde to the spirit world, your studies must cease." Anamakro scoffed, hating well the ways of life and peace, and returned to his dark artistry, his paints, death, and decay. O sacred Isle Artaeum, how slow to perceive the threat. When the ghastly truth revealed how weak the punishment, the ghoulish man of Marco from the Isle of the Wise was sent to the mainland of Dawn's beauty, more death and souls to reap. You have found a wolf and sent the beast to flocks of sheep. Galarian told his masters, "A terror on Tamriel has set." Speak no more of him, the sage cloaks of Grey did say. 'Twas not the first time Galarian thought his masters callous, unconcerned for men and myrrh aloof in their island palace. 'Twas not the first time Galarian thought 'twas time to build a new order to bring true magic to all in mighty mages guild. 'Twas the time he left at last a fair Artaeum's azure bay. Oh, but sung we have of Vanis Galarian times before, how he cast off the Sigic's chains, bringing magic to the land. Throughout the years he saw the touch of Mana Marco's hand. Throughout Tamriel's deserts, forests, towns, mountains, and seas, the dark grip stretching, growing like some dread disease. By his dark necromancers, collecting cursed artifacts of yore. Yeah. They brought him to him these tools, mad wizards and witches, and brought blood-tainted herbs and oils to his cave of sin. Sweet Akaviri poison, dust from saints, sheaths of human skin. Toadstools, roots, and much more cluttered his alchemical shelf. Like a spider in his web, sucked all their powers into himself. Mana Marco, Worm King, world's first of the undying liches. Corruption on corruption till the rot sunk to his very core. Though he kept the name Mana Marco, his body and his mind were but a living, moving corpse as he left humanity behind. The blood in his veins became instead a poison and acid stew. His power and his life increased as his fell collection grew. Mightiest were the artifacts, long cursed since days of yore. Then Galarian left the guild, calling it a morass. But untruth is a powerful stream, polluting the river of time. Galarian beheld Mana Marco's rise through power sublime. To his mages and lamp knights, before my last breath, face I must the tyranny of worms and kill at last undeath. Led them north to cursed lands to a mountain pass. All those who survived the battle say its like was never seen. Armored with magicka, armed with ensorcelled sword and axe, Galarian cried, echoing, "Worm King, surrender your artifacts, and their power to me, and you shall live as befits the dead." A hollow laugh answered, "You die first," Mana Marco said. The mage army then clashed with the unholy force obscene. Imagine waves of fire and frost, and the mountains shivers. Picture lightning arcing forth, crackling in a dragon's sigh. Like leaves, the battle mages fly to rain down from the sky. At the necromancer's call, corpses burst from earth to fight, to be shattered into nothingness with a flood of holy light. Malevolent, a maelstrom of energy unleashed blood cascades and rivers. Like a thunderburst in blue skies or a lion's sudden roar, like the sharp razors tearing off delicate embroidered lace, so at a touch did Galarian shake the mountain to its base. The deathly horde fell fatally, but heeding their dying cries, from the depths the thing they called Worm King did rise. Nirn itself did scream in the mages and necromancers' war. His eyes were burning dark, he opened his toothless maw, vomiting darkness with each exhalation of his breath. All suckling in the fetid air felt the icy touch of death. In the skies above the mountain, darkness overcame pale. Then Mana Marco, Worm King, felt his dismal powers fail. The artifact of death pulled from his putrid skeletal claw. 1,000 good and evil perished then, history confirms. Among the last Vanis Galarian, he who showed the way. It seemed once that Mana Marco had truly died that day. Scattered seemed the necromancers, wicked ghastly fools. Back to the Mages Guild victors kept the accursed tools. Of him, living still in undeath, Mana Marco, King of Worms. Children listened as the shadows crossed your sleeping hutch, and the village sleeps away, streets emptied of the crowds, and the moons did balefully glare through the nightly clouds.
In the graveyards, people rest, we hope, in eternal sleep. Listen, and you'll hear the whispered tap of the footsteps creep. Then pray you'll never feel the Worm King's awful touch. Alright, next up. The Raving of Enroy. Ravings of Fenroy. The following pieces were gathered from the author's shell shortly before his untimely death at his own hands, written primarily on the bedsheet from the bare stone of his floor, using only his own bodily fluids for ink. Some of the transcriptions represent the editor's best guesses at the author's true intent. Mother said there was no reason. It's just the way it is. Mother lies. I can see rain. I can feel rain. I can only feel wind. Someone is hiding. If I walk through the forest, the birds stop singing. They're talking about me. I'm sure of it. They're just too scared to do my face. Boat, moat, coat, float, goat, note, rope. Secret name, secret name, secret name. He touches me when I'm not looking. Sometimes I hear that people talking about their days. They talk about family and the weather and yesterday and tomorrow. They say, what a good day it was and how was your day and have a nice day. I say, talk, 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 talk. How can you enjoy your day when you share it with everyone? Time is a private thing. The dragon hides it from us all, parceling it out in dribs and drabs. Save your time. Save your time. I keep mine locked up tight, where no one can find it, not even him. Hold me now. Rock me gently. My tears are burning, dear. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Hold your breath. One big one now. One last gasp and we're done. He talks all the time, but his words are useless. Talking, talking. Let's talk. Never doing. Always talking. Words become meaningless. They float on the air, dissipate like past gas. Make him stop talking. Make him stop talking to me. Always take care when dealing with women. They see things we do not. A smile, a glance. They mean nothing to us. Everything to them. They twist their smiles to meet our own. They avert a gaze just so. Watch them closely. They rule the world. They just don't know it. Am I indecisive? Yes and no. They came to bring me food today. I ate it, though I know it was poisoned. They lace it with black flour and edgeroot. They think it keeps me quiet today. I know better. Sometimes I chew up the bread and spit it into the corners of my cell. No one notices, and the rats eat it after a time. It keeps them quiet, sedate. When I eat the rats, the poison is more dilute, and I gain their memories. I don't believe it's fair that I'm forced to deal with the stupid, or the obtuse, or the pedantic. If they gave me rules like, go here and do that and eat this and kill that, they don't even know... They don't know that I know their names. Eventually I'll get to them, and I'll make the rules. Just you wait and see. Good gods come and go, but all lords eventually fall. A god can wake up mortal. If I learn from my mistakes, will I eventually stop making them? Is there a balance I can achieve, a perfect harmony with myself? Shall I seek that point where there are no more mistakes to be made, all the lessons learned? When that happens, do we die? Do we become gods? Do the gods even want us? Maybe all dogs go outside deliberately. Maybe a decision gets over-deliberate. Might a dream grow overly demented? He knows. He knows. He knows. Stories are for children and dreamers. Poetry is for weaklings and madmen. Epics glorify the vile and vilify the glorious. Read minds, not words. I think it's time to go. He's still in my head, but I think he might leave if I'm quiet. Shh. Shh. Alright. Well, now onto the Red Book of Riddles. Ooh. This handy book doth contain all diverse manner riddles and follies, and by means of careful study, the prudent scholarly gentleman may find himself no longer discomfited by the sharp wit of his fellows. The posing and puzzling riddles is a convention of polite, aristocratic Western society. Nobles and social aspirants collect books of riddles and study them, hoping thereby to increase their chance of their appearing sly and ready in conversation. It has a tail, a side, and a head. I call it what I call a snake. It has no body and it is dead. The answer: it must be a drake. Question. Poets know the hearts of men and myrrh, but beasts can't know my heart, you see. The book was written by a bear. It is not a book of poetry. I gave you a sock, not unlike a box, with hammers and nails all around it. 2 lids open when it knocks. It must have been a great hit. I don't get... I get the first one, the drake being like a septum. Oh well. Alright, next up. The Song of Horrormere. Ooh. We're getting close to the end. We have this one and then one more, so. Song of Horrormere. Horrormere, son of Hrorgar, summoned to the court of Viendak, summoned of Vienmore, king of Evensnow, mighty caster of magic, I charge thee to go to Elfindor for its hoary warriors who threaten my land, bring forth their cousin demons to terrify my people. Hrormir, son of Hrormir, heard the words of Viendak Evensnow. By ice staff, surely I would help thee, but I have already a quest to drink 12 flagons of mead in 1 hour, and then to bed 4 wenches twice each. So I must with grace decline. The king he did not smile at Hrormir in his jolly spirit. By thine honor, must thou aidest my cause, must thou takest up the sword of thy companion, Darfang, who took the quest and failed. Hrormir laughed. Now I know thou jest. My boon mate Darfang wouldst not fail. There be no finer bladesman. If thou chargest him, he wouldst not fall. I do not say he fell. He joined the Dark Kings of Elfindor, and by doing so dishonored himself and thee, his friend. Hrormir could not believe the words, and yet he knew Eversnow didst not lie. So for 20 days and 3 roadeth he to the land of night, the kingdom of fear, where the peasants even carried candles, knowing what evil awaiteth them, should they stray beyond the glow. The sovereignty of 3 dark kings. Elfindor, there torch in hand, didst Hrormir pass through haunted countryside and frightened villages, and through the black gates of the blacker castle of Elfindor. The 3 dark kings did sneer at the sight of mighty Hrormir and summoned their companion Darfang the Blade. My boon companion, Hrormir called in the Hall of Night, I do not trust my eyes, for then I wouldst believe that thou hast joined with evil and turned thy way from honor and brotherhood. Hrormir, Darfang the Blade didst cry, if thou dost not go now, one of us must die, for I hate thee. But Hrormir was battle ready, and in the echoing halls of night, the blade of Darfang and the staff of Hrormir did strike again and yet again. Mighty warriors and mages both, the boon companions now foes, shook Mundus with their war. They might have fought for a year, if there were a sun in Elfindor to mark time. Neither Hrormir or Darfang may verily have won, but Hrormir saw through the dark the tears in the eyes of his former friend. Then he saw through the shadow of Darfang were not his own. So with his ice staff he did strike, not Darfang, but a shadow, which cried, Hold, mortal man! The shadow becameth the hag, bent and twisted in her cloak and hood. From her faceless shadow she hissed, Mortal man called Hrormir, the soul of thy boon companion is my plaything, but I will take thine in trade, for thou ye both have strong arms. Thou hast the more clever mind which my sons of the Dark Kings need for a champion of Elfindor. Hrormir the Brave didst not take a breath or pause before he boldly said, Shadowy hag, release Darfang, and thou mayest use me as thou wilt. And the hag didst laugh and freed Darfang. Save thine honor, this thou hast done. But now thou must be without honor, mortal man, as the champion of the Dark Kings, my heirs of Grey may be. Thou must help them divide Elfindor and love me, thy shadowy hag and thy mistress well. For his loss of honor and his dear friend's sacrifice, noble Darfang prepared to take his dagger and plunge it into his good heart, but Hrormir stayed his brother's hand and whispered, No, boon companion, wait for me at the village banquet hall. And then did Darfang the Blade leave the castle, while Hrormir took the withered claw of the hag and pressed it to his lips. Shadowy hag, to thee I pledge to only honor thy black words, to turn my back on truth, to aid thy Dark King's ambition, to divide their inheritance fairly, to love thee, to think thee beautiful. Then to the chamber in the heart of night, Hrormir and the hag did retire. Kissed he there her wrinkled lips, and her wrinkled sagging breasts, for 10 days and nights, and 3 did Hrormir and his ice staff battle thus. Then sweet Kinnereth blew honeyed winds o'er the hills and the forest glens of Elfindor, and the crest of warm-blooded Dibella coaxed the blossoms to wanton display, so that Elfindor became a garden of all the senses. The frightened servants of the Dark Kings woke to find there was naught to fear, and through the once dark streets of the village came the cries of celebration. In the banquet hall of the village, Hrormir and his boon companion Darfang embraced and drank of rich mead. The shadowy hag too was smiling, sleeping still in her soft bed, till the morning sun touched her naked face. And she awoke and saw all, and knew all saw her, and she cried out, Mortal man!
Night fell fast upon the land as the hag flew into the banquet hall, casting blackest darkness in her wake, but all the celebrants could still see her anger in her monstrous face, and they shook with fear. The hag said the kingdom was to be divided among her heirs, but Elfindor had been kept whole while her children divided, drawn and quartered. Boromir was mightily amused. He swallowed his laughter in his mead, for none should laugh outright at the Danger Lord Nocturnal. Powder grey cowl of shadowed night, her hideous face forced the moons to hide themselves. Boromir the mighty did not quail. Where's thine hood, shadowy hag? Mortal man hast taken it from me, unaware. Where I awoke, my face unmasked, my kingdom cast into the light. My dark king heirs in pieces cast, and here my champion smiles, yet in truth, thou kept thy promise truly, to never keep thy promise true. Boromir, son of Hrothgar, bow to the hag, his queen, and evermore, till thou releaseth me, will I serve thee so. Clever mind in a champion is a much overvalued trait. The hag released Hrothgar's soul, and he released her hood. And so in the light of darkest dark, she left Elfindor evermore, and after drinking 12 flagons of mead and betting 4 wenches twice each, did Darfang return to Eversnow with Hrothgar, son of Hrothgar. Alright. Oh, this is going to be quick. This is the last book we have to read. The Warriors Charge, an old poem of the Red Guards. The stars sung far-flung tales, wretched in the silver of Yokuda fair, of a warrior who arrayed in huge sails, his charges through the serpent snare, and the Lord of Ruin so bored so soon leave the ship of an evening stare, perchance to wake the coiled snake to take shirt of scales to wear. And the Lady East, who airy beast, asleep or a prowl can rouse a scare, screams as her eye, a light in the sky, a worm no goodly sight can bear. And the mailed steed adjoined the deeds, not to be undone from his worthly share. Rides the knight towards scale bright, leaving the seasoned warrior's care. Then the serpent rose and made stead to close. The targets lay plain in there, but the warriors blade the snake unmade, and the charges wander no more, they swear. Alright, well, that is pretty much it for all the books we had to read. So with that, I'm going to call it here for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you all next time. Later.